Through speaking with clear and ink, Lin Ming was able to verify the memories of famine. He was able to confirm all sorts of information about the great abyssal calamity 10 billion years ago. 10 billion years ago, the calamity of the 33 heavens had finally been ended by the Eternal Wall. The Azura Road Master and Immortal Sovereign joined forces, using their transcendent methods to forge the Eternal Wall and block off the Dark Abyss. After cutting off the source of these abyssals, they proceeded to kill the other ones that remained. Thus ended this great calamity. The Eternal Wall was a barrier that only intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens could pass. As for abyssal demons, they were sealed outside the Eternal Wall. But the Eternal Wall wasn't perfect and impregnable. As the wearing of time passed, many space-time cracks would appear. Some abyssals were able to pass through these space-time cracks and bypass the Eternal Wall. The more powerful an abyssal was, the lower the chances of them passing through these space-time cracks. Like this, even if those abyssals that passed through the cracks possessed a peak Empyrean level strength, they still wouldn't be able to harm the 33 heavens to any large degree. But history was never without accidents. Billions of years ago, an incomparably terrifying abyssal demon somehow managed to pass through the Eternal Wall, bringing down a catastrophe unto all races of the 33 heavens. This catastrophe even continued until now. This abyssal was famine. As for how famine was able to pass through the Eternal Wall, Lin Ming wasn't able to find this out from Famine's soul. Many of Famine's memories should have been kept in its main body, and some parts were also sealed away. Lin Ming continued to explore Famine's memories. Within the starry space he sat in the void. At this time, an ancient pitch-black book floated before him. This black book was left behind by Imperial Prince Xishan. Lin Ming reached out a hand and gently traced its cover. Strange abyssal runes lit up, like the eyes of an abyssal demon flashing in the dark of night. After absorbing a massive amount of Famine's memories and furthering his understanding of the abyssal laws, Lin Ming was now able to open the black book. He silently flipped open the cover. The thick black cover seemed to be sealed by some force field, making it incomparably heavy. This was not the first time he had opened this mysterious ancient book. But each time he did, he discovered new things. The reason was that these abyssal texts were too difficult to understand. Trying to decipher them with the limited fragments of information he had wasn't easy at all. The source of darkness, the abyssal ritual. Lin Ming read these words out loud and fell into a long period of contemplation. In front of him, the black book shimmered with a mystical light, like the book of fate in the hands of the king of hell. Lin Ming had already determined that this black book wasn't some rare cultivation method manual, nor was it some ancient secret technique. And it definitely wasn't a true divinity spirit treasure. It was a book of abyssal rituals, and what was written inside were all texts of abyssal rites, texts that contained profound symbolic meanings. These recitations of abyssal rites were completely unrelated to cultivation. They weren't able to directly enhance a martial artist's strength, but their value was still extraordinary. Within the ranks of the abyssals, there were 6 super abyssals similar to famine. When they were at their peak strength, they were situated somewhere between peak true divinity and beyond divinity. They were existences only inferior to the Azura Road Master. They were the totems of the countless devils in the dark abyss, incredibly horrifying existences. Underneath the command of each of these super abyssals was an influence of their own lineage. These influences were extremely powerful and contained countless abyssal demons. Many of these abyssals were comparable to middle true divinity realm or even upper true divinity realm characters. If it were 10 billion years ago and each one of these influences turned out in full strength, then they would be able to easily overwhelm the current 33 heavens, destroying all life within the universe. Compared to these super influences, even the good fortune Saint Palace wasn't anything at all. However, in the great calamity 10 billion years ago, the ancient races also inflicted heavy losses on the dark abyss. The 6 great influences were the main forces of the war effort against the 33 heavens, and they had suffered the greatest losses. Even many of the 6 great abyssals died, and the forces beneath them nearly fell apart. Of these 6 great influences, each lineage possessed such a black book. The 6 black books were ceremonial rites, and the ceremony they were related to was concerned with the deepest and most mysterious place of the dark abyss, the demon god's tomb. The demon god's tomb was the foundation of the dark abyss and also the most enigmatic place in the dark abyss. Lin Ming originally wanted to find out more information about this demon god's tomb, but there wasn't much within Famine's soul. If this information was kept in Famine's main body, then there was nothing he could do to look for it. Of the 6 great influences, Lin Ming's black book belonged to the one named Ian. Just like Famine, Ian was the name of the super abyssal that led one of these great influences. When Ian was at its peak strength, it was equal to Famine. To hold the black book was tantamount to Ian being personally present. But Ian's true self had died in that great war 10 billion years ago. Lin Ming now suspected that when he entered the Azura Road's final trial for the second time and wrested away the demon relic from the good fortune Saint Sun's hands, this had been from a super abyssal that was killed by the Azura Roadmaster. If it had truly been a super abyssal as horrifying as Famine, then it was naturally impossible for it to leave behind such a small relic. Lin Ming guessed that the abyssal's main body had been used by the Azura Roadmaster for other purposes, and the demon relic left behind was only a tiny portion of that super abyssal's essence. After finding explanations for all these questions, Lin Ming slowly closed the black book. He stood up and flew towards the entrance of the final trial. "You are leaving?" Clear and ink appeared behind Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded. "Yes. Very well." Seeing Lin Ming's decisive appearance, Clear and ink no longer said anything. On this day, Lin Ming left the Azura Road. He entered the Saint Convocation Heaven from the Divine Realm, and then flew straight towards the Primeval Realm ruins. As early as his life or death battle with the good fortune Saint Sun, Lin Ming had already heard news about the Primeval Realm ruins. This was an incomparably broad land that existed independently from the 33 heavens. Countless lucky chances and treasures were buried here. A great reason why the saints were able to accumulate so much strength was highly related to the Primeval Realm ruins. And today, Lin Ming finally came to this land. Taking a broad look out, this was a dead and listless world. The skies were shrouded in gray as if an eternal dusk had settled upon this land. There was an inexplicable divine pressure like the pall of hell covering this world, making one feel almost suffocated. Of course, this sort of deathly aura and pressure couldn't affect Lin Ming at all. But if a low-level martial artist were to come here, perhaps they might not even be able to take a single step forwards no matter how hard they tried. Lin Ming galvanized the strength within his inner world. The power of yin and yang wove together with the endless power of laws, forming sparkling divine runes. Like rainbow-hued marks being carved into space, they emitted infinite light that shattered this deathly aura. Lin Ming walked forwards one step at a time. Along the way, he saw bleached bones all around him. There were many bones. Most of them decayed. Shattered bones littered the ground, covered in the mottled traces of endless years. The reason for these marks to appear was because of the thick deathly aura that covered this land. This sort of deathly aura was able to draw out all life force. If one's blood vitality was unstable and they walked through this land, then they would soon turn into a dried corpse. As for the speed at which their corpse decayed, it would be astonishingly fast. This really is a nearly dead world. Lin Ming recalled Famine's memories. He pondered for a moment, because if a world died, all life within would gradually break down and come to an end. This was the shattering that the Azura Roadmaster spoke of. But according to his intuition, with this world having reached such a degree of decay, it should have long since been destroyed. But why had it continued to exist until now? Somehow, somewhere, could there be some laws supporting it so that not even the shattering was able to destroy this world? Lin Ming walked through this land, tasting the law fragments left behind by the endless years. This sort of silent aura faintly resonated with the death laws in his body. Death was silence. When a person died, they would return to dust. When a universe died, it would be annihilated into nothingness. In the end, all things in existence only left behind one thing in the end, that was nothing. On the distant horizon, one could see collapsed temples. Mountains of divine stone were piled up together. It was easy to imagine just how grand and magnificent they were in the past. There were many of these great temples, but not a single one was complete. All of them had become dilapidated ruins. These were structures created by powerhouses of the past, yet all of them had been corroded and damaged by the inexhaustible flow of time. With every step he took, Lin Ming could feel ripples of powerful auras all around him. These were auras left behind by ancient god kings. They remained even after billions of years, reminding all who came here just how prosperous and mighty they had once been. Lin Ming passed by a lake. The surface of it was like a mirror. Inside was a goddess bathing, her appearance beautiful and her charm devilish, captivating the heart, beckoning the soul. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming was startled. For such a scene to appear in this deathly still world was surprising. However, he immediately understood what this scene before him was. A pupil opened up between his eyebrows and a brilliant beam of divine light shot out, chopping onto the surface of the lake. The goddess shattered to pieces, turning into a wisp of strange law fragments that slowly vanished. These were the great world law fragments that had condensed and then manifested into reality. Lin Ming passed over a high mountain. Up above, endless divine demons beat upon drums, lightning wrapping around them as they all seethed like a rising tide. Lin Ming's inner world opened. Chaotic energy burst out, swallowing all of this divine demon aura. In the primeval realm ruins, there was no ancient aura that could hinder Lin Ming's steps. He walked forwards without stopping. Although his pace appeared slow, the truth was that space had lost meaning beneath his feet. He walked for 7 days. During this time period, he once saw many saint martial artists enter into some underground ruins. These ruins were buried all throughout the primeval realm ruins. Countless dangers were hidden within, and many saint martial artists that entered were not able to leave. But there were always some people that went into these underground ruins and emerged with heaven-shocking lucky chances. 7 days later, where the skies and land met, black fog chaotically swirled as if the world itself was boiling over. Dark black lighting wove together, the thunderclaps crashing into the ears. Turbulent storms raged wildly within this black fog, destroying all around them. Vaguely, it was as if some giant godly demon resided within, emitting a terrifying aura. A dark and boundless pool surface appeared in front of Lin Ming, seeming to go on to infinity. Seeing this and feeling the divine demon aura rushing towards him, Lin Ming's pupils shrank and brilliance lit up his eyes. This is it. From Famine's memories, the entrance to the dark abyss. The central region of the primeval realm ruins was the entrance to the dark abyss. In the past, Empyrean Primordius had also entered the dark abyss from here. The closer Lin Ming approached to that pitch-black abyss, the more that chaotic black fog surged and tumbled. Bang! When he reached the entrance, the black fog rose like a tide of darkness, crashing towards him with a roar. This black fog rose up to the skies, monstrous and threatening. It galloped over the world, causing great blasts to echo through the heavens and earth, as if the world would soon be destroyed. Since Lin Ming entered the primeval realm ruins, this was the first time he had truly felt pressure. The black fog contained an irresistible great strength. Contained within it was the remnant auras of supreme powerhouses. Moreover, there were more than just a few of these auras. Rather, it was like millions and billions of powerful ancient god kings were randomly striking out at the world without rhyme or reason. All martial artists that came here had to withstand this pressure. Below the Empyrean realm, being directly disintegrated to ashes here was a matter of fact. Even outstanding existences amongst Empyreans could exhaust all their effort and strength to withstand this pressure, sustaining injuries to enter the dark abyss. In the past, Empyrean Primordius was also the same. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. The power of divinity erupted from his body, forming a protective golden barrier all around him. Then, the crazy black waves were no longer able to harm Lin Ming even a little bit. An attack that a peak Empyrean could barely withstand was naturally nothing at all to Lin Ming. The laws here are twisted, Lin Ming thought. He could feel that the entrance to the dark abyss was an incomparably strange space. Here, all laws were twisted, including those of space and time. If one didn't have a profound understanding of the laws, then it was possible to lose oneself in this chaotic labyrinth and be trapped here forever. With all these reasons combined together, just the entrance of this mysterious dark abyss was an absolute death zone. There wasn't a need to mention the even more dangerous world within. This was also the reason the dark abyss was such a riddle. The weak simply weren't able to enter. Only peerless powerhouses could enter, and they had to endure life-threatening risks in order to do so. Thus, people only possessed an extremely limited understanding into the dark abyss. It just wasn't possible to ask peak Empyreans to go to the dark abyss to find out information. Lin Ming paused for a moment. He could clearly see a channel within the distorted laws. Then, easily, like a straight arrow, he thrust deep towards the depths of the dark abyss. He didn't know how far he fell or how long he fell for. With a light cracking sound, a golden shadow smashed into his protective power of divinity and then collapsed. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He calmed his mind and looked out. To his surprise, he discovered that just outside the black fog which surrounded him, there was something that resembled golden grains of sand. Although these things were small, the smallest one was comparable to a meteor, possessing an incredible impact force. Within his hands, the power of divinity turned into chains that grabbed onto this grain of sand. He examined it closer. When this golden sand entered his hand, Lin Ming could see an incomplete but supremely powerful martial artist's aura within it. An ancient and dilapidated strength of a divine soul dissipated from the golden sand and slowly spread into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This is a bone fragment of an ancient peerless ruler. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath of air, not sure what feeling was in his heart. He had already learned from Famine's memories that after flying halfway into the entrance of the dark abyss, he would see such a scene. But as he truly saw these fragments for himself, myriad complex emotions filled him. These broken bones were left behind from the great war between the ancient races and abyssal demons 10 billion years ago. The entrance to the dark abyss was the final battlefield in that great war 10 billion years ago. Countless heroic powerhouses had perished here. These broken bones were all that remained of them after they died in battle. Within the distorted laws, they had already existed for 10 billion years. Pa! 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 More and more bone fragments appeared, constantly barraging Lin Ming's protective power of divinity. It was like endless hail crashing into a metal bucket. With Lin Ming's strength, these broken bones weren't able to harm him. But every one that struck him caused his mind to shake. Each grain of these broken bones represented the heroic souls of the ancient races who had chosen to sacrifice themselves here. Normally, within this storm, these broken bones danced in the wind and remained undamaged. But now they smashed into Lin Ming's protective power of divinity and were instantly crushed to nothing. Lin Ming couldn't bear this. He started to avoid these broken bones on his own initiative. With a turn of his mind, the might of the 33 heavens laws appeared in this pitch-black abyss, opening up a channel in the distorted laws and paving the way forwards. Lin Ming stepped into this channel and avoided the barrage of broken bones. He turned into a beam of light that shot straight into the dark abyss. After flying for an unknown period of time, Lin Ming finally landed on Black Earth. This Earth stretched on without end, vast and boundless. There was simply no end in sight. Lin Ming stood above this Earth, quietly feeling it. A feeling of indescribable shock filled his heart. In truth, this land beneath him was no land at all, but something created by the joint efforts of the Azura Road and Immortal Sovereign, the Eternal Wall. In Famine's memories, Lin Ming could feel just how much it had feared this divine wall. This eternal wall had spanned the entire entrance of the dark abyss for 10 billion years now, and had gradually evolved into the appearance of land. Atop the eternal wall there was a channel that led deep into the dark abyss. Only intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens could pass through, but abyssals were actually isolated outside. Lin Ming followed the eternal wall. As he walked, the storms vanished and the black fog dispersed. He looked in all directions. All he could see in this gray and deathly stillness were broken bones scattered all over. These broken bones might have been eroded over billions of years, but some of them still shined like crystalline gems. 10 billion years ago, The Eternal Wall was the last battlefield where the ancient races and abyssal demons engaged in a brutal slaughter. It was unknown just how many peerless characters had perished here, how many abyssals had been slain. Even after 10 billion years, the killing intent still hadn't faded. It was more than enough to shock the heart. Walking atop the Eternal Wall, Lin Ming faintly felt as if the road before him was the river of time. Bones seemed to wash up periodically, falling onto the side of his path. Some of these bones came from abyssals and some came from ancient race masters. They were able to maintain their integrity without breaking apart into numerous tiny fragments. This proved that the masters of these remains had reached an inconceivable level of strength in life. Otherwise, it would be impossible for their bones to not break apart after 10 billion years and still remain so crystal clear. Even after such a long time passed, Lin Ming could see traces of battle all around him. These traces were not marked on the ground, but carved into the void. Sword marks, claw marks, saber marks, fist prints, spear holes. All of these attacks had forcefully pierced through the laws so that even though such a long time passed, Lin Ming could still feel a fierce killing intent from them. Some killing intent even stirred up wind and lightning and lingered with the energy of laws, as if some god king were sitting up high. Lin Ming even saw phantasmal illusions created by the overwhelming killing intent. He saw scenes of hundreds of millions of ancient race rulers rushing ahead of trillions upon quadrillions of holy lords. Their killing intent manifested into blood dragons that clawed at the world. Sighing deeply, Lin Ming walked alone. Slowly and steadily, he finally arrived at the center of the Eternal Wall. This was the channel that led to the dark abyss. And here Lin Ming saw the first relatively complete construction he had seen ever since he entered the primeval realm ruins. This was an altar. From afar, this altar was gray and gloomy, so broad that it was impossible to see the edges. It exuded an ancient solemnity, seeming as if it suppressed this entire world. Even a corner towered into the skies, incomparably grand. Although it was only an altar, it possessed a sense of overruling all of creation, like a divine god looking down upon the world and peering into the past and future. It made one feel small, as if they couldn't help but lay helpless before it. However, when Lin Ming truly neared it, he discovered that this altar was in truth only 100 feet high, as if everything he saw just then had been nothing but a mirage. The altar was completely covered in the aura of chaos. Here, chains of divine iron ran haphazardly across its surface. There seemed to be true dragons roaring from within these chains, true phoenixes flapping their wings, leviathans racing through the water, as if everything were contained within. This altar had existed for innumerable years. Some parts had already toppled, and some of the runes carved atop it had dimmed, no longer bright. An altar formed by star essence. Although Lin Ming had obtained some information from Famine's memories, when he saw this altar for himself, he couldn't help but sigh in praise. To refine the essence from a star and then cast it into an altar. Only a small amount of essence could be extracted from a star, and to make this sort of altar it was unknown how many stars had to be used. Moreover, extracting the essence of a star was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even a true divinity would find it difficult to do. However, when star essence was refined, it could exist for a time even longer than the stars themselves. Could last for billions of years without fading, immortal and eternal. Lin Ming's eyes skimmed over the altar and looked within it. A bronze temple was erected at the middle of the altar. It was incomparably ancient, with rust overlapping it like scales. Many areas had hollows. These were fist marks, sword marks, saber marks. In the depth of this temple, Lin Ming saw a skeleton. This skeleton was different from those scattered outside. This one was entirely complete and shimmered like carved crystal. Like a piece of art made of the finest jade. There wasn't a single flaw in it. This skeleton was stood in a standing position. Its hands were pressed together, its 10 fingers grasping each other, placed against its chest, as if it were praying. It was hard to imagine that such a skeleton could maintain such form without collapsing over such a long time. Seeing the skeleton, Lin Ming was shocked. Whose skeleton was this? Why was it preserved in such a complete state? Walking here, Lin Ming had seen countless skeletons that had been broken into pieces and scattered all over the eternal wall. There were also the bone fragments that drifted in the storm, and all of these fragments originated from peerless powerhouses. But, without exception, all of them were decayed and broken. With a horrifying passage of 10 billion years in addition to the violent energy within the storm, it was impossible for a skeleton to remain fully intact. But, this skeleton before him was an exception. Who was it? All sorts of thoughts and shadows of people flashed through Lin Ming's mind. If the skeleton didn't come from 10 billion years ago but came from someone who had appeared hundreds of millions ago instead, then it was understandable for it to be this complete. However, as Lin Ming probed, he discovered that his guess was wrong. This skeleton had in truth already fused together with the altar. It was a part of the altar, a peerless great array heart. Moreover, this altar had been forged from star essence and was undoubtedly left behind from 10 billion years ago. Star essence could remain without decaying after 10 billion years. If so, then this skeleton had been cast into the altar 10 billion years ago, and this was the reason it had been preserved intact all this time. Just this period of time alone caused Lin Ming to remove most of the figures that flashed in his mind. This skeleton must have come from someone who reached an unbelievably high boundary in the past. They might even have approached the realm beyond divinity. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for his skeleton to remain so complete. But why was it left here for 10 billion years instead of being entombed? Lin Ming fell silent. In fact, it wasn't just this skeleton that was before him. Broken bones were scattered all over the eternal wall, and these bones all came from peerless characters 10 billion years ago who perished in the Great Calamity. In that great war, although the 33 heavens had finally achieved victory, the ancient races had to pay a deep price to do so. However, what left Lin Ming puzzled was that there must have been survivors amongst the ancient races. So how come these survivors didn't bury the ancient powerhouses? How come they left them on this ancient battlefield and even in such a preserved state? Even mortals hoped to be buried after their death. As for peerless martial arts powerhouses, after dying they hoped to leave behind a tomb and their inheritance. In the world of martial arts, this had already become custom. This was all so that one's inheritance wouldn't be cut off and one's remains could be worshipped in peace. Lin Ming deeply sighed, a strange sorrow stirring in his mind. So many powerhouses had died and their remains had been scattered all over the abyss, their bones dancing in the storm. Just how pitiful a fate was this. Standing in front of this altar, Lin Ming quietly paid tribute to these heroes. Then, he hesitated for a moment before stepping onto the altar. Bloodstains marked it, and these bloodstains were painted into mystical totems that were spread all over the altar. Even after 10 billion years, these totems were still emitting a vast aura. This aura wasn't a Buddha-killing aura, but a certain kind of strength that stunned Lin Ming. It was a strength wrapped in warmth, dedication, passion. Killing aura Lin Ming had seen all kinds before, but this sort of warm strength was something he rarely saw. Lin Ming gently reached out a hand to trace these marks. Even though he had become considerably strong, feeling this blood left his heart racing with awe. It was hard to imagine just what cultivation the people who left behind these bloodstains had. Lin Ming slightly hesitated. Then, he stepped onto these blood-stained totems. The moment he stepped onto the totems, he felt a strange strength skim over him. In that moment, his entire body seemed to become transparent, and a part of his body was locked down by this strength. Then, killing intent erupted. This killing intent was what a mortal felt when facing a ravenous tiger. Lin Ming was startled. He suddenly held his breath. Lin Ming remained motionless, silently revolving the energy in his body to the limit to deal with any possible dangers. However, as he revolved his energy, the killing intent became increasingly terrifying, as if this entire altar instantly turned into an ominous and hellish wasteland. As for that universal love, devotion, and warmth he felt, all of it turned into overwhelming hatred. Lin Ming didn't doubt that once this killing intent erupted, it would create a massive attack against him. This aura was mind-bogglingly strong, as if he were facing the will of all the ancient god kings who had perished on the battlefield. Facing such a will, it was possible he would instantly turn to ash. In this life or death moment, a light lit up in Lin Ming's mind. He accelerated the revolution of the power of divinity within his body to cover the power of demons in numerous layers. Meanwhile, he revolved his blood vitality to seal away the demon essence bloodline within him. Then, Lin Ming felt the killing intent locking onto him suddenly become much paler. Layers of strength swept over his body once more, seeming to distinguish what was within him and hesitating at the same time. Slowly, this strength hid away and the killing intent also vanished, everything returning to its previous state. The aura that shrouded the entire altar returned to that of universal love, devotion, and warmth once more. Soaked within, Lin Ming felt total relaxation and tranquility. Lin Ming let out a long breath. What happened just now left his palms wet with sweat. He faintly guessed that the strength which swept over him just now was aimed at abyssals. The power of demons within his body had stirred up the great array formation of the altar. But the array formation had finally determined his identity, thus it had subsided. If an abyssal were to come here, they would be instantly slain. Understanding this, Lin Ming probed the ancient altar with his divine sense once more. Recalling the incomplete memory fragments of famine, Lin Ming gradually understood what occurred. This ancient altar suppressed the array eye of the eternal wall, stabilizing it. And, as a vital location of the eternal wall, this altar was protected with layers upon layers of protections. Abyssals were simply unable to approach this area. Otherwise, if this altar were to be destroyed, then the eternal wall would also be in danger of collapsing. If that occurred, then the consequences would be unthinkable. Not to mention anything else, just the skeleton of this peerless powerhouse before him was a priceless treasure. Even after 10 billion years, it managed to remain like glittering crystal. Even when compared to a true divinity spirit treasure, it was much more precious. This skeleton naturally had to be protected by the array formation. This skeleton, could it have been left behind by immortal sovereign? This idea popped into Lin Ming's mind. He recalled peerless powerhouses that existed 10 billion years and thought of the Azura Roadmaster and immortal sovereign. But from what Clear and Ink said, the Azura Roadmaster was still alive. Then, this skeleton might be from the immortal sovereign. Lin Ming slowly stepped towards the skeleton. A skeleton would inevitably exude a gloomy and dreadful feeling. But to a martial artist, this sort of feeling wasn't worth mentioning at all. Still, no matter how a skeleton was, it wasn't something that would give off an aesthetic sense. But this skeleton was different. It was beautiful and flawless. Every inch of bone flowed with a faint brilliance, as if a curtain of moonlight was draped over it like liquid mercury. The 10 fingers were held together in devoted prayer, like an angel. This was a divine skeleton, like the most perfect art that existed between the heavens and earth. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. He carefully spread out his sense to touch this divine skeleton. At first he was cautious, fearing that he would disturb the eternal slumber of this peerless powerhouse, and also because he feared that his spiritual sea would suffer a backlash from touching the divine bone. Such a peerless character was sure to have been far stronger than he was, and if they left behind some remnant will or array formation, then it was possible he could end up injuring his spiritual sea. However, up until Lin Ming's sense reached the point between the skull's eyes, he didn't perceive any hostility at all. Although Lin Ming had absorbed demon essence, he hadn't turned into an abyssal. The power of demons was only used by him and didn't change the essence of his life. On this, he was completely different from Empyrean Primordius. Thus, when Lin Ming suppressed the demon power in his body, all the array formations on the altar had quieted down. Finally, this allowed Lin Ming's soul force to touch the divine skeleton without any hindrance. In that moment when Lin Ming probed the skull of the divine skeleton, he could feel a wisp of soul aura from the divine skeleton's owner. It was formidable, mysterious, yet soft and pure. Such a soft and pure soul didn't seem like it could be from a man, but from a woman instead. Woman! Lin Ming was startled. And at this time, there was a light whistling sound as soul fires ignited in the 2 eye sockets of this divine skeleton. The two soul fires within the eye sockets were of different colors. The soul fires in the right eye were pure black and the soul fires in the left eye were blue. The pure black soul fires were like the underworld, somber and terrifying. The blue soul fires were like a hidden paradise, filled with vibrant life. Life and death samsara laws? Lin Ming's heart shook. These two soul fires symbolized the highest laws of the Holy Scripture's bodily universe. Lin Ming gazed at these two soul fires in a trance. Then, the light flowing upon the divine skeleton quickened and brightened. This brilliance gradually condensed into it and formed small dots of light that spread all over the skeleton. These dots of light were as small as grains of sand, stretching all over the divine skeleton. As they connected together, it seemed as if the entire divine skeleton was burning in the glow of a fire, becoming increasingly crystalline. The average person wouldn't be able to determine just what significance these dots of light held. However, what sort of eyesight did Lin Ming possess? As he saw these dots flash and shimmer, his eyes brightened with them. Just what were these dots of light? These were clearly tight gatherings of Lo runes. These runes were far too small. Thus they only seemed to appear like dots of light. They were like tiny Buddhist scriptures, overlapping again and again with countless numbers stacked on top of each other. When ancient peerless powerhouses cultivated laws, these laws would eventually turn into runes that were carved into their flesh and blood and even their skeletons. This was the same for Lin Ming. After going through 2 heavenly tribulations with his 9 fall and Empyrean breakthroughs, countless Lo runes were fused into his body. However, in truth, these Lo runes wouldn't be preserved forever. As a powerhouse died and time passed, these Lo runes would slowly fade away from their body. There were also peerless powerhouses that were unwilling to have their bones be perceived by others. Upon their death, they would disperse their flesh and blood and bones, scattering away all the Lo runes they possessed. A marvelous sight was occurring in front of Lin Ming. Lo runes were appearing on this skeleton that came from 10 billion years ago. It was simply inconceivable. However, what happened next left him even more astonished. Lin Ming stared at the point between the divine skeleton's eyes. There, a diagram appeared, one that caused storms to stir up within Lin Ming's heart. Between the eyebrows of the crystal divine skeleton, flower petals of light appeared. These petals were like dots of cinnabar. As they formed, they gathered around a center, forming a strange flower. There were 9 flower petals in total. Each one seemed to condense the most beautiful sights in the world, causing one's mind to fall into reverie. As this deep red flower reflected in Lin Ming's pupils, he stood there transfixed for a long time. A long time ago, 7,000 years in the past, almost 12,000 years when he counted his time in tragic Death Valley, Lin Ming had entered the primal god race's Azura forbidden zone. In his trial within the cold ice mirror, he had once seen a peerless woman dressed in black. This woman had an appearance completely the same as Xianxia. Their temperament, their attitude, their appearance, everything was similar. It was impossible that this was a mere coincidence. And between that woman's eyebrows, there was a mark composed of 9 flower petals. The only difference between that woman in the cold ice mirror and the skeleton before him was that within the cold ice mirror, that mysterious woman only had 8 flower petals fully unfurled on her mark. The final flower petal was small, not fully stretched out. But now in front of Lin Ming, 9 flower petals were in full bloom. Their light was sharp and brilliant, leaving one intoxicated with their beauty. This is Xianxia's unrivaled appearance flashed in Lin Ming's mind. There were 2 possibilities. One of them was that this sort of flower petal mark belonged to a certain type of person, and this crystalline divine skeleton and the mysterious woman in the cold ice mirror were both this type of person. However, this was an extremely unlikely possibility. After all, this type of peerless woman was simply far too rare 10 billion years ago. Thus, the more likely explanation was that this crystalline divine skeleton belonged to the woman in the cold ice mirror. She had died here and her bones were preserved for 10 billion years. Could it really be that Xianxia was the reincarnation of a super powerhouse from 10 billion years past? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Ming felt it was far too ridiculous. 10 billion years was simply far too long ago. What sort of peerless powerhouse could pass the river of 10 billion years after death to reincarnate? Moreover, although Xianxia was fierce, the truth was that she was suppressed by the Soul Emperor. There was not just a simple disagreement between Xianxia and the Soul Emperor. The two could be described as sharing a deep grudge. From this point, if Xianxia was truly the reincarnation of a peerless character from 10 billion years ago, how could she be restrained by the Soul Emperor? All sorts of ideas raced through Lin Ming's mind. He looked at the flower petals. With his sense, he couldn't be wrong. The flower petals he saw right now were identical to the ones that the mysterious woman in the cold ice mirror possessed. Not only were they similar in shape, but their aura was also the same. As for why there was a difference in the 9th flower petal, this might be because these flower petals were a manifestation of the cultivation method that the mysterious woman in the cold ice mirror trained in. For instance, the grand reincarnation art. With every reincarnation, an additional flower petal would appear between the woman's eyebrows. With 9 reincarnations, the flower petals would be complete, reaching perfection. When Lin Ming had seen the black-clothed woman in the cold ice mirror, she had just finished her 8th reincarnation and had yet to complete the 9th revolution, and now it was obvious that before this mysterious woman perished, she had reached perfection in the grand reincarnation art. Upon realizing this, Lin Ming wasn't sure what he felt. The great Tao was boundless and the heavens and earth were heartless. An ancient beauty that could bring the downfall of the worlds. A goddess of peerless grace and talent. Even someone like this couldn't escape the fate of becoming nothing but bones. As for those ancient rulers of 100 races, those peerless proud sons of heaven, in the end they too turned to dust, their bones scattered in the wind. This was destiny, the final fate that no one could avoid. Lin Ming deeply bowed towards the remains of this goddess. And after he bowed, the soul fires in the goddess eye sockets slowly extinguished. All that remained were the runes on the surface of the bones. The runes glittered, allowing Lin Ming to clearly see the laws within. These runes were all slowly cultivated by this ancient peerless woman. What they contained included the universe of the body and the samsara of life and death recorded within the Holy Scripture. Compared to the Holy Scripture, the runes on the goddess remains gave no hints. There was no beginning and no end. All there were endless runes, each one more mysterious and complex than the last. These runes originated from the Holy Scripture. But after fusing together with the mysterious woman's own understandings and comprehensions, they were no longer the same as the Holy Scripture. If one didn't understand the Holy Scripture, if one didn't have a deep martial arts foundation, then it would be completely impossible to understand just what these runes were. Even for Lin Ming, wanting to understand these numerous convoluted bone runes wasn't easy at all. He rapidly browsed through them, and then recorded them all in his mind using his formidable memory. In the past, Lin Ming had only seen the pages of death of the Holy Scripture. As for the pages of death, they were in memories left behind to him by Xianxia in that tiny part of her soul source. They were in truth extremely incomplete. Lin Ming had relied on his own comprehensions and personally understood samsara through death to continue the pages of death. In this state, as Lin Ming saw these bone runes left behind by this peerless woman from 10 billion years ago, it was equal to making up many missing places in his own Holy Scripture laws. Lin Ming slowly verified these bone runes with his own comprehensions, one at a time. He felt his mind open and new realizations pour in. The martial arts civilization was a process of accumulation. Although there were proud children of heaven with outstanding talent capable of producing their own self-created cultivation methods, all these self-created cultivation methods had foundations based on the inheritances of their predecessors. It was impossible for anyone to create a cultivation method that far surpassed the current level of the martial arts civilization. No matter how many reincarnations Lin Ming underwent, no matter how many samsaras of life and death he observed in the world, no matter how profound his comprehensions were, it was impossible for his laws in the pages of death to be as complete as that of the immortal sovereign from 10 billion years ago, who had focused his lifetime of energy on the Holy Scripture. And now, with the true Holy Scripture's pages of death before him, Lin Ming was undoubtedly able to further his Holy Scripture laws. Lin Ming greedily remembered all he saw. A quarter hour passed. The shimmering runes of the divine skeleton began to darken. It was clear that the runes could only manifest for a short period of time. Lin Ming's pupils widened and he sped up his reading pace. These incomparably complex runes swiftly passed through Lin Ming's mind and were recorded deep in his memory, marked into his spiritual sea. This continued until the light of the bones faded away. By now, Lin Ming had memorized all of the bone runes. Hu dash! The last wisp of light vanished and darkness returned to the altar temple. The divine skeleton also became tranquil once more. Lin Ming faced the skeleton and bowed a final time. When his mental strength probed the crystalline divine skeleton, the bone runes had lit up. This was clearly not a coincidence. Could it be that the holy scripture laws in his body had activated the bone runes somehow? Or could it be that there was some wisp of residual consciousness in this divine skeleton that managed to be preserved due to the array formation in this altar? If this were true, then these bone runes were intentionally revealed to him by this wisp of consciousness. As Lin Ming thought of this, he became increasingly puzzled and uncertain as to the events of the Great Calamity 10 billion years ago. Just what connection did this mysterious woman who looked like Shang Mei have with the immortal sovereign? The cultivation method came from the same lineage, the Holy Scripture laws. It was clear that they were closely related to each other. And at the time when Lin Ming entered the Azura Forbidden Zone's cold ice mirror, the hostility that the mysterious woman showed to the lineage of the Azura Road Master proved this point. He didn't know what level of strength this mysterious woman reached. Even if she hadn't stepped beyond divinity, she was likely extremely close. Could this mysterious person be the same as Immortal Sovereign? As soon as Lin Ming thought of this, he shook his head. In the planet-sized Heavenly Palace and the galactic battlefield in the Akashic Dream universe, he had seen the phantom left behind by Immortal Sovereign more than once. He had obviously been a man, completely different from this mysterious woman. But for this mysterious woman to be Immortal Sovereign's relative, such as his daughter or little sister, just didn't seem too likely. It was true that a family with an outstanding bloodline would have a higher chance of producing powerhouses, but to produce two people who neared or stepped beyond divinity, this was a bit too exaggerated. Lin Ming didn't understand any of this, nor did he spend more time thinking about it. At this time, he spread his sense outwards into the bronze temple. Within it was a slowly spinning purple vortex. This purple vortex was a part of the Eternal Wall and also the channel leading from the Eternal Wall to the Dark Abyss. After passing through this purple vortex, what awaited underneath was the Dark Abyss. In the abyss there were endless numbers of abyssal demons, and this purple vortex was a channel that only intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens could pass. In addition to the killing array of the Dark Altar, with these two insurances, there would be no abyssals that dared to come here to die. Lin Ming let out a deep breath. Then, he leapt into the purple vortex. The moment Lin Ming passed through the Eternal Wall, he felt as if he were swimming through a river of time that flowed on for billions upon billions of years. He didn't know how much time passed, perhaps thousands of years, perhaps just a mere instant, but during this time all sorts of chaotic scenes raced through his mind. Then, he suddenly arrived on a black land. This land was incomparably desolate. Everywhere he looked there were bare rocks that stretched out to infinity. Floating above this land, he could feel a deep and heavy permanence. 9 suns hung high in the skies. Without exception, each one of these 9 suns was blood red, and the sunlight they emitted caused one's blood vitality to faintly resonate with it. This is the abyss. Lin Ming took a deep breath. The air here was burning hot and carried with it the faint smell of blood. This sort of air could subtly affect a person's mind, slowly turning them violent and crazy. Lin Ming felt his surroundings. Then, his figure flickered and he flew to a distant black mountain. Hiding in this remote mountain, Lin Ming's body started to change. His joints emitted crackling, explosive sounds. Layers of scales and bone armor appeared on him and his limbs became thicker and more stout. Hideous bone spikes jutted out from his elbows, and curved horns grew out of his head. On his back, a fearsome tail extended downwards. His eyes turned blood red and his aura became vicious and dangerous. He had completely taken the appearance of an abyssal demon, and not just that, but layers of demon power covered him, forming a faint black mist around him. At this moment, Lin Ming had thoroughly become an abyssal. After cultivating the 9 stars of the Tao Palace to the 6th star and absorbing all sorts of top-quality bloodlines, Lin Ming had already gained the ability to easily manipulate his bones and muscles, allowing him to transfigure his appearance however he wished. In the past, Lin Ming had absorbed the essence of Famine's flesh and blood. Not just that, but in the Azura Road's final trial he had also absorbed the demon relic, and during the process there was a period of time where his body had taken the appearance of an abyssal. The power of demons and the demon bloodline had tried to invade Lin Ming's body and possess him, but in the end he had subdued and digested it. Now, Lin Ming could branch out this strength to easily manifest the aura of an abyssal. His essence was that of a human, but if he were to disguise himself as an abyssal, then with his true divinity-level strength it would be difficult for any abyssal to see through him. This was because Lin Ming had absorbed the essence of Famine and also the demon relic. Since each of them was one of the 6 great totem-rank abyssals, their abyssal bloodlines could not be any more pure. Using a quarter hour of time, Lin Ming constantly adjusted the frequency of the demon power in his body and also checked over himself again and again to prevent there being any flaws in his disguise. He continued this until he felt it was perfect. Lin Ming believed that even if Xiao Moxian were to stand in front of him, she would find it difficult to recognize him. That boiling demon power had covered all of his original aura. He stretched a finger. This finger ended with a black and terrifying nail. On the end of Lin Ming's fingertip, layers of black lines appeared, dancing in the air. These lines condensed together, turning into different shapes. Sometimes it was a sphere, sometimes it was a cube. Finally, these figures completely collapsed, leaving behind a single point and becoming a mini black hole. The mini black hole greedily swallowed all the surrounding energy, and even light vanished when it entered. This strange phenomenon belonged to Famine. It was the laws of swallowing. Within Tragic Death Valley, Lin Ming had used 1,000 years to absorb Famine's essence and unlock its memories. Now, not only could he simulate an abyssal aura, but he could even replicate the laws of swallowing. It could be said that Lin Ming truly controlled a portion of Famine's abilities. Although his laws of swallowing weren't as strong as Famine's, it was more than enough for him to use for absorbing energy for his own cultivation. With the swallowing laws supporting him, Lin Ming's cultivation speed and ability to accumulate energy would rise by a mind-boggling amount. Whoosh! The black sphere vanished. He subconsciously cracked his wrists, a loud crackling sound coming from them. What he wanted to do now was to find a high-level abyssal demon and see if it would recognize him. A human had come to the world of the abyssals and had disguised himself as an abyssal to probe their secrets and steal their lucky chances. This strange feeling left a playful smile tugging at Lin Ming's lips. When this smile was joined with his current appearance, it gave off a fierce and bizarrely macabre feeling. This seemed like the vivid image of a sinister and cruel demon, and if martial artists of the 33 heavens were to see him, they would desperately try to kill him with everything they had. Lin Ming's figure flashed. His tall and strong body tore through the void, rapidly flying away. In an instant he flew thousands of miles. Then he fell down into a wild forest. In Famine's memories, the dark abyss was like a pagoda. It was divided into different layers. Each layer of the abyss was vast and boundless. It was hard to find where its edges were. Every layer of the abyss had 9 suns hanging high in the skies, forming a complete world. From one layer to another, trillions of space channels connected them. These space channels overflowed with violent space storms. If an abyssal whose body wasn't strong enough entered one of these space channels, then it was possible they would be torn to shreds by the space storms. The deeper one went into the abyss, the more intense the space storms became. Thus, generally speaking, low-level abyssals were gathered in the first few layers of the dark abyss. As for the high-level abyssals, they lurked in the lower layers. They were like beasts hiding in the dark, waiting for the day they could run out of the abyss and swallow all living beings in the 33 heavens. Lin Ming didn't plan to stay in the first several layers. It was impossible for these low-level abyssals to see through his disguise. Moreover, if he stayed in the upper levels, it would be impossible for him to find lucky chances. The reason Lin Ming came to this forested mountain was because after probing the area with his sense, he discovered that there was a space channel hidden here, one that led to the next layer of the abyss. However, as Lin Ming was looking for the space channel in accordance with what he sensed earlier, his footsteps paused. He heard a rustling sound from the forest and also a faint killing intent. It was clear that some sort of aggressive being was approaching. Although Lin Ming didn't have any interest in killing the low-level abyssals at the first layer of the dark abyss, since he didn't have any relation to them, he might as well use this chance to test his laws of swallowing. Lin Ming stood still, waiting for the abyssal to approach. Or perhaps there was more than one because there were 4 or 5 dangerous auras locked onto him. However, when Lin Ming spread out his own sense and locked onto these abyssals, he actually stiffened. What was this? Lin Ming looked at a corner of the wild forest with disbelief thick on his face. He subconsciously gripped his fists. Shwa! Shwa! The bushes of the wild forest were separated, and a few aggressive beings with fierce and distorted expressions emerged from the shadows. Seeing these beings, Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. He would never have dreamed that after arriving at the dark abyss, the first attack against him would not be from abyssals, but by humans of the 33 heavens. No, these weren't humans, but some sort of ancient race that possessed a shape and appearance similar to that of humans. However, from their distorted complexions and fierce features, their curved knees and spines and their arms that nearly hung to the ground, Lin Ming could clearly feel that these beings in front of him were not the usually seen intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens, but some sort of primitive and savage being without much intelligence of their own. There were 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, all of them stark naked. Their limbs brushed against the ground and bloodthirsty hope filled their eyes. These were eyes that only wild beasts would have. The ancient race man in the lead emitted a deep and bass roar. He opened his mouth, revealing fangs like those of a blood-sucking vampire. It was clear that this ancient race man considered Lin Ming an enemy, and even food. How could this be? Lin Ming found this situation hard to accept. And at this time, the ancient race man roared and led the several people behind him to rush towards Lin Ming. Their movements were like those of vicious beasts, but to Lin Ming, who had reached a true divinity level of strength, they were nothing but slow and clumsy, unable to harm him at all. As long as Lin Ming wished it, then the heads of these 5 wild ancient race savages would fall to the ground. However, Lin Ming's mind was in a mess and he simply didn't want to kill these savages. His figure flashed and he drew backwards like a ghost, instantly appearing a mile away. The 5 savages emerged empty-handed. They were immediately enraged. And at this time, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred once more. He looked up in a direction. There, he could see 4 or 5 other living beings rapidly flying over. These beings were covered in black armor. Their bodies were tall and thick, and they held large axes in their hands. Their eyes were blood red and black energy tumbled around their bodies. They were clearly abyssal demons. Whoosh! An axe was hurled out by the leading abyssal. It tore through the air, howling in an arc as it circled around towards those 5 savages. Blood shot into the air. 2 savages were decapitated by the axe, their blood splashing out. Hee. We caught another 5 prey. Although their cultivation is a bit lower, it's good enough. All of them are mine. The abyssal in the lead spoke in the abyssal language. Thanks to Famine's memories, Lin Ming was able to understand him. These words left Lin Ming dazed. He seemed to realize a possibility. In the dark abyss, these ancient race people were considered the same as vicious beasts. All of them were regarded as prey. And the abyssals were hunters. They captured and killed their prey in the open land, and this was how they gained experience. Similar to when humanity developed the wild universe. In the dark abyss, everything was reversed. The intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens had become the prey instead. Lin Ming had no idea what had occurred in the abyss. In the memories of Famine, the dark abyss originally wasn't like this. Ha 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 ha! How fun! The abyssal demon slashed out his axe once more. Another ancient race man had his neck sliced off. After a moment, only 2 of the 5 savages remained. These two savages could clearly feel fear. They began to run in different directions, but how could the abyssal demon chasing them let them go? The abyssal demon hurled two axes, each flying in a different direction, and aimed at the back of an ancient race savage. With the abyssal demon's strength, accomplishing this was easy. However, just as those two savages were about to die, the axes seemed to strike upon some sort of invisible energy wall. With two loud cracking sounds, the axes fell to the ground. Taking advantage of this moment, the two savages wildly fled deep into the forest. What? The abyssal demon that shot out the axes was stunned. Then he frowned, his complexion darkening. He slowly turned to Lin Ming, derisively sneering as he said, "Are you the one that blocked me?" Lin Ming was silent. Killing intent erupted from the abyssal demon. He didn't know why Lin Ming would rescue those two pathetic creatures, but at this time, Lin Ming's lack of explanation and his contemptuous expression caused the abyssal demon to become even more furious. He felt that Lin Ming was intentionally trying to pick a fight and was taunting him. "You are courting death," the abyssal demon spat out. Voila! With a light sound, the five abyssals surrounded Lin Ming. These abyssal demons were all Iron Claw demons. They were one of the relatively low-level abyssals of the Dark Abyss. Their limbs were sturdy and powerful, and they were extremely fast. Their claws could freely extend in and out of their bodies and were also sinisterly sharp. At this time, the head abyssal demon no longer used axes. Rather, from between the spaces of his fingers, 3-foot-long claws suddenly popped out. These claws were like icy cold sabers. If an Iron Claw demon could cultivate to the level of an Empyrean, their claws would be equal to an Empyrean spirit treasure. An Iron Claw demon that used their claws could display their greatest combat strength. "Kill him," one of the Iron Claw demons shouted out loud. However, the head of the Iron Claw demons waved his hand, motioning for the others not to act rashly. The abyssal demon squinted his eyes and looked Lin Ming up and down, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The abyssal demon was motionless and his followers didn't move either. The head Iron Claw demon stared at Lin Ming for a full 10 breaths of time. Then he stretched out his tongue and lightly licked his claws. "Royalty?" the Iron Claw demon asked Lin Ming. As this question fell into the ears of the other Iron Claw demons, all of them were startled. From within Lin Ming's body, this Iron Claw demon was able to feel a pure demon bloodline. The aura of this kind of demon bloodline would only appear in the bodies of high-rank abyssals. Now, the feeling that Lin Ming exuded was like that of a royal abyssal. This was no minor matter. Royal abyssals possessed an extraordinary and lofty status. To kill them for no reason was a capital crime. Moreover, generally speaking, royal abyssals weren't weak. Wanting to kill one wouldn't be easy at all. But even so, there were numerous royal abyssals slaughtered every year. The reason for this was that abyssals could devour each other. If an abyssal demon swallowed a royal abyssal, they could obtain a part of that royal abyssal's bloodline, improving their own body and greatly enhancing their strength. The abyssals were a ruthless and tyrannical race. There was often slaughter within their own race, and in this sort of endless slaughter the abyssals would constantly evolve and transform. Now, facing Lin Ming, this Iron Claw demon fell into a conundrum. On one hand, he wanted to kill Lin Ming and steal away his royal bloodline. But on the other hand, he feared Lin Ming's strength. He didn't know Lin Ming's background either. If he rashly acted and kicked an iron sheet, then that would be stupid of him. The several Iron Claw demons rapidly spoke with sound transmissions. The opportunity was placed right in front of their eyes and they didn't want to let it go. But they didn't think this was safe either. As the Iron Claw demons discussed the situation amongst themselves, Lin Ming casually lifted his hand. The several abyssals were startled. They didn't know just what Lin Ming was doing. All they saw was Lin Ming simply cut a finger through the air, and then their eyes blurred as the world turned upside down. Puff, puff, puff. 5 sharp slicing sounds filled the air. The heads of the 5 Iron Claw demons were instantly separated from their bodies. As their giant heads fell onto the ground, they bounced like rubber balls. In their final moments of death, all that filled their faces was utter disbelief. How could this? The head of the Iron Claw demons could see his own body standing still and growing farther and farther away. His consciousness turned blurry. Even now he had no idea how Lin Ming had killed them. But the moment the Iron Claw demon was about to die, he felt an irresistible strength cover his spiritual sea. Then, a soul-tearing pain racked his entire being as his spirit mark was forcefully erased by Lin Ming. Lin Ming began using the magic cube to read through the memories of these abyssals. He wanted to know everything about why they were hunting the ancient races. These Iron Claw demons were of a very low level. As Lin Ming read through their memories, it was the same as a mortal scholar reading through the well-known texts of the nation. It was rapid and easily understood at a glance. Soon, Lin Ming obtained the information he wanted. The situation was close to what he had guessed, and in truth was even worse than what he had thought. The Dark Abyss had always had people of the ancient races. This even included the number 1 ancient race of the 33 heavens, the primal god race. And these ancient race people came from the great calamity 10 billion years ago, when they were captured and brought here by the abyssals. In the past, when the Azura Road Master and Immortal Sovereign laid down the eternal wall to isolate the Dark Abyss from the 33 heavens, these ancient race captives had inevitably been trapped in the Dark Abyss. For all this time, the abyssals raised these ancient race people and transformed these captives. They left behind demon brands in their bodies, turning them into slaves, living furnaces, food, alchemy materials, experimental materials, and so forth. In the Great War 10 billion years ago, the destiny of the 33 heavens ancient races had been shattered. Beneath the terrifying existence of the abyssal's curse, the ancient races began to slowly decline. For instance, even an incredibly powerful race like the primal god race found it increasingly difficult to reproduce. However, within the Dark Abyss, these ancient race captives weren't affected by this curse. They retained their original ability to reproduce. 10 billion years was enough time for these ancient race captives to multiply and expand. Their population increased by countless times, until they covered every layer of the Dark Abyss. Due to the careful efforts of the abyssals, the bloodlines of these ancient race captives had slowly merged together as one. The abyssals used curse arts, subjugation techniques, slave seals, and so forth to constantly enslave the ancient race descendants. At the same time, the abyssals even planted abyssal control factors in the bloodlines of the ancient races. Slowly, the ancient races became no different than cattle, raised in captivity in large numbers by the abyssals. The abyssals sealed away the intelligence of these ancient race descendants. Then they picked the best among them and let them loose in the wild, turning them into prey. The ancient races had outstanding talent. Even after becoming savages, they still retained a formidable combat strength. They were used as hunting targets for low-level abyssals. Through killing these ancient race captives, the low-level abyssals were able to hone their combat skills. And deeper in the Dark Abyss, there were even some ancient race savages that hadn't had their intelligence sealed away. They still retained their cultivation ability and even had some crude inheritances. As life forms with intelligence, they were even stronger. But their fate was to be released into the wild mountains and plains to be hunted down by higher-level abyssals. Many abyssal influences would organize hunting parties to kill these ancient race descendants. There were even abyssal armies that marched directly into the wilderness and slaughtered massive numbers of ancient race members. To the abyssals, the ancient races were their grinding stone. This was like mortals raising a tiger in a cage. They would throw live chickens to the tiger to eat in order to maintain its wild and fierce nature. And so upon being born, the ancient race descendants who retained their intelligence faced the fate of being hunted down and slaughtered. But with their martial arts civilization ruined, it was impossible for them to truly organize to resist the abyssals. In the depths of the Dark Abyss, over these billions of years, many proud children of heaven had emerged from the ranks of the ancient races. They were outstanding individuals with amazing talent and formidable strength. They weren't willing to accept the fate of being hunted down by abyssals for generation after generation, and organized large influences to resist them. But in the end, all of them were mercilessly suppressed. Ultimately, the fate of these proud children of heaven was to be eaten up by the abyssals. After understanding all of this, Lin Ming sighed. He never thought there would be a day when the intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens would devolve into prey and be recklessly hunted down by others. Within the dark abyss there were also large and great cities. These cities weren't like the refined and freshly polished cities of the 33 heavens, clad in jade and gold, but were filled with a primal and ancient flavor instead. The buildings here were much larger than the buildings of the 33 heavens. The stones used for them were the most primitive and basic stones. They were rough and covered with sharp edges. This was the 12th layer of the dark abyss. From the memories that Lin Ming obtained from famine, the dark abyss was divided into 18 layers, and starting from the 10th layer there would be true divinity level abyssals. On the 10th, 11th, and 12th levels, there was only a single true divinity level abyssal. They were the rulers of their layers. Downwards, in the 13th, 14th, 15th layers and beyond, the number of true divinity abyssals increased and they were also stronger. In the lowest 17th and 18th layers, there would be totem-level abyssals. In other words, they were super abyssal demons like Famine, Ian, and Deep. However, in Famine's memories, information about the dark abyss was that of several billion years ago and wasn't entirely accurate. For instance, billions of years ago the ancient races hadn't yet been bred into prey by the abyssals, but were different from how they were now. Billions of years was a long enough time for many matters to occur. Lin Ming wouldn't be surprised if several more true divinity-level abyssals appeared in the 12th layer. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Ming entered the main city of the 12th layer, Demon Snake City. This city occupied an area of thousands of miles. Just by nearing the city, one could feel a vast demonic power and pressure covering them. Low-level martial artists would have no way to stay in this pressure. If a human were to be covered in this demon power, then the strength they would be able to display would be weakened. But for powerful abyssals, the situation was completely reversed. When they were around this city, whether it was in combat strength or cultivation speed, they would rise to a new level. The city walls of Demon Snake City were extremely special. They weren't formed by rectangular blocks, but by a massive circular tube that lay on the ground. The city walls were 1,000 feet high and thousands of miles long. They were black in color and covered in large dark red ring patterns. When Lin Ming approached the city walls, he could feel an infernal energy, as deep as a sea, and a turbulent blood vitality gush out from it. This blood vitality was filled with a faint oppressive feeling. Lin Ming could even feel it transmit through the ground beneath him, pulsating with life. The city walls were alive. This couldn't even be called a city wall. In truth, it was actually a giant snake that was 4,000 to 5,000 miles in length. This creature was called the Bash Serpent. The Bash Serpent lay around Demon Snake City, circling it. It had fallen into a deep slumber and its body was now used as a natural wall for Demon Snake City. The name Demon Snake City was also due to this Bash Serpent. This Bash Serpent was a true divinity-level abyssal, the ruler of the Dark Abyss's 12th layer. When Lin Ming arrived at the outskirts of Demon Snake City, he looked upon this massive snake abyssal from afar. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. The road in front of Demon Snake City could hold 100 horses standing side by side. Of course, abyssals wouldn't ride horses. The mounts they rode would also be abyssals. These mounts came in all different kinds. Some were like lizards, some were like cows, some were like giant cyclops carrying giant metal bars. The classification categories of abyssals were extremely complex. There were countless different subraces, and all of these subraces had strict hierarchical differences. High-ranking races could enslave and even kill low-ranking races. And these races were ranked according to how formidable their bloodlines were, their intelligence, their capability of learning, their type of talent, and many other such factors. Before this, when Lin Ming encountered the Iron Claw demons, they were a weak abyssal species. Most Iron Claw demons were far weaker than the mounts that these residents of Demon Snake City rode on. Out of all abyssal demons, the highest ranked were the 6 great totems. Next were the royalty. Royal abyssal demons possessed the high-grade bloodline of the 6 totem abyssals. They were generally distributed in the lowest layers of the dark abyss. And Lin Ming's current status was that of a true and blue royal. Within his body was the essence of famine as well as the demon relic left behind by what was likely also a totem-level abyssal. Like this, in the entire dark abyss, if Lin Ming said he wasn't a royal, then no abyssal would believe him. When Lin Ming entered the city, he could clearly feel the guard soldiers looking at him with surprise and envy in their eyes. It was clear that they recognized his status as a royal. But a royal status didn't always win respect and envy in the abyss. Rather, most of the time it simply brought a fatal disaster upon oneself. As Lin Ming walked down the street, he often saw abyssals look at him with greedy and covetous hope in their eyes. It was clear that they wanted to eat him up and obtain his bloodline. Although there are some laws in the dark abyss that protected royals, the truth was that in the wild and open wilderness, killing and robbing was a common occurrence, and it was incredibly difficult to find the murderer. In addition, abyssals were a cruel race that advocated survival of the strongest, the most ruthless jungle laws. To them, strength was everything. If one didn't have strength and hoped to protect themselves with laws, that was far too naive. As Lin Ming entered the city, he quietly paid careful attention to the Bash Serpent. This was the abyssal that ruled the 12th layer, and from beginning to end it had never paid any attention to him. This was also reasonable. Originally, Lin Ming had near-perfect camouflage techniques, and after he suppressed his own cultivation he appeared common in the crowds. Lin Ming passed through a high complex built of black stone and arrived at a restaurant in a corner of the city. On the sides of this restaurant stood two 100-foot-tall cyclops. These cyclops were similar to the coiling ridge giants that Lin Ming saw outside the Azura Road's forsaken mortal tomb. They possessed immense strength and low intelligence. They were easily tamed and made some of the best demon slaves and mounts. Some abyssals tamed cyclops in ways that mortals raised precious dogs. In the eyes of high-grade abyssals, the worth of low-level abyssals like Iron Claw demons was inferior to a single finger of a cyclops. Lin Ming walked into the restaurant. It was very spacious, but there weren't many abyssals drinking wine. The truth was that this wasn't a restaurant in an ordinary sense. Rather, it was a place used for abyssals to exchange information. Here, as long as one possessed demon crystals, then they could trade them for information. Lin Ming casually chose a spot to sit down and then placed a black crystal on the table. This black crystal was a demon crystal. Abyssal demons could swallow these demon crystals and use the demon power contained within to increase their own cultivation. Thus, these demon crystals were considered the currency of the entire dark abyss. They came in differing qualities. The demon crystals Lin Ming possessed came from the several Iron Claw demons that he had killed earlier. Whether in quality or quantity, they were extremely limited. "What do you wish for?" A sweet sound wafted in the air. A succubus demon that resembled a human woman appeared in front of Lin Ming. She had bent over at an extremely low degree. One could clearly see her chest heaving up and down above her narrow corset. Succubus demons were an extremely strange species of abyssal demon. They looked similar to the intelligent life forms in the 33 heavens and possessed beautiful facial features. In fact, they were even more beautiful than the intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens. The succubus had a hot and bombastic figure. Her skin was bronze, like the color of wheat, making her seem wild and unbridled. Male succubus demons were called incubus. Incubus were tall and had sharp facial features, as if they were cast from marble. If there was one way in which they differed from the intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens, then that would be that there was a slender and long demon tail that extended down their backs. These tails were smooth and slender, only the thickness of a finger. But there was a strange fleshy bulge at the end. Sometimes they were shaped like arrowheads, some were rib tubes, and some were rounded points. Some succubus demons also had a pair of small horns coming out of their heads. This didn't destroy their aesthetic appearance. Rather, it made them seem even more cute and lovable. Lin Ming casually looked at this succubus and said, "Anything is fine." The young succubus smiled before leaving. As she walked away, she tossed Lin Ming an especially sweet smile. This was clearly special treatment brought about by Lin Ming's royal bloodline. It had to be known that devouring someone with a royal bloodline wasn't the only way to obtain benefits from them. There was also a gentler method, that was dual cultivation. After a dozen some breaths of time, the young succubus brought a deep red drink to Lin Ming that had the faint aroma of wine. This sort of wine was brewed with blood. "Please enjoy yourself." The young succubus carried a tray with both hands, and using her long and slender tail, she wrapped it around the wine glass and placed it in front of Lin Ming. The succubus' tail was extremely dexterous, even more so than fingers. Then, the succubus tossed Lin Ming a playful smile, revealing sharp canines from the corners of her mouth. This was also a mark of a succubus. However, her flirtation didn't draw any response from Lin Ming. This caused her to be a little bit angry, and she huffed away unhappily. Lin Ming didn't pay attention to this succubus waitress, nor did he move to drink the blood wine. He only sat in the hall, listening to passing abyssals exchange information. After coming to the dark abyss, there were many things he had to do. He had roughly planned out his goals that he had to accomplish there, as well as his plans for the next 100 years. The restaurant Lin Ming was in was called Blood Moon Hall. In Demon Snake City, although this restaurant wasn't considered too expensive, it still charged a price of 100 to 200 demon crystals for a meal. It absolutely wasn't an amount that a low-level abyssal could afford. Counting today, Lin Ming had stayed in Blood Moon Hall for 20 days. At the start, some beautiful succubus maids approached Lin Ming with their own thoughts in mind. But after being refused several times, they no longer bothered him. Like this, Lin Ming finally obtained peace and quiet. He knew that these succubus maids were not amateur weaklings. In truth, the reason they flirted and enticed him was because they had thoughts of obtaining his royal bloodline. Every day Lin Ming would come to Blood Moon Hall and order the most ordinary wine. Besides that, he didn't order anything else. There was food, and although the food was also expensive, it didn't arouse any appetite in him. Rather, it even made one feel nauseous to the stomach. What abyssal demons usually ate were live insects, bloody meat, living beasts, parts of ancient race descendants, such as their brains, flesh, bones. Every time Lin Ming saw some abyssals gather together to eat the flesh and blood of ancient race clansmen, he had the sudden urge to wipe every single one of them from existence. Have you heard? The Demon Association is planning to sell 10,000 high-quality slaves. Of these high-quality slaves, 8,000 are young girls especially selected for their beauty. They have angelic appearances and their talent is also good. Moreover, all of them are virgins. They make the best possible living furnaces. As for the 2,000 male slaves, they make decent slave guards. With slave seals planted in them, they will be absolutely loyal. In a corner of the restaurant, several abyssal demons began speaking as they tore away at chunks of blood beast meat. As they spoke, their words slurred together and drops of blood leaked out from the corners of their mouths. The demon association that these abyssals spoke of was one of the 6 totem-level influences in the Dark Abyss. Their leader was Evil. Evil was a super-abyssal on the same level as Famine. After the ancient Great War, Evil had gone missing. Some people said Evil had perished, but there were also some who said Evil was lurking in the darkness. The reason for this was that although Evil went missing, the Demon Association didn't fall apart. Rather, over these years it developed more and more, growing with each year. Billions of years ago, it was the Demon Association that raised a massive amount of ancient race slaves and then constantly screened out these slaves and bred them. Then, they released them into the open wilderness, turning them into prey that was to be hunted down by abyssals. In addition to that, the Demon Association also controlled over 90% of the ancient race slave business. Whether it was living furnaces, guards, experimental materials, alchemy materials, or anything else, all sorts of slaves could be bought from the Demon Association. The slaves of the Demon Association were far more outstanding than slaves produced by other influences. Over all these years, the Demon Association had accumulated an unknown amount of wealth. The reach of the Demon Association was spread throughout the entire Dark Abyss. Their headquarters were located in the 17th layer of the Abyss, but they also had countless strongholds, both large and small, in the other layers. In order to resist the Demon Association, the ancient race clansmen had stirred up countless revolts in these past billions of years. These were also the slave uprisings that the Abyssal spoke of. The ancient race rebel armies had once killed innumerable abyssals. But compared to a massive abyssal influence, an uprising of slaves was not worth mentioning at all. These rebel armies were nothing more than tiny splashes in an ocean, soon subsiding. Their only use was to help abyssals in training. This was the sorrow of the ancient races. In the past 1,000 years, a large-scale slave revolt had erupted in the abyss. The waves of the uprising swept through the abyss 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th level. It was on a vast scale. However, this so-called vast scale was only relative to slave uprisings that occurred in the past several tens of millions of years. The truth was that to the abyssals, these rebel armies could be crushed to death with a single foot, no different from someone stepping on a cockroach or ant. Simply unworthy of mentioning. In the face of the slave uprising on the 12th layer, the Bash Serpent continued sleeping. As for the Demon Association, they still continued selling slaves. None of them placed the rebel army in their eyes. At this time, the sale of 10,000 slaves was considerable business for Demon Snake City. The main reason was that the quality of these slaves was high, and whether it was men or women, they all had cultivations at the Divine Lord realm or above. Lin Ming quietly listened in on this news. Then he laid down a demon crystal to pay his bill and walked outside. And when Lin Ming stood up, the several abyssals in the corner of Blood Moon Hall glanced at each other and quietly followed him. Lin Ming seemed to not have noticed this. He carried a pot of wine with one hand and drank it while he strolled through the city. Abyssals favored wine brewed with blood and didn't have any interest in spirit wines brewed from heavenly materials. Thus, the level of these spirit wines couldn't be compared to those brewed in the 33 heavens. Lin Ming continued to drink a mouthful at a time as he walked to a remote location outside the city. This was a good place to kill someone and steal away their possessions. The abyssals that followed Lin Ming looked at each other, excitement growing in their eyes. They were long-tailed demons. They had crocodile-like heads and crocodile-like tails. They were inherently cruel and bloodthirsty and loved to rip their prey apart. As soon as they came to Demon Snake City, they had locked onto Lin Ming. To them, Lin Ming's bloodline was extremely tempting. In these past days, Lin Ming had come across many similar events. The world of abyssals originally followed the laws of the jungle where they strong ate the weak. After Lin Ming suppressed his cultivation, he also blatantly walked around in public with his royal bloodline. This was no different from a little child carrying gold bars and walking round the city streets. The further Lin Ming walked, the more desolate and bleak the surroundings became. But the abyssals didn't develop any suspicions at all. Rather, they grew even more excited. At this time, Lin Ming stopped and slowly turned around. The several abyssals feverishly grinned. In their eyes, Lin Ming was a dead man walking. "Brat, be a good little boy and give us your bloodline and we'll let you die in peace." Ha ha ha. The several abyssals laughed, looking at Lin Ming with mockery in their eyes. Lin Ming sighed. "How stupid. Even at the precipice of death you still keep laughing. Haven't you realized by now that I intentionally led you here?" As Lin Ming spoke, the abyssals were stunned. What? They no longer had the time to think. Lin Ming's sharp claws slashed through their throats and blood sprayed out. Pong! 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 Lin Ming punched out his fists. Billions and trillions of threads of demon power surged outwards, directly breaking into the bodies of these abyssals. This was Lin Ming's body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Then, Lin Ming waved a hand and a black vortex swirled into existence. Swallowing laws. After absorbing the flesh and blood essence of famine and carving the law runes of famine into his body, Lin Ming had inherited its swallowing ability. The truth was that for famine, it was no longer accurate to describe its swallowing ability with laws. Rather, this was a type of talent, a talent that turned another's strength into one's own. Now, what Lin Ming displayed was this sort of talent. The abyssals he just killed were mostly at the Holy Lord realm, and the strongest of them was at the peak Holy Lord realm. The strength of these abyssals was also drawn out by Lin Ming, turned into the purest strength where it converged within him and nourished his demon body. Now, Lin Ming was still training this swallowing ability. He couldn't be as freakish as famine and swallow the strength of others without leaking out any bit at all. Lin Ming could swallow at most 70 to 80% of another's strength. And as the other party's cultivation got higher, there was a proportionately smaller amount of strength that Lin Ming could absorb. However, this was still several times faster than Lin Ming's previous cultivation speed. A low absorption ratio didn't matter. He would simply need to kill more abyssals in exchange. The abyssal demons were mortal enemies with the intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens to begin with, and Lin Ming showed no mercy in slaughtering them. For the last 20-some days, as Lin Ming practiced famine's swallowing talent, he was able to swallow an increasingly high level of strength. Lin Ming felt he could now attempt hunting down World King level abyssals, and after several more months, he could even pursue Empyrean level abyssals. At that time, Lin Ming's cultivation speed would rise to even greater heights. Thinking of this, Lin Ming coldly sneered. Demon association. This seemed to be a decent target. After a period of thought, Lin Ming waved his hand and gathered the souls of the abyssals. By now, he didn't even need to summon the magic cube. With another wave of his hand, he directly erased the spirit marks of these souls, and then used a short period of time to read through their memories. For these last 20-some days, every time Lin Ming killed an abyssal, he would read their memories. His understanding of the demon association became increasingly profound. Know oneself, know your enemy, and be undefeated in 100 battles. Since he had placed this demon association as one of his targets, he naturally had to seek out all the information he could on them. Time passed. By this day, Lin Ming had been in the Dark Abyss for 2 months already. The Dark Abyss's 12th layer, Black Sand City. This was a giant city situated in the midst of a desert. The reason this city had such a name was because the desert was formed from black sand. The desert was naturally desolate, but the city itself was bustling with business. The reason for this was that the Demon Association had established their 12th layer branch division here. Thus, this city had turned into the largest slave market in the 12th layer. The slave trade was an extremely important business in the Dark Abyss. The slaves here were not only ancient race slaves, but also abyssals. Low-intelligence abyssals, such as the Cyclopes, were often turned into slaves in the Dark Abyss. These slaves were all sold in the same way. The Demon Association only sold high-quality slaves. Slaves with poor talent and low strength didn't have much value at all. These types of slaves were placed in the open wilderness and hunted down as prey. For instance, when it came to the ancient race slaves, the Demon Association would often raise and cultivate them so that they reached the divine transformation realm and above. Not just that, but many of them had certain special bloodlines. To the abyssals, these ancient race bloodlines were highly beneficial. These purchased slaves might be used as living furnaces or even food. There were some species of abyssal demons that only came in the male sex. These abyssals would forcefully inject their reproductive life liquid into women of other races. Then, this liquid would invade the eggs of these alien women and slowly transform their bloodlines. Slowly, these eggs would suck up the life essence of the women until a new abyssal was born. This was an extremely tyrannical and cruel method of reproduction. Because of these reasons, female slaves always sold for prices several times that of male slaves in Black Sand City. Black Sand City didn't have city walls. Rather, it was covered by a massive force field. At this time, over 1,000 miles away from Black Sand City, Lin Ming stood at the summit of a high mountain and looked down upon the city. From this distance, the giant Black Sand City was only the size of his palm. This city was Lin Ming's first all-out battle target he had decided on after entering the Dark Abyss. For these last 2 months in the Dark Abyss, Lin Ming hadn't taken any drastic actions that stood out. He only constantly gathered information to further his understanding of the Dark Abyss. He wanted to understand the level of the powerhouses, the scale of the large influences, their positions, bases, and all sorts of other key information. Besides the Demon Association that Lin Ming had made his goal, he also had a relatively good understanding of the other totem-level influences. And he also knew that the most mysterious demon god's tomb was in the lowest layer of the Dark Abyss, the 18th layer. As for secrets related to the demon god's tomb, Lin Ming hadn't been able to find out much. In these past 2 months, Lin Ming had quietly hunted down over 100 abyssals. From starting with Holy Lord level abyssals, then World King level abyssals, he then started on Great World King level abyssals. After killing these abyssals, Lin Ming would swallow up their strength. As the days passed, He became increasingly proficient in the swallowing laws, and the energy will formed from the power of divinity and demons within his body continued to expand. Currently, the power of divinity and demons had turned into the foundational energy of Lin Ming's cultivation methods. If he strengthened his power of divinity and demons, it would help him make breakthroughs in his cultivation. Originally, Lin Ming should have reached the peak of the Middle Empyrean realm in 50 years. But now he was taking great steps towards shattering the wall of the Upper Empyrean realm. If he wanted to truly cross this bridge, he would still need a massive amount of energy. And to use the swallowing laws to absorb the strength of abyssals was undoubtedly the best shortcut. Lin Ming recalled the information he had silently collected about Empyrean-level abyssals in these past days. This information seemed common and unremarkable, but it helped Lin Ming avoid crucial mistakes. Otherwise, if he were to bump into a middle true divinity abyssal, then he would be in danger. According to the information he had, there were a total of 5 Empyrean-level abyssals in Black Sand City. Even within the Dark Abyss, Empyrean-level abyssals couldn't be found everywhere. They were generally elders of large influences with prominent statuses. They often lived in important locations of their large influences and were surrounded by solemn guards and layers of traps. If an Empyrean-level abyssal was killed, it would naturally cause a stir in the surrounding region. Lin Ming didn't want to prematurely expose himself. He planned to quietly cut down an Empyrean-level abyssal, and this Black Sand City that was far from Demon Snake City was the best choice. If he recklessly slaughtered in Black Sand City, then it was unlikely he would alarm the Bash Serpent. The Bash Serpent was the master of Demon Snake City and mostly wouldn't bother with matters related to the Demon Association. The City Lord of Black Sand City was an elder of the Demon Association. If his strength was judged by human standards, then he would be somewhere between an Empyrean and true divinity. This also made him the strongest powerhouse in Black Sand City. Moreover, there was also a peak Empyrean and 2 middle Empyrean abyssals in Black Sand City. Lin Ming was very much looking forwards to killing these abyssals and swallowing their strength to see how much they could benefit him. Lin Ming waited for night to fall. The night with its howling black winds was the best time to murder others and destroy their corpses. Lin Ming waited for another 2 hours. Then his thoughts stirred. 1,000 miles away, he suddenly saw infernal energy shoot into the skies. He squinted his eyes. At the end of the black desert, faint sparks of rainbow-hued light shot into the heavens. It was clear that some people were fighting there. Lin Ming muttered to himself. He extended his sense in a straight line, probing outwards. With his current sense, he could easily investigate something that was occurring 1,000 miles away. And what he saw left him startled. These were clearly ancient race martial artists battling against a group of abyssal demons. And these ancient race martial artists all had a yellow square scarf tied to their arms. The scarves were embroidered with a hexagonal ice flower pattern. These ancient race martial artists didn't have poor cultivation methods and combat skills. Moreover, they worked in tandem to utilize battle formations. It was clear from a glance that these were ancient race clansmen with a high degree of intelligence and not prey that was bred to be released into the wild. Rebel army? Lin Ming was surprised. The yellow square scarves on their hands reminded him of the recent slave uprisings that had enveloped the 11th through 14th layers of the Dark Abyss. This was a revolt on a vast scale. Although the Bash Serpent turned a blind eye to them and the Demon Association continued with their business as always, the truth was that in these past years this revolt had killed many abyssals and rescued a tremendous number of slaves. These slaves joined the rebel army and the cycle continued. Because the rebel army always tied yellow scarves around their arms, the abyssals termed them the Yellow Scarf Bandits. The truth was that even in Lin Ming's eyes, this ancient race rebel army wouldn't be able to cause any great waves. Sooner or later they would be wiped out by the abyssals. The difference in strength was just too great. However, as Lin Ming witnessed the different combat methods and styles used by the rebel army, and as he saw their battle formations, he suddenly had a strange feeling in his mind. Although he wasn't too optimistic about this uprising, he couldn't help but admit that this rebel army wasn't as weak as he thought they were. At the very least, they wouldn't collapse upon a single strike. Perhaps they had unearthed some ancient ruins, Otherwise, they shouldn't have possessed cultivation methods of this level. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he saw several lights rise up from Black Sand City and rapidly fly towards the location where battle had broken out. It was clear that these were reinforcements from Black Sand City. The battlefield was so close to Black Sand City that it would be strange if there was no reaction instead. Once the reinforcements joined the battle, then in a normal situation the rebel army forces would be eliminated in a mere half-incense stick of time. Lin Ming naturally wouldn't see these people in danger and stand idly by. His figure flickered and he rapidly flew towards the battlefield. Oh! 1,000 miles away, the ancient race rebel army had fallen into a bitter battle. They were originally an outstanding squad of the rebel army, and as they were carrying out a secret mission they were discovered by troops of the Demon Association. A battle was inevitable. The rebel army squad had occupied the advantage to begin with, but the more enemy reinforcements arrived, the weaker they became. Ah! An ancient race green-clothed girl cried out in pain. She was struck flying backwards. The sword in her hand was knocked away, making several turns in the air before stabbing into a rock. Letting go of one's weapon in this environment was monumentally dangerous. Moreover, with the severe wound she suffered just then, the green-clothed girl had lost nearly all her combat strength. Thousand Shade! The eyes of several other youths turned blood red with anger and worry. However, they didn't even have time to take care of themselves, much less save someone else. The green-clothed girl cried out in pain once more. Her complexion paled and she shivered all over. Her arm that had held a sword suddenly started to age at a speed visible to the eyes. It withered away as the blood vitality was rapidly drained from it. This feeling was like the decaying of a mortal body over 1,000 years being compressed into several breaths instead. It was grisly and terrifying. "Cut it off!" a middle-aged man shouted, burning with worry. This young girl called Thousand Shade was one of the extremely talented individuals in the rebel army. She had great future potential and her bloodline was also outstanding. If anything happened to her, it would be a great loss to the rebel army. The green-clothed girl grit her teeth. She grabbed another sword and chopped down. The arm that was wrapped in a scarf tumbled away. Although she seemed young and delicate, the truth was that she was an incomparably decisive and resolute person. Her fresh blood had already dyed the hexagonal flower-patterned scarf red. The decaying stopped. This scene even surprised the surrounding abyssal demons. Not to mention a woman. Even if a brave warrior were to chop off their arm, they would furrow their eyebrows. But this girl called Thousand Shade didn't even hesitate and had done so cleanly and neatly. Hee hee, you're ruthless indeed. But too bad for you, that still won't change your ending. All of you are done for. You might as well be good little slaves and let us capture you and plant slave seals in you. Perhaps some of you might be able to be sold for a high price. Ha ha ha. An abyssal cackled. And at this time, the sound of sonic booms broke through the air behind him. This was the sound of powerhouses flying, the sound of reinforcement troops from Black Sand City. The abyssal sneered, "Reinforcements have arrived. You're dead now." The area where the ancient race rebel army was fighting with the abyssal demons was a mere 700 to 800 miles from Black Sand City. To a high-level abyssal, space teleportation wasn't even needed to rapidly catch up in a short period of time. And it was impossible for Black Sand City to not notice the loud ruckus created by the battle between the ancient race rebel army and the abyssal troops. Thus, the ancient race rebel army was already doomed from the start. If they couldn't disentangle themselves from these abyssals as soon as possible, then all they could do was sit around and wait for them to kill them. At this time, the abyssal reinforcements had already arrived. To the rebel army, this was the same as the arrival of hell. Aoo! The abyssal leading the reinforcements roared out loud. He was a lizard demon, possessing the head of a lizard and the wings of a bat that jutted out from his back. He came to a steady stop in the air. Seeing this lizard demon, the middle-aged man in the rebel army squad paled. Black Sand City Royal Guard Forces Army Major. This lizard demon was the commander of Black Sand City's city guard. He had brought his personal guard here, and they were all elites amongst elites. This meant that Black Sand City's Demon Association branch division had finally attached some level of importance to the ancient race uprising. But this was also the same as announcing the death penalty to the rebel army. All of the surviving rebels immediately felt despair grow in their hearts. My comrades, let us burn our blood essence together. Even if we must die here, we will still bite off a chunk of their flesh. The middle-aged man leading the rebel army squad clenched his jaws as he spoke. The squad would rather die in battle than fall into the hands of the Demon Association. That would be a fate worse than death. Hee. Your intelligence network is quite good, you even recognize me. Capture them. Capture them alive. The lizard demon issued an order. The minions behind him grasped tridents and flew forwards. As for the rebels, they had already planned to burn their blood essence. Even the severely wounded Thousand Shade who had cut off her own arm had grabbed tightly onto her wound. Her wan face filled with decisiveness. And the moment that they strengthened their determination to die here, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon them. This pressure arrived too suddenly, so sudden that they didn't even have time to figure out what happened. All they saw was a light black fog proliferate in all directions, covering all. Every abyssal demon that was covered in this fog was completely frozen, unable to move at all. They appeared to be experiencing agonizing pain. Their faces were twisted in suffering and their expressions were that of panic and fear, like the most terrifying thing in the world was occurring to them. Even so, none of them were able to make even the tiniest sound. Then, with loud popping sounds, all of the abyssals suddenly exploded into bloody fog beneath this pressure. The rebel army squad was utterly shocked. They simply didn't know what happened, nor did they see anyone appear. All they saw was these abyssal demons dying an excruciatingly painful and bewildering death. This is a force field, the middle-aged head rebel shouted. This black fog was likely the force field of some powerhouse. However, to suppress and kill so many abyssals with a force field, including even the Black Sand City Royal Guard Forces Army Major, this was simply far too terrifying a power. Is it Big Boss? A youth asked. To the ancient race rebel army, their big boss was their god, an omnipotent being capable of anything. No, I've seen Big Boss's force field before and it is completely different from this. The middle-aged man quickly said with a sound transmission. The person who used this force field hadn't appeared in front of them, and it seemed as if they had no intentions of coming into contact either. And at this time, a vortex suddenly appeared in the air. All of the blood fog from the abyssals was lifted into the air by this vortex and the demon power contained within it was separated. All of it absorbed into the vortex without a trace left behind. Then, flames ignited beneath the vortex. The abyssal flesh and blood that had lost its essence was charred into ashes by these flames, leaving behind only spatial rings that were also sucked into the black vortex. This vortex was naturally Lin Ming's laws of swallowing. To Lin Ming, the treasures within these spatial rings were highly valuable. For instance, demon crystals that were the currency of the dark abyss could be used in numerous places. After absorbing this strength, Lin Ming felt his own powers increasingly by a tiny bit. But there was still a vast distance to go until he truly stepped into the upper Empyrean realm. In order to complete this final step, he would need to kill and eat up a true divinity-level abyssal. Seeing all of these things occur in the air, the ancient race rebels were stunned silly. Just who was this person? Not only had this person casually killed all these abyssals, but they had also saved them. This behavior seemed like something that only ancient race martial artists would do. But, besides their big boss and the small number of elites who inherited the lineages of ancient ruins, just who else could possess such ability? The several ancient race rebels glanced at each other in dismay, unsure of what to say. This mysterious person wasn't any of the ancient race powerhouses they were aware of. At this time, a beam of light shot out towards the middle-aged rebel's hands. The middle-aged man's heart tightened for a moment, but he could immediately tell that this was not an energy attack but an object wrapped in energy. The middle-aged man looked down and saw a pill bottle in his hand. Opening the cap, several pills tumbled out that emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. For a time, the middle-aged man was stunned. These pills were obviously refined using rare heavenly materials. Although he didn't know what their exact effects were, Just from smelling them, the middle-aged man could feel his injured blood vitality slowly stirring. These were clearly precious recovery pills. Just the smell was so effective. If they ate them, even someone near death would rise up from the ground. The style of these pills absolutely wasn't that of the Abyssals. Abyssals wouldn't use such elegant jade bottles, nor would they refine such crystal-clear pills. The middle-aged man immediately understood that these pills were passed down to his squad to help heal the several most heavily injured people. He said, "Thank you, Senior," and then threw one pill towards Thousand Shade. "Hurry and eat this." Thousand Shade was stunned. Then, from the air, a gravelly voice filled with indifference echoed out. This voice seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to fathom just where the source was. "Your severed arm hasn't completely decayed. Grind one of the pills, smear it on the wounds and reattach it. Eat another pill and you shall recover." Hearing this voice, Thousand Shade was at a loss for words. She never imagined that the arm she chopped off and which also had all its blood vitality sucked out by an abyssal would actually still have a chance of being restored. She had survived disaster and even her arm could be recovered. She was immediately overjoyed by this turn of events. However, the master of this indifferent voice seemed to have no intentions of appearing. "Thank you, Senior, for this great graciousness." Thousand Smile bit her lips as she spoke. "All of you had best leave. Black Sand City will soon find out what occurred here, and after a little while there will be more people arriving. At that time, they will be even stronger abyssals." Lin Ming passed down these final words and then intended to leave. He had already shown all the benevolence that he could. It was impossible for him to lead these rebels away. Currently, he still had the appearance of an abyssal, and if he were to appear it would inevitably cause a misunderstanding. As for restoring his original appearance to see him, this was too troublesome. However, the middle-aged rebel didn't immediately issue an order to depart. His eyes turned as all sorts of thoughts crossed his mind. Then, he seemed to make a final decision as he spoke into the void. "Could Senior show yourself to us?" Lin Ming faintly frowned. His attitude had been made clear and he had said all he needed to say. He didn't want to waste time speaking nonsense. But the middle-aged man didn't give up. He continued to say, "I know that Senior doesn't wish publicly reveal your appearance, but this junior truly has something important to say. I dare ask Senior to appear for a talk." The middle-aged man's words caused Lin Ming's thoughts to stir. His step slowed for a moment. Then, the middle-aged man seemed compelled to say something else. In a very low voice he said, "It concerns secrets of the demon god's tomb." The middle-aged man wasn't able to determine where Lin Ming was and only sent out a general sound transmission. But he believed that with this mysterious person's cultivation they could definitely catch it. This decision to win Lin Ming had been well thought out. Although he didn't know exactly who Lin Ming was, he could tell from Lin Ming's fighting methods and the pills he took out that it was likely he was part of the ancient races. If this mysterious person was an abyssal, then their pills would be blood pills filled with a thick demonic energy. These pills were refined from the flesh and blood of valuable precious beasts, and the refining techniques were extremely different. The middle-aged man even believed that within the entire dark abyss, there might not be anyone capable of refining these high-quality recovery pills in his hands. This caused the middle-aged man to believe that this mysterious person must have some extraordinary status. If he could win over this mysterious person and this mysterious person truly did empathize with their rebel army, then they would be greatly helpful to their future plans. And indeed, when the middle-aged man spoke the words, "secrets of the demon god's tomb," the mysterious person didn't leave. This left the middle-aged man overjoyed. "You know of the demon god's tomb?" Lin Ming was surprised. Originally, he thought that with the current state of the ancient races, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the current slave resistance a ragtag team of nobodies. If so, then it would have been impossible for them to know anything concerning this level of matter. But he was wrong once again. Demon God's Tomb. The black book that Lin Ming obtained from Xishan's hands was one of the ceremonial rites books of the Demon God's Tomb. Thus, Lin Ming had a great interest in the Demon God's Tomb. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. He reached out a hand and the black primordious heavenly palace flew out from his body, spinning and growing. "Come in. This is not a place for us to be speaking of such matters." The middle-aged rebel followed Lin Ming's words without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, he led the ancient race rebels into Primordius' heavenly palace. Their lives had been saved by Lin Ming, so what else was there to fear? As for Lin Ming saving them, one possibility was that this was an act played out by a high-level abyssal in order to infiltrate the ranks of their rebel army. But they didn't worry about this, as they naturally had methods to confirm this mysterious person's status. After the rebel army martial artists entered Primordius' heavenly palace, it rapidly escaped into the void, flying deep into the Black Desert. The Black Desert of the Dark Abyss's 12th layer was vast and boundless. Deep in the desert were great tracts of barren land. At this time, beneath the sand dunes, Lin Ming was looking at several dozen ancient race rebels who had clearly overdrawn their blood essence, and was waiting for them to speak. Lin Ming had already unraveled his disguise as an abyssal demon and had taken the appearance of an ordinary man. This appearance would be much easier for the ancient race martial artists to accept. "What is the secret of the demon god's tomb?" Lin Ming asked with a sound transmission. At this time, all the rebels looked at Lin Ming with awe. Some of them had eyes filled with curiosity. It was hard to imagine that this common-seeming man would possess such terrifying strength. "Well, about this, the truth is that I don't understand the contents too clearly. For the specifics, only the big boss will know." The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ming. He wasn't able to determine Lin Ming's identity nor age. It seemed that this person had come from nowhere. Moreover, this person's bloodline seemed like that of the ancient races, but it was also different from the ancient races. Could there really be such a character in the Dark Abyss? Big boss. Lin Ming thought for a moment. The truth was that deep in Lin Ming's heart, he was also somewhat curious about who this mysterious big boss character could be. For them to organize a massive slave uprising and even struggle against the Demon Association for so many years. "Senior, if you wish to see our big boss, then I can recommend you. But before that, I will have to take great courage and ask to confirm Senior's status." As the middle-aged man spoke, he took out an inch-long needle. This needle seemed to be made from jade and was quite delicate. "Senior should know that certain species of abyssals have appearance-changing techniques. With Senior's strength, then if you really did change your appearance and are playing tricks with us, then it would naturally be impossible for us to see through it. Thus, I must ask Senior to place 1 drop of blood on this needle to confirm your status." As the middle-aged man spoke, the rebel martial artists all raised their guards. One of the main reasons that the rebel army was able to continue on for such a long time was because their big boss had invented a method that was able to recognize the blood of abyssals. This jade needle had an array formation that was personally created by the big boss. If it was stained with an abyssal's blood, then it would turn pure black. But if it touched the blood of the ancient races, then it would turn into a rainbow of colors. And if it was an ancient race clansman that had an abyssal slave seal planted within their body, then even though there would be a foundation of rainbow-hued colors, it would produce the image of a slave seal. If this mysterious person before them was really an abyssal in disguise, then all of them would undoubtedly die here. Even so, they couldn't allow such a dangerous character to enter the secret resistance headquarters. If that occurred, it would be total annihilation of the resistance. Lin Ming fell silent. Then he made a sharp cut on his finger and dripped out a drop of blood. The jade needle slowly absorbed the blood. Then, color began to shine within the transparent jade needle, causing all the ancient race rebels to become anxious. The middle-aged man held the jade needle in his hands, waiting for the result. He could feel that Lin Ming wasn't exactly like the ancient races, yet he also wasn't able to determine what his identity was. And at this time, the jade needle suddenly lit up with bright colors. The light became increasingly brilliant, flashing with all sorts of gorgeous colors as if a rainbow was soaring through it. For a common ancient race martial artist, having the jade needle turn a few different hues of colors was already good, let alone such a dazzling divine light. In particular, those slaves that had been screened throughout the years by the abyssals. For them, it would be difficult for their blood to have the jade needle change colors. This meant that the mysterious man before them possessed an unimaginable ancient race bloodline. He was absolutely a peak existence amongst the ancient races. Are we finished? Lin Ming waggled his finger and the drop of blood flew back from the jade needle, as if it had a mind of its own and sank into his body once more. When Lin Ming had undergone the jade needle examination, he had activated his Azura blood. The Azura Roadmaster was the highest existence of the primal god race of 10 billion years past. His ancient bloodline was naturally extraordinary. Just a tiny hint could cause the jade needle to bloom with divine light. Yes, of course, the middle-aged man said with vivid excitement. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes contained not just awe but worship. The eyes of the other ancient race rebels were similar to the middle-aged man's. In particular, the eyes of several young girls couldn't become any brighter. The ancient races were a people that greatly valued their bloodline. This was because in the dark abyss, their clansmen were at the mercy of the abyssals and their bloodline worsened with time. They wanted to restore the endless glory of their past, but first they had to maintain the purity of their bloodline. So ancient race martial artists with top bloodlines were particularly rare. Thus, Lin Ming was able to win their respect not just because of his strength but also his bloodline. Then let's go! Lin Ming summoned Primordius Heavenly Palace once more. The ancient race martial artists entered the Heavenly Palace and flew straight towards the rebel army headquarters. With the guidance of the middle-aged man, Primordius Heavenly Palace shifted through the void several times before finally arriving above a vast sea. This sea was called the Void Sea, and it passed through the boundaries of the 12th layer and into the boundless void. The ends of the sea were covered in chaotic space and time, and it was impossible to find where they were. Primordius Heavenly Palace sank into the sea, racing forwards 100 miles before entering a hidden underwater space crack. After entering the space crack, the world widened before them. This was an independent world whose entrance was hidden in the sea. The world was similar to the ancient Phoenix clan's Phoenix Cry Palace in the past, but the scale of it was far, far larger. Besides the middle-aged man, the other martial artists were excited to arrive here. To the ancient race rebels, this independent world was their ultimate holy land. Senior, please follow me. I have already informed the Big Boss about Senior, and Big Boss is awaiting your presence. Lin Ming nodded and flew outside Primordius Heavenly Palace. As he swept his eyes over this independent world, he was secretly surprised by what he saw. This world had all sorts of ancient and profound array formations scattered throughout. With these concealing array formations, the entrance to this world had become extremely well hidden. In fact, it was even better than the concealing array formations that humanity had arranged in the wild universe in the past to hide from the saints. Lin Ming believed that not even characters like Emperor Xianxia possessed such skill. He became even more curious as to who this big boss was. In truth, the moment that Lin Ming stepped out of Primordius Heavenly Palace, he had already faintly felt the aura of another powerhouse in this world. This aura was simply far too conspicuous when placed amongst the auras of the other martial artists. It was only due to courtesy that Lin Ming didn't release his sense to probe this other party. Lin Ming put away Primordius Heavenly Palace. He planned to follow the middle-aged man to see who this mysterious person was. But suddenly, in a finely crafted jade palace located high above this world, a divine light lit up. The middle-aged man beside Lin Ming was clearly stunned. And Lin Ming was also stunned. At first he was only a little dazed. But as time passed, the surprise and astonishment on his face grew. He stared blankly on as a peerless woman in icy blue clothes flew towards him, bathed in divine light. This woman had an outstanding figure and her thick black hair fluttered behind her. Her skin was as white as snow and seemed to sparkle with frost. From head to toe she exuded a holy and inviolable aura, as if she were an ice lotus blooming atop a snow-capped mountain. She stepped through space, her dress waving behind her. With every step, ripples of space would spread out beneath her toes. Like this she arrived in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming was frozen where he stood. His eyes stared unblinkingly at this woman. He had seen countless peerless women in his life and naturally wouldn't lose his composure just because of a woman's holy aura. The reason he was so shocked was because he never thought that he would find her here, Mo Evers now. A single farewell and thousands of years passed. Mo Evers now was already completely different from her former days. Her aura and majesty had evolved, like an ice phoenix that underwent nirvana, reborn into a greater being. Even Lin Ming didn't recognize her initially, and the change in Mo Eversnow's strength was even greater. This left Lin Ming incredibly dumbfounded. Lin Ming looked at Mo Evers now, and Mo Evers now looked at Lin Ming. The astonishment on Lin Ming's face fell into her eyes. The truth was that when Lin Ming changed his appearance, he also restrained his aura. In this state, even Mo Evers now wouldn't be able to recognize him. But she recognized Primordius' heavenly palace. As soon as Lin Ming appeared in this independent world, she had seen Primordius' heavenly palace. Because of that, she was unable to remain calm and directly flew out from her divine palace. And at this time, the middle-aged man fell onto his knees in worship in the void. He said with dry lips, "Subordinate sees big boss." Seeing Mo Evers now, the middle-aged man was extremely respectful. Perhaps using the word respect wasn't enough to describe what he felt. As he looked at Mo Evers now, there was reverence and devotion in his eyes, like a faithful follower seeing their goddess in person. The middle-aged man never thought that Mo Evers now would appear so suddenly to personally greet this mysterious person. This had gone beyond his expectations. He originally thought that with Mo Eversnow's status, bringing Lin Ming to her was the naturally polite thing to do. Could this mysterious person's status really be so special? As the middle-aged man knelt in the void, it was only then that the other ancient race rebels responded. This was the first time they had ever seen the big boss, and they didn't know what she looked like. And now that they knew this peerless woman before them was their big boss, all of them were clearly excited. They fell to their knees, all of them with the same pious expressions on their faces. And at this time, Lin Ming already didn't know what expression to make. Big boss. So Mo Evers now was the big boss of the ancient race resistance. To think that this world actually had such a marvelous coincidence. Originally, when he reunited with Xianxia had told him that Mo Evers now had long since left the wild universe. But he never imagined he would see her here in the dark abyss. Not only that, but her strength had undergone a massive change. She must have experienced some great fortuitous encounter. Lin Ming, is it you? Mo Evers now spoke with a sound transmission, her voice shivering with excitement. 7,000 years ago, after Mo Evers now and Lin Ming separated, she had thought that Lin Ming had died. Then, when humanity entered the wild universe, Mo Evers now actually left by herself to seek out her own lucky chances. She never thought that when her hopes of Lin Ming's survival neared despair, she would actually reunite with him in the dark abyss under such circumstances. Because of Lin Ming's appearance-changing technique, it was hard for her to determine his true identity. The reason she asked this question came from purely her own intuition and also because of Primordius' heavenly palace. "Senior apprentice sister, it is me," Lin Ming replied, his emotions wildly surging. As he replied, he had already restored his original voice. Then Mo Eversnow's heart quaked and tears began to flash in the corners of her eyes. And at this time, beside Lin Ming, the other rebel army squad members could see that the relationship between Lin Ming and their big boss was definitely not ordinary. Could they be siblings? Or perhaps, lovers? The middle-aged man felt it a bit awkward for their group to be poking their way into the scene, but at the same time he didn't know how to excuse himself. He waited until Mo Evers now waved her hand and said, "You may withdraw." Like this, they were pardoned and began to leave. "You have all done a great merit this time. After a while, go to Benevolence Pavilion and receive your rewards. Each person is granted 1,000 contribution points." Mo Evers now casually said. As the rebel army squad members heard this, they were stunned at first and then immediately overjoyed. They quickly showed their thanks for this graciousness and then flew towards a towering building. This was the Benevolence Pavilion that Mo Evers now spoke of. Lin Ming watched this from the side. It was only a small matter, but he could tell from the squad members' heartfelt joy that these 1,000 contribution points were something they valued a great deal. This also meant that the rebel army had taken these contribution points as the foundation for a complete reward system. For Mo Evers now to establish such a system and spread it out, and even have everyone happily agree to it and maintain it, one could see that she was extremely intelligent in her methods. The truth was that setting up a complete reward and punishment system wasn't difficult, nor establishing a secret headquarters or even managing the resistance and obtaining their support. But, to do everything to perfection in the most minute detail, this wasn't something that the average person could accomplish. This required someone with great skill in organizing and leadership. Not just that, but this required formidable strength as the foundation. There was only one word to describe such a person: the Big Boss. In the past, within the divine realm, Mo Evers now had been the saintess of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. Although she lost to Tian Mingzi in battle, this was because he was far too sly and cunning. Moreover, whether it was in age or cultivation, Tian Mingzi had far outstripped Mo Evers now. Now Mo Evers now had fused with the body of Heavenly Empress Xianxia and obtained a new life. Her strength had rapidly risen, and imperceptibly she had established a large influence in the dark abyss that far surpassed the Verdant Feather Holy Lands of the past. Lin Ming remembered the yellow scarves that the rebels wore on their arms. These yellow scarves were embroidered with a 6-petal flower, and now he realized that this was in truth the symbol of a snowflake, an image that represented the snow in Mo Eversnow's name. Lin Ming, let us speak more in my divine palace, Mo Evers now said. She grabbed hold of Lin Ming's hand and the two of them flickered, instantly crossing through the horizon and arriving in a divine palace of white jade. As Lin Ming entered this divine palace, he was able to feel how amazing it was. It was even beyond Primordius' heavenly palace. And it had to be known that after the ancient Elysium seal was fused into Primordius' heavenly palace, its grade had become infinitely close to a true divinity spirit treasure. A true divinity-level spirit treasure palace was a rare sight. This divine palace, Lin Ming couldn't help but ask in wonder. It's something I obtained from the primeval realm ruins. In these past years, I explored the ancient world as well as many secrets of the soul world. Mo Evers now sighed as she spoke. In these past 7,000 years, she had experienced far, far too many things. Senior apprentice sister, how could your strength have advanced so rapidly? Lin Ming felt that Mo Evers now had a peak Empyrean cultivation, and she wasn't even a common peak Empyrean. In truth, from a peak Empyrean to a true divinity, there was a large expanse that divided them. And even amongst peak Empyreans there could be a great disparity in strength. If one had to further divide these boundaries, then one could describe the most outstanding peak Empyreans as invincible amongst the Empyrean realm or even a half-step true divinity. Lin Ming felt that the present Mo Evers now was in such a situation. Her current strength far outstripped the vast majority of peak Empyreans. Mo Evers now said, "It is because of Heavenly Empress Xianxia's bloodline that I was able to take some shortcuts in my cultivation. In the past, when Heavenly Empress Xianxia died, she was already a peak Empyrean. Moreover, before Empyrean Primordius escaped into the dark abyss, he left a considerable amount of his strength and bloodline with her. Several thousand years ago, when I entered the primeval realm ruins, I sought out the land of inheritance for an ancient peerless god-king. At the time, many other martial artists entered, and after a period of slaughter I was able to obtain the greatest lucky chance there. The reason I was able to obtain this lucky chance was because of Heavenly Empress Xianxia's primal god bloodline. The primal god bloodline was able to resonate with the blood contract left behind by that ancient god-king. Otherwise, I wouldn't necessarily be able to stand here today. At that time when I joined in the treasure hunt, my strength was only in the middle to upper echelons of those that entered." Mo Evers now casually spoke these words, but Lin Ming knew that in such lucky chance mystic realms, even with the advantage of her primal god bloodline, she must have passed through countless dangers. In order to survive and be the ultimate final winner of a mystic realm, one needed strength, intelligence, and the courage to use both. Mo Evers now continued to say, "After obtaining the lucky chance from that land of inheritance, I spent a full several thousand years in seclusion. Within that land was a space and time enchantment where the flow of time inside was 5 times faster than outside. Inside 20,000 years was outside 4,000 years. Moreover, the laws inside weren't twisted so I could cultivate within. I used this time to completely fuse together my mortal body and soul, first slowly restoring myself to the peak strength that Heavenly Empress Xianxia once possessed. Then, I used the remaining 20,000 years to finish studying the various array formations and cultivation method inheritances, allowing my strength to go further. Once I left seclusion, my strength had already surpassed Heavenly Empress Xianxia by a great deal. Originally, Heavenly Empress Xianxia was the greatest talent that the primal god race had seen for hundreds of millions of years. When she was at her peak strength, she wasn't necessarily any weaker than the current Emperor Saga. As for Mo Evers now, her background wasn't poor either. While her soul slumbered in the magic cube for over 50,000 years, during the slow process of recovery, she was also infused with the aura of the magic cube. Although she didn't reach the boundary of an eternal soul, her divine soul had many indescribably special characteristics that were out of the ordinary. Afterwards, when she fused with Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's mortal body, she underwent a nearly perfect fusion because of Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's willingness. Mo Evers now used 20,000 years and the lucky chances she obtained through desperately risking her life to restore and even surpass Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's peak strength. This was also a reasonable matter. What happened afterwards? Lin Ming asked. After I gained enough strength, I passed through the eternal wall and entered the dark abyss. My original plan was to only explore the secrets of the abyssals. I didn't plan to truly come down here. After all, my mortal body is that of the primal god race and it is far too glaring in the abyss. Afterwards, I discovered that numerous ancient race clansmen lived in the dark abyss. If I messed within them, I wouldn't arouse any interest. With the ancient races being constantly enslaved over the years by the abyssals, they had lost their way and were on the road to destruction. I didn't want to see this occur because the primal god race has shown me great grace. The ancient god king's inheritance that Mo Evers now found, and even Heavenly Empress Xianxia herself, both came from the primal god race, the strongest of the ancient races. The primal god race had shown great graciousness to Mo Evers now, and now with the ancient races facing such a fate, how could Mo Evers now just stand idly by? Mo Evers now said, I decided to do something about it. I used several hundred years of time to slowly establish my net of influence in the dark abyss and then form the ancient god religion. This religion in actuality worships the glory of the ancient races from 10 billion years past. The gods of the ancient god religion include the Azura Roadmaster and the other powerhouses of the primal god race. After my efforts came to fruition, I launched the ancient god uprising. I created a holy land and divine kingdom. The array formations here were all arranged by me, and these array formations originated from the inheritances that I obtained. I set up a system of punishments and rewards, using the numerous treasures and cultivation methods I obtained from the land of inheritance as the rewards. I tried my best to inspire my subordinates to try their best to obtain merits. And at the same time I used all methods at my disposal to prevent abyssal spies from infiltrating our ranks. The scale of the ancient god uprising has grown larger and larger, and the demon association can no longer turn a blind eye to us. Rather, they have even started to mobilize elders to encircle us. I suspect that the demon association has used clues to slowly grasp information about me, and now with the demon association sending a surge of troops to Black Sand City, I suspect that soon there will even be a true divinity-level elder that appears. As Mo Evers now finished speaking, Lin Ming was also worried. The demon association was a colossal force, and the high-level abyssals possessed unfathomable strength. If Mo Eversnow's influence were to be compared with them, there simply wasn't anything to say. However, for Mo Evers now to accomplish all of this was already worthy of praise. To use glory and belief to stir up the hearts of the ancient race martial artists and then give them a boost with rewards. Like this, how could the ancient race clansmen not risk everything to fight for their futures? Mo Evers now had also invested all of her possessions into this ancient god uprising in order to repay the primal god race for their graciousness as well as to perform a good deed for the entire 33 heavens. True divinity-level elder. Lin Ming rubbed his chin. With his current strength, it wouldn't be too difficult to defeat a lower true divinity. but to kill one wasn't easy. But luckily for them, they still had time. Mo Evers now had hidden her depths, and the Demon Association had seriously underestimated the strength of the resistance. That's right, Senior Apprentice Sister, where has Fishy gone? When I spoke with Xianxia, she said that you brought Fishy with you. In the past, when Lin Ming met Fishy at Immemorial Imperial City, he had bought her from the slave auction and also placed her in the magic cube. She spent most of her time together with Mo Evers now, and the two of them shared deep sentiments with each other. This was also the reason that Mo Evers now brought Fishy away with her when she left. However, upon mentioning Fishy, a dismal light actually crossed Mo Eversnow's eyes. With a bit of worry, she said, "Fishy." She suddenly disappeared. She disappeared? Lin Ming was puzzled. How did Fishy suddenly go missing? Mo Evers now shook her head. I have no idea where she went. When I passed through the Eternal Wall, she was still with me. But, the instant I was in the Eternal Wall, she seemed to be swept away by a spatial vortex and vanished. For all these years I've been looking for her, but I haven't found any news. Sorrow and guilt weighed down Mo Eversnow's shoulders. She felt that she didn't take good care of Fishy. Spatial vortex. Lin Ming frowned. Fishy was an energy form, and in truth she could attach herself to Mo Evers now. But even in such a situation she was swept away by a turbulent space flow, and yet Mo Evers now had remained fine. Something seemed unusual about this. Just what had happened? Seeing Mo Eversnow's sad expression, Lin Ming comforted her. Senior Apprentice Sister, you might not know this, but Fishy is originally a life form produced from the purple card. If she was swept away by a spatial vortex, then that might not necessarily mean something bad happened to her. It might even be a lucky chance, or perhaps she was even summoned by something. Lin Ming couldn't think of a reason, thus he could only remain optimistic. Now, no one knew whether or not Fishy was in the abyss. And even if she was in the abyss, wanting to look for her was no different from looking for a needle in the sea. And in fact, if Fishy was taken away as she passed through the Eternal Wall, she might not have even entered the abyss. Purple card. Hearing Lin Ming mention the most mysterious of the three divine tools, a thoughtful light appeared in Mo Eversnow's eyes. If it had been the purple card that summoned Fishy, that would be the best possible result. But where was the purple card? Could it be in the demon god's tomb? Mo Evers now muttered to herself. The demon god's tomb, located in the 18th layer of the dark abyss, hid far too many secrets. What is in the demon god's tomb? The middle-aged man I spoke to convinced me to come here with secrets of the demon god's tomb. It's lucky he had some sudden inspiration to mention this. Otherwise we might have never met. Lin Ming attached great importance to the demon god's tomb. It seemed to be the most mystical and most important location in the dark abyss. I don't have a complete understanding of the demon god's tomb. In my years in the dark abyss, I have killed some high-level abyssals and obtained their abyssal records for myself. I studied the abyssal language by myself and was just barely able to understand it. It seems that the most powerful strength of the dark abyss is hidden within the demon god's tomb. In truth, it is also the birthplace of totem-level abyssals, the same place famine, deep, Ian, evil, and those other super-abyssals come from. Birthplace of totem-level abyssals? Lin Ming asked, his mind shaking. This rank of abyssal was far too terrifying. At their peak strength, they were existences only inferior to the Azura Roadmaster. There were no life forms in the 33 heavens capable of contending with them. The only thing worth celebrating was that 10 billion years ago, the Azura Roadmaster and Immortal Sovereign had joined forces to fight these totem-level abyssals. Several of them had either died, been severely wounded, or gone missing. But from what Mo Evers now said, it seems that the demon god's tomb could give birth to new totem-level abyssal demons. Lin Ming felt ill at ease. If this were true and new totem-level abyssals were to appear, then the 33 heavens were in danger. Do totem-level abyssals have parents? How are they born? Concerning secrets of the demon god's tomb, Lin Ming was unable to obtain any from Famine's soul. Those memories had been sealed away to an incredible degree. If a superabyssal and another superabyssal joined together and produced an inherently superabyssal, then that would be horrifying. They aren't, Mo Evers now said, shaking her head. Totem-level abyssals weren't born. Rather, when an abyssal with a top true divinity-level strength accepts the energy of the demon god's tomb to enter their bodies, they are promoted to a higher realm. After this promotion is completed, this new abyssal can slowly cultivate to activate the energy within their body. This entire process is called the abyssal ritual. But the burden it places on the body is far too great. There is an extremely high demand on the life potential and strength of the abyssal who accepts this ritual. If their body cannot withstand this energy, then they will directly turn to ashes. Moreover, there is a condition in order to begin the abyssal ritual, and that is that 1 requires mysterious ritual rites, a token required to open the demon god's tomb. This is also the key to activate the abyssal ritual. As Mo Evers now spoke, a strange color flashed over Lin Ming's face. What is it? The ritual rites you spoke of is likely this, right? Lin Ming traced his spatial ring and a mysterious black book appeared in his hand. This black book was wrapped in grand mist energy and seemed as if it had a life of its own. It pulsated, as if a heart was sealed within. And this wisp of grand mist energy suppressed these life fluctuations. Originally, Lin Ming had to rely on the ancient Elysium seal to accomplish this, but after reaching a true divinity-level strength he was able to use his grand mist energy to do the same. Seeing this black book, Mo Evers now was immensely shocked. In some texts she had seen descriptions and records concerning the ritual rites. They were supposed to be written in a black book, and that black book was similar to the one Lin Ming was holding. This? Where did you get it from? I obtained it from the hands of a saint race genius, and where he found it from was the primeval realm ruins. Lin Ming casually stated. Mo Evers now was stunned speechless upon hearing this. So something like that happened. There are a total of 6 of these black ceremonial books, each one corresponding to one of the 6 great totem-level abyssals. Only when a totem-level abyssal dies will the corresponding black book appear. Every time the demon god's tomb is opened and the black book is used, and if the abyssal that withstands the ritual successfully passes the test, then the black book will vanish and no longer appear. On the other hand, if the abyssal that undergoes the ritual fails, then they will disintegrate to ashes and the black book will disappear into the void, appearing in some far-off and unknown place. Sometimes the black book will even leave the dark abyss. Countless abyssals desire to obtain a black ritual tome, and many high-level abyssals will use all methods they have to search for one. However, to look for one cannot even be described as searching for a needle in an ocean. Thus there is a saying that an abyssal who obtains a black ritual tome is favored by the demon god and is also an inborn demon envoy. A demon envoy has an extremely high status in the dark abyss, because they have been favored by the demon god and also because their chances of passing the test and becoming a totem-level abyssal are the highest. I never imagined that this black ritual tome in your hand would actually have been obtained by a saint genius. What a cruel joke. The intelligent beings of the 33 heavens have actually received the favor of the demon god. Mo Evers now shook her head, clearly showing contempt towards these abyssal legends. But Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, as if he were mulling over something. What are you thinking about? Mo Evers now asked. I was just thinking on what to do with this ritual rites tome. Lin Ming rubbed his chin, opening the cover of the black book. The first sentence of the black book's title page was, "The tomb is the end, and also the beginning." Then what was written was, "The one who possesses this book is the embodiment of Ian." Ian was the name of a totem-level abyssal. No matter which abyssal managed to withstand the baptism of the abyssal ritual, that demon would become Ian. And when Ian died, only then would this black book appear. What to do with the black ritual rites tome? Mo Evers now furrowed her eyebrows. It doesn't seem as if it can be destroyed. The safest method would be to hide it in some place where no abyssal can find it, so that the dark abyss will forever be missing a totem-level abyssal. Or we can come up with a plan to use the black book to set up a trap and draw in high-level abyssals and then kill them. But this is extremely risky. It would need to be planned in great detail. Otherwise, it would be the same as giving treasures to the abyssals. For a time, All sorts of thoughts raced through Mo Eversnow's mind. However, Lin Ming shook his head. Senior apprentice sister, what I was thinking of just now was to do something else, and it might even sound a bit crazy. Mo Eversnow was startled. Senior apprentice sister, please look at this first. As Lin Ming spoke, he roared from the bottom of his lungs. His voice became bass and low, sandy and loud, as if peals of thunder echoed out in the skies. His entire body emitted explosive crackling sounds as he grew taller and his muscles bulged out. Fierce plates of bone armor and scales appeared on the surface of his skin, and bone spikes jutted out from his knees and elbows. In just an incense stick of time, Lin Ming had become an abyssal demon. Mo Eversnow was utterly bewildered. How did you do this? She knew that Lin Ming's body transformation technique had reached an extremely high boundary, and one could use the body transformation to change the structure of their body. But to turn into an abyssal like Lin Ming did now was far too exaggerated. Moreover, she could feel the aura of an abyssal exuding from Lin Ming's body, and it was impossible to fake this sort of aura. I cannot even recognize you. If she hadn't stared blankly on as Lin Ming completed this transformation in front of her, then she wouldn't have recognized that the abyssal in front of her was a disguised human. Moreover, it would have been impossible for her to recognize Lin Ming. This camouflage was far too perfect. Well, this is a long story. Senior apprentice sister, I have the power of demon in my body. What I was thinking of just now was whether or not it would be possible for me to withstand the abyssal ritual. Lin Ming's words left Mo Eversnow panic-stricken. A human to withstand the abyssal ritual? This was too crazy. This is too dangerous. You simply don't know what will occur when you withstand the abyssal ritual. Even high-level abyssals can die when they withstand the abyssal ritual. And with your current strength. In truth, Mo Eversnow didn't know what the limits of Lin Ming's strength were. But she shouldn't be wrong that Lin Ming's cultivation was at the Middle Empyrean realm. Even if she considered that Lin Ming possessed heaven-defying potential, he still couldn't be more formidable than a true divinity-level abyssal, right? Also, even if you manage to survive the abyssal ritual, this abyssal ritual is originally prepared for abyssal demons. If you withstand the ritual, will you even still be you? Mo Eversnow spoke her worries. Lin Ming said, my soul is protected by the magic cube, so there shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, I also plan to open the 7th Dao Palace, the twofold Dao Palace. Like this, it will be much safer for me. Twofold Dao Palace? You have already reached the twofold Dao Palace? Upon hearing that Lin Ming planned to open the twofold Dao Palace in the near future, Mo Eversnow was startled. She never imagined that Lin Ming's cultivation speed of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace would be so fast. The 9 stars of the Dao Palace, 7 bright and 2 dark. As the 7th Dao Palace of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, the twofold Dao Palace was the last of the 7 bright Dao Palaces and also the most unusual Dao Palace. Its unusualness was embodied in its position. Every Dao Palace had a specific position in a martial artist's body. For instance, the Davic Eye Dao Palace was in between the eyebrows, the Martial Sovereign Dao Palace was in the forelimbs, the Purple Temple Dao Palace was in the Dantian, and so forth. As for the twofold Dao Palace, it had a particularly unique position. It was located outside a cultivator's body. After the twofold Dao Palace opened, it would condense into a star that appeared in the void not too far away from a martial artist. This star was named the Twofold Star. Then, the laws of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace would use this twofold star as the foundation, gathering infinite starlight and gradually taking the form of a person's phantom. This phantom would be completely similar to a cultivator in appearance. Thus, this was where the name of the twofold Dao Palace came from. As the last of the 7 bright Dao Palaces, the twofold Dao Palace gathered the most strength of the 9 stars, several times that of the previous Dao Palaces. This also meant that the twofold Dao Palace was the mightiest of the 7 bright Dao Palaces. When this starlight phantom first appears, it would have 50% of the true body's combat strength. After that, as long as the cultivator poured in a part of his source blood vitality and source soul, concentrating it into this twofold star, then it would be able to have a flesh and blood avatar. This avatar was named the twofold avatar. The more blood essence the twofold avatar received, the more powerful it would become. In addition, with the starlight of the highest heavens that the twofold Tao Palace gathered, it would eventually become an extremely powerful weapon. Of course, because the cultivator branched out a part of their blood vitality, they would suffer some damage to their strength. But the degree to which they were injured would be far less than that increased strength brought about by the avatar. In the martial world, there were numerous techniques that allowed one to control avatars. For instance, the Azura Heavenly Tao had its own cultivation and fighting methods involving avatars. However, in these cultivation methods, the avatar formed was usually refined. For instance, the Azura Heavenly Tao's 3 avatars. The Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, Soul Springs Divine Embryo. These were divine stones naturally bred through the world and didn't originate from Lin Ming himself. If Lin Ming were to lose his avatars, although it would decrease his strength, it wouldn't cause any true damage to his body. But the twofold Tao Palace was different. The avatar of the twofold Tao Palace was created by a martial artist taking out a portion of his blood essence and casting it in starlight of the high heavens, transforming it into true flesh and blood. One couldn't afford to lose such an avatar. Moreover, this avatar came from the same origins as the main body. It could separate from the main body and also fuse with the main body. Once the avatar and main body merged together, it would cause one's strength to erupt, doubling over. This sort of ability was not something that a refined avatar could possess. In normal situations, after a martial artist opened the twofold Tao Palace, the main body and avatar were mostly fused together. With this, one could display the greatest strength. It was only in cultivation that they would separate. Like this, absorbing heaven and earth origin energy would be that much faster. Lin Ming fervently wished to open the twofold Tao Palace now, because after he opened it, he could use its special characteristics to separate the power of divinity and demons in his body. Lin Ming's twofold Tao Palace had a large difference from that of others who cultivated the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Generally speaking, once a martial artist opened their twofold Tao Palace and separated out their avatar, this avatar would be no different from their main body. If the avatar and main body were separated, this would make one's fighting techniques more flexible and their cultivation speed faster. If the avatar and main body were fused together, then this would be the same as superimposing their strength together. But Lin Ming was different. He planned to use the twofold Tao Palace as the foundation, and after condensing the Starlight Phantom, he would then pour all of the demon power in his body into this avatar, turning his twofold avatar into a complete demon avatar. As for his true self, he would leave behind the power of divinity and the corresponding bloodlines. By doing this, Lin Ming would have a more flexible identity in the future. He could fuse with his avatar whenever he wished and also separate whenever he needed to. As for this abyssal twofold avatar, it would be able to recklessly use the swallowing laws to swallow the power of demons while his main body absorbed the power of the world, allowing his cultivation to rise faster and faster. If so, then Lin Ming wouldn't need to worry that using such an evil and unorthodox cultivation method like the swallowing laws to rapidly increase his cultivation would make his foundation unsteady, nor would it cause a backlash. After opening the twofold Tao Palace and entering the demon god's tomb, he could even use his avatar to transform into the shape of an abyssal and undergo the abyssal ritual. Like this, there shouldn't be a problem. Lin Ming spoke his ideas to Mo Eversnow. As Mo Eversnow heard this, she was stunned for a long time. You want to form a demon avatar? Mo Eversnow felt this was all too inconceivable. How could Lin Ming have approached the 7th Tao Palace so quickly? And where did he obtain Famine's essence from? It should be possible. This avatar is myself and not something I seized. As long as I branch out a wisp of my source soul into my avatar, then it will be a second me. This is just what have you gone through these past years? Mo Eversnow had long been wanting to ask this, but she didn't have a chance since there were so many matters to discuss. It should have been impossible for life forms of the 33 heavens to seize the body of an abyssal. If Lin Ming were to form a demon avatar in the future, this would be an unbelievable event. Lin Ming told everything he experienced in the last 7,000 years to Mo Eversnow without holding anything back. He described being chased down by soaring feather, his own source soul force being taken by Xianxia, his tribulations in the lower realms, his 7 reincarnations, his arrival in the wild universe, his absorbing of Famine's soul and controlling Famine's avatar, his overcoming 2 god kings and making them withdraw from the war between humanity and the saints. Towards Mo Evers now, Lin Ming had no need or desire to conceal anything. She already knew about the secret of the magic cube, so what else was there left to hide? After listening to Lin Ming's experiences, Mo Evers now fell silent for some time. For these past years, Lin Ming's experiences were simply far too bizarre. From the verge of death, to the abyss of despair, to standing up tall once more, to entering the wild universe and turning the tides, to becoming a leader of humanity and being titled the human sovereign. It wouldn't even be enough to describe Lin Ming's life as one that experienced simple ups and downs. She thought that with all the lucky chances and life or death slaughters she encountered in the primeval realm ruins, her life had been considerably adventurous. But when compared to what Lin Ming had experienced, it seemed quite bland instead. So the reason you went missing in the past was because of Xianxia. Mo Evers now was at a loss for words. She just couldn't understand why Xianxia did what she did. You said that Xianxia has a great enmity with the Soul Emperor, and after she took away your strength she still left behind a wisp of her source soul in your body, and even sealed her primordial Yin and grand reincarnation art into it? But what is the meaning behind doing all of this? In that sort of situation, the chances of you overcoming the odds to rise once more were nearly zero. Xianxia didn't know you had the magic cube either, so why would she think you could restore your strength? Lin Ming sighed and shook his head. I am not sure either. Her methods at the time were probably the only choice she could make after she joined the Soul Emperor and found herself powerless to do anything. At that time, I truly would have died. But Xianxia relied on the faintest glimmer of her intuition to leave behind one last hope for me, as well as one last hope for her. Xianxia was a woman no different from a puzzle. Thinking of her, Lin Ming once more recalled the mysterious peerless woman who had appeared in the cold ice mirror and whose remains were left behind in the center of the eternal wall. To surpass a river of time that flowed for 10 billion years, Xianxia and that mysterious woman were no different from a martial artist and their twofold avatar. Just how could they be related? Xianxia and the Soul Emperor's fate, all that she did to him, everything left Lin Ming with extremely complicated feelings towards Xianxia. She was neither good nor evil. She seemed to have seen the limitless scenery of the world, and also seemed to be shouldering a pitiful and sorrowful story. However, no matter what her life experiences were, no matter what it was she wanted, Lin Ming knew that 7,000 years ago, when he was being hunted down by soaring feather god king without hope of escaping, when he was also being eyed by the Soul Emperor on another side, it was Xianxia who had saved him. This graciousness was not one that Lin Ming would forget. Even if Xianxia's methods had been filled with riddles, the feeling she emitted was like a pearl shrouded in the darkest fog. 10 billion years ago a flower falls, and 10 billion years later a flower opens. To overcome the samsara of 10,000 lives, unaffected by karma, fated for life and death. Black Sand City possessed the largest slave trade in the 12th layer of the abyss. After the ancient god uprising erupted, not only was its business not affected, but it became increasingly busy. For several months, every month there would be at least 20,000 slaves transported to Black Sand City. On this day, there were already at least 200,000 slaves gathered at Black Sand City. These slaves were all high-quality goods that were carefully selected. Many of them were shipped out from the Demon Association in the 16th and even 17th layer of the abyss. In order to train better slaves, the Demon Association would allow some ancient race slaves to cultivate to the Holy Lord realm. But, to fully control these slaves, the Demon Association gave them incomplete cultivation methods that would only allow them to reach the Holy Lord realm. In addition, with the slave seals planted in their spiritual seas and the special training and enslavement process, this meant that the chances of these slaves escaping their control was near zero. Of course, they could still have their free will restored if they were rescued and had their slave seals undone by a high-level master. A Holy Lord-level slave could sell for a sky-high price. As for a World King-level slave, those were nearly non-existent. If they existed, They were also specially raised by high-level abyssals for their own enjoyment. Beneath the 9 suns burning in the sky, the black sand desert seemed as if it would ignite. The reason the sand here was black was because there was dark steel in it. Underneath the heated sun, the dark steel could easily burn a person's foot. If a vicious bird egg was buried in the sand, it would only take an incense stick of time to cook it. However, to some mounts, this burning hot sand wasn't anything at all. Bang! A green monster's foot came smashing down like a pillar, leaving a foot-deep footprint in the burning hot sand. This was a cyclops and also a variation cyclops. It was larger than an ordinary cyclops as well as stronger and faster. Of course, its price was over 10 times that of an ordinary cyclops. An ordinary cyclops was already considered a luxury commodity. This variation cyclops was not something that the average person could hope to ride. And at this time, the one riding this cyclops was Lin Ming. He had taken the appearance of an abyssal. A year had already passed since Lin Ming entered the dark abyss. For this year, Lin Ming spent most of his time in the Black Sand Desert with the ancient race rebel army. The rebel army and the demon association collided several times, and Lin Ming took the shape of a human to quietly kill over 1,000 abyssals. This even included a Middle Empyrean abyssal that guarded Black Sand City. When Lin Ming killed these abyssals, they simply collapsed upon the first strike. Thus, they weren't able to temper his fighting skills at all. However, he was able to further practice his swallowing laws. The power of demons in every abyssal was absorbed by Lin Ming. Slowly, he became increasingly proficient in his swallowing laws, soon achieving almost the highest boundary he could reach. Lin Ming had now made all of his preparations. After absorbing so much energy, he could attack the late Empyrean realm as well as open the twofold Dao Palace. And the direct result of Lin Ming striking down an Empyrean of Black Sand City was that the Demon Association wasn't able to sit idly by any further. They never imagined that the ancient god religion and the resistance would be so difficult to deal with. Not only did the rebel army repeatedly outmaneuver their armies, but they even killed an Empyrean. This simply defied all common sense. Now, the ancient god resistance had become a thorn in their eye that they had to pull out. Soon the Demon Association would take action. A month ago, the ancient race rebel army intercepted a force of abyssal enforcers that were escorting ancient race slaves. After killing these abyssals, the ancient race rebel army rescued 5,000 ancient race slaves. These 5,000 slaves had extremely high levels of talent and their cultivations were also very good. Following the usual procedure, they would then join the ancient race resistance and become another force for the rebel army. However, the result left their hearts aching. When Lin Ming tried to lift their slave seals, all of these people suddenly died at the same time. Lin Ming could only stare helplessly on as these 5,000 ancient race youths died as blood gushed out from their heads. Some of them even exploded into a bloody fog. Even though Lin Ming had experienced endless life or death slaughter in his life, and even though he had killed countless enemies in his time, seeing such a scene still left him dispirited. Lin Ming didn't need to investigate anything to know that the Demon Association had tampered with the slave seals, making it so that any movement would cause all of them to die. This was to prevent the ancient race rebel army rescuing the slaves, and this would also prevent the ancient race rebel army growing in strength. The tactics of the Demon Association were similar to the kamikaze tactics used by mortal nations in war, to kill 1,000 enemies by sacrificing 800. In this way, it would be useless for the ancient race rebel army to rescue the slaves. This was equal to accelerating their death. The Demon Association's methods caused the ancient race martial artists to be filled with anger. However, there was nothing they could do. Currently, they had no ability to frontally engage the Demon Association. They could only use guerrilla tactics to fight them, but now even this tactic had been denied by the Demon Association, thus they had become idle. They couldn't fight in Black Sand City, and yet wandering in the wild wasn't meaningful either. For a time, the ancient god rebel army's morale hit a low point. But at this time, more shocking changes occur. The Demon Association sent a black-robed elder to Black Sand City. The highest authorities in the Demon Association were the black-robed elders. Every black-robed elder was a true divinity-level abyssal. Even in the dark abyss, true divinities weren't cabbage found everywhere. They only existed in top influences and were also the highest authorities in these influences. The Demon Association never imagined that there would be a day where they would have to send out a black-robed elder to suppress a slave uprising. However, now that the slave rebel army had managed to stir a black-robed elder to action, this also meant that their game had come to an end. This was because a true divinity-level Abyssal's divine sense was far too powerful. A black-robed elder would surely be able to find the hideout of the rebel army using his sense, and that would be the apocalypse of the ancient god uprising. The only reason the Demon Association tolerated the ancient race rebel army at the beginning was because the true divinities couldn't be bothered with such little matters. But, once they moved in earnest, extinguishing a rebel army wouldn't be any more difficult than slaughtering a dog. The arrival of the Demon Association's black-robed elder left the ancient race rebel army flustered in a panic. It was obvious that it wouldn't be long before the Demon Association would lay siege to them. Ultimately, the ancient god rebel army was only a ragtag gathering of freed slaves. They didn't have any system of cultivation methods or military training, and although they were willing to sacrifice themselves to restore the past glory of their people, their total fighting strength wasn't too formidable. For a time, the various squad leaders of the rebel army gathered together. They frequently came to seek an audience with Mo Eversnow, or they met together to secretly discuss how to deal with the Demon Association. Many people thought of evacuating the 12th layer of the abyss and fleeing to the 11th layer. But this wouldn't be much safer because a true divinity-level powerhouse of the Demon Association would be much faster than they were. Moreover, if they chose to evacuate, that would make it even easier for them to be discovered and suffer total destruction. Even so, towards all the rebel army squad leaders who desired an audience, Mo Eversnow rejected them without exception. She passed down a single order, that was to stand by and wait for further notice. Such an order left the squad leaders weak at heart. But because of Mo Eversnow's authority, they had no choice but to obey her. In this situation, whether it was the rebel army squad leaders or high-level figures of the Demon Association, no one knew that before the black-robed elder arrived, Lin Ming had already quietly descended upon Black Sand City. Lin Ming knew that the chance he waited for had come. This would be his opportunity to open the twofold Dao Palace and for him to reach another turning point in furthering his strength. Bang! Bang! The variation Cyclops weighed over 100,000 genes. With every step it took in the vast desert, it would stir up waves of sand. Dark steel chains hung heavy on its arms, dragging against the sand, blurred in the high desert heat. This variation Cyclops had been bought by the demon crystals that Lin Ming obtained after killing the Empyrean that guarded Black Sand City. This would have been a luxury mount to ordinary abyssals, but to Lin Ming it wasn't much at all. At this time, Black Sand City loomed before Lin Ming. As Lin Ming rode the variation Cyclops into the city, he could see the city guards eye him with awe and envy in their eyes. In the dark abyss, wealth was proportional to strength. Only powerful abyssals had the right to be wealthy. Otherwise, even if one came from a great family, they still wouldn't obtain any wealth. To abyssals, they were incredibly indifferent to family-kin relationships. High-level abyssals would never favor their own descendants. For this past year, although Lin Ming had been annoying the Demon Association from the back, this was the first time he truly came to Black Sand City. Black Sand City was an extremely busy and lively city. In terms of population density, it was much greater than Demon Snake City. Black Sand City streets were broad and spacious. Lin Ming could recklessly ride his variation Cyclops into the street, and other abyssals would politely allow Lin Ming to pass through without complaint. In this world where strength was revered above all, someone that could ride a variation Cyclops must possess formidable strength. Along the way, Lin Ming could see numerous succubus women casting flirtatious looks at him along the street. These were prostitutes of Black Sand City. In this debased and wealthy city, prostitutes were born following a desire for money. This was an occupation that had existed since time immemorial and easily mixed into any city. Lin Ming didn't pay attention to this. He went to the largest slave trading market in Black Sand City, the one established by the Demon Association. This slave market was like a city within a city. It had high city walls, and the inside of the city walls was completely different. As Lin Ming walked in, he discovered that sealed within these city walls there was an independent dimensional realm. This world was 1,000 miles in radius, and numerous palaces floated through the air, along with opulent jade palaces and celestial mountains that floated amongst the clouds. It was hard to believe that such a scene was a slave market of the dark abyss. In fact, this place seemed like an Empyrean holy lord established by the life forms of the 33 heavens. "Sir, what type of slaves are you wishing to purchase?" After Lin Ming appeared, a pretty succubus demon welcomed him. Her voice was delightful and captivating, and she spoke in the higher abyssal language. It was clear that Lin Ming possessed a royal bloodline, and his mount proved how wealthy he was. This made the succubus demon even more attentive towards him. "Bring me to take a look." As Lin Ming spoke, he had already flown into the skies. As for the succubus woman, she followed with a bright smile, introducing Lin Ming to the area along the way. In the skies, far off in the distance, Lin Ming could see a tall platform high in the air with a slave woman being sold. She was locked in a cage, and although she was a slave, she had been carefully dressed up. One couldn't sense any lowly and debased feeling from her at all. Many female slaves wore luxurious dresses, their temperament as faint and ethereal as smoke, as if they were the saintesses of large sections. There were also young girl slaves that were miserable and pathetic, capable of arousing the sympathy of others. There were female slaves that were 13 to 14 years old too, with little horns coming out from their heads. Although these little girls had low cultivations, their talents were outstanding. However, whether they were noble and holy, these women, or little girls that seemed lovable and innocent, all of them were locked in dark steel cages without a single exception. From afar, the cold bars that surrounded them formed an enormous contrast. The succubus demon proudly said from beside Lin Ming, "Sir, these different types of female slaves aren't just empty appearances. Thanks to our careful cultivation, if these female slaves seem like a saintess, then they have the makings of a saintess. If they are like little girls, they are also gentle and lovable. Their looks are completely consistent with who they are." Lin Ming frowned and didn't speak. He could see that some cages had multiple women within them. Before he could ask anything, the succubus demon said, "The slaves that are enclosed in the same cage are often related to each other. They might be twins, triplets, quadruplets, or also mother and daughter." Listening to the succubus demon's explanation, Lin Ming looked at these women once more and lightly sighed. Some were brimming with youth, some exuded enchanting sex appeal, some seemed noble and lofty. However, their lives were already ruined. At this time, there were numerous abyssal customers all around. The customers chose these women as if they were choosing goods from a stall. Anyone that they chose would have to face their destiny as a slave. Seeing Lin Ming's unhappy expression, the succubus demon thought he wasn't satisfied with the goods. She quickly said, "Sir has no need to worry. This is only the beginning, and the truly splendid goods are up ahead. Sir, please come with me. There is a VIP area that the average person cannot enter without at least 1,000,000 demon crystals in wealth." "Of course, this isn't a problem for you." The succubus demon laughed. She naturally wouldn't suspect Lin Ming's financial resources. The variation cyclops was something that not even an ordinary world king could afford to ride. She flew up front and led the way. Lin Ming quietly followed as he probed his surroundings with his sense. In truth, he could easily cover this entire dimensional realm in his sense. Not even the array formations around the VIP area could stop him. He could see a celestial mountain before him high up in the skies. Atop this celestial mountain was an exquisite jade building as well as a garden. Ancient race martial artists were spread throughout the area. Lin Ming flew over a square atop a celestial mountain. He could see 100 ancient race martial artists lined up in the square. There were men and women, and all of them were exceptionally good-looking. These people all wore neat training clothes as they shadowboxed the air. Beneath the blazing sun, these ancient race martial artists wore clothes as white as snow. As they moved in their uniforms, they seemed like white cranes unfurling their wings, beautiful to the eyes. They were slaves, and because they had slave seals planted in their bodies, they no longer possessed free will. The orders they obtained were to happily demonstrate their skills. Thus the state of mind they displayed was one of happiness and joy. If Lin Ming didn't meet these people in the dark abyss's black sand city, he would think that he had come to an ancient race holy land. Then, Lin Ming flew over a medicinal garden. He could see some women in floral clothes carefully tending to the plants. They were all young and beautiful with outstanding figures and faces as perfect as a flower fairy in full bloom. Another some young girls skipped through the garden trying to catch butterflies. A truly beautiful scene. However, although this was a beautiful scene, Lin Ming merely sighed with emotion as he saw this. This was because the more beautiful these young girls were, the happier they seemed, the easier it was for them to be bought. And the fate that awaited them was truly pitiful. For instance, if an abyssal species that only had males were to purchase one, then that woman would end up being a body for those abyssals to reproduce. Their fates would be to bear the babies of these abyssals who would eat them alive from their bellies. Lin Ming continued to fly forwards. He saw some young men and women skilled in alchemy or refining techniques working in alchemy rooms and refining forges. He even saw a deep mountain valley, and in this mountain valley were hot springs covered with a thick fog. Water trickled down from these springs, blue and transparent, like the finest crystal. And in this fog, one could see a group of girls wearing only thin gauze, their exposed bodies revealing enchanting scenery as they bathed in the water. Lin Ming never imagined he would see a crowd of beautiful women bathing here. For a time, this left him at a loss for words. In the eyes of intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens, abyssal demons represented the greatest evil, the greatest darkness. But in truth, in the hearts of those that lived in the 33 heavens, hadn't demons always existed to begin with? These naked women shrouded in fog made one wish to commit grave sins and explore their bodies. If the intelligent beings of the 33 heavens were to stand here, they might also be unable to help themselves and would try to purchase these young women. Seeing Lin Ming stop in the valley, the succubus demon revealed a thoughtful smile. She said, "Only those that wish to purchase these female slaves and also pay down a deposit are able to go into the valley below. Otherwise, if these top-grade female slaves are seen by countless abyssals every day, they wouldn't be able to sell for a high price." Lin Ming was silent for a moment. Then, he suddenly said, "The price tags. Bring all of them over." Lin Ming's words were simple and to the point. The young succubus demon was overjoyed. She quickly took out a jade slip. All of the slaves' prices were recorded within. As the agent who had received him, she would receive a commission on all slaves that Lin Ming bought. Lin Ming looked through the jade slip. The slaves of Black Sand City were clearly priced, and there was basically no way of haggling with a counteroffer. The only exception was if one wished to purchase en masse. And the reason Lin Ming came this time was for such a mass purchase. If possible, he even wanted to buy up all these slaves. The Demon Association would have planted special slave seals in the bodies of these slaves that could take their lives at any moment. Once Lin Ming attacked the Demon Association branch division, even if he won, these slaves would still all be buried with them. Lin Ming didn't wish to see this occur. Thus, before he caused any truly earth-shaking waves in Black Sand City, he needed to purchase as many slaves as he could and send them away. In this way, he could save even more people. What does Sir think? If Sir is satisfied, then you may feel free to take a look. These slaves are all high-quality goods with superior talents, and they have also been trained since childhood in all manners of skills to please and pleasure you. Moreover, all of them are virgins. The succubus demon leaned in close to Lin Ming's ears and blew out her steamy breath. She didn't believe that Lin Ming would be able to resist such temptation. Of course, if he wished to go down and recklessly play with them, then he would need to pay the deposit money and also purchase the slaves too. Lin Ming shook the jade slip in his hands, glancing over the prices. Although he already knew the approximate pricing of these female slaves, seeing the long line of numerals still left him slightly flabbergasted. These slaves were far too expensive. However, Lin Ming was also extremely wealthy. For the last year he had killed hundreds and thousands of abyssals, including even an Empyrean-level abyssal. He was already wealthy to begin with, and when he came to Black Sand City he also brought the numerous demon crystals that Mo Evers now had. In these past years, the ancient god rebel army had accumulated an astronomical level of wealth. The deposit money is here. I will buy them all. Lin Ming took out a spatial ring and flicked it towards the succubus demon. The succubus demon grabbed it and probed it with her sense. She was immediately shocked. Within this spatial ring were piles upon piles of demon crystals. It was simply hard to estimate how many there were. Let alone the dozen-some young girls bathing in the spring below. Even if there were hundreds of them, this money would be more than enough. And from what Lin Ming said just then, this was also only a deposit. Deposit money. This meant that Lin Ming would take out even more wealth and buy even more slaves. Thinking of this, the succubus demon was immediately excited. Sir, you are far too generous. Would you like to go down now to take a look? She thought that after Lin Ming bought the young girls in the valley, he would certainly dive into that warm pond and enjoy himself in devouring those beautiful women. But she never imagined that Lin Ming would issue a terse order. Have those people put on clothes and follow me. Put on clothes. The succubus demon was stunned. The Demon Association Branch Division had spent a considerable amount of effort to arrange the scene below, and yet this Royal Abyssal had no intention of doing anything with the young girls. To have such beautiful young girls put on clothes, wasn't that just a waste of goods? Although she was puzzled in her heart, in Black Sand City a customer's requests were everything. The succubus demon could only act accordingly. All of the young girls in the valley were ordered to rise up, dry their bodies, and then put on clothes to follow Lin Ming. Then Lin Ming went to the high platform he saw before. The slaves here were all enclosed in iron cages. In this giant slave market there were some slaves that showed a positive demeanor. But there were even more young girls who were only giving performances in the iron cages to attract customers. There was no young girl willing to be held in an iron cage as a commodity to be sold and bought. Like this, whether they were ephemeral saintesses or little girls that seemed to be treasures of families, they were only maintaining their outer appearance beneath the threats of the Demon Association. Lin Ming could actually see their bodies gently shaking. Some girls were pale with beads of tears at the corners of their eyes. They were nervous but also pitiful. To the Abyssals, the delicate and fragile appearances of these female slaves could arouse the beastly desires in their hearts. There was even the rare kind-hearted Abyssal who would feel a protective desire upon seeing these slaves. Even so, no matter who they were, they would still buy these slaves. Raise your head. Stand at the front of the iron cage for me. As Lin Ming stepped before an iron cage, two identical young girls shrank back into a corner, subconsciously lowering their heads. They didn't dare to look at Lin Ming now because his appearance was simply far too fierce. To these young girls who had just bloomed, it was hard to imagine just what sort of master Lin Ming was and what awaited them. I'm speaking to you too. Are you deaf? Near the iron cage, an iron-claw demon raised a whip, enraged at the disrespectful appearance they showed towards Lin Ming. He lashed out his whip and the two young girls panicked upon seeing this. These iron-claw demons were extremely skilled in using their whips to cross through the slits of the iron cage and strike the girls' bodies. The strike would hurt, but it wouldn't break their skin, in order to avoid leaving behind scars. The two young girls subconsciously closed their eyes. However, the pain didn't arrive. They opened their eyes and saw that the iron-claw demon's whip had been grabbed by a towering abyssal before it fell. Compared to this large abyssal, the iron-claw demon seemed as small as a chicken. The iron-claw demon smiled apologetically. I apologize for this shameful sight. These little girls only arrived a short time ago and are still a bit wild. Slashing them with a few whips will be enough. Lin Ming looked upon the iron-claw demon, revealing a bit of killing intent in his eyes that caused the iron-claw demon to shrink away, a cold chill running down his back. You. The iron-claw demon gulped, not sure of what to say. He didn't want to offend such a powerhouse. Luckily for him, Lin Ming had already turned his head, giving the iron-claw demon a chance to catch his breath. I'll buy them, Lin Ming coldly said to the succubus demon behind him. The succubus demon was overjoyed. As for the two young girls in the cage, they were flustered, unaware of just what fate awaited them. After becoming slaves, they didn't expect any brilliance or glory in their lives. Just surviving would be enough. However, although this abyssal before them seemed ferocious, he had still stopped the Iron Claw demon from striking their bodies. He shouldn't be some cruel pervert, right? As the two young girls were thinking like this, they developed wild hopes of Lin Ming. They left the iron cage and followed behind him. Lin Ming didn't speak. As they walked forwards, every time he saw a young girl in a cage, he would only ask what their price was and then buy them up. Later, Lin Ming didn't ask for their price. When he saw one, he bought one, as the clear prices of these slaves were listed on their cages. Soon, the several hundred young girls from the iron cages had been bought up by Lin Ming. Many of these young girls had pink whip marks marring their skin, and their clothes were torn in many places. With their appearance, it was easy to take pity on them. The succubus demon behind Lin Ming was already ecstatic. She didn't know why Lin Ming was in such a haughty mood to buy so many slaves at once. But she didn't have any interest in finding out the reason, as she would earn money all the same. The commission she would earn from this customer today would be the same as what she earned in several years. For all the slaves that Lin Ming bought, he would branch out a part of his soul force to enter their spiritual seas and refine the slave seals there. Like this, these slaves were turned over to Lin Ming for him to control. As for the slave seals, the array formation spells that would cause the slaves to instantly die were also lifted. The Demon Association was a merchant organization that heavily relied on word of mouth. They certainly wouldn't add such spells on goods they sold that would make their customers feel ill. Slave after slave was rescued. Afterwards, Lin Ming didn't even speak. With a wave of his hand, the succubus demon would cheerfully laugh and take away the slaves. The several hundred ancient race slaves that were training on the Celestial Mountain, both men and women, were all bought by Lin Ming. The flowery fairy maidens in the medicinal garden and the common slaves there were also bought by Lin Ming. Following that, from the various halls, residences, pavilions, towers, alchemy rooms, all the male and female slaves that one could see were bought up by Lin Ming. Lin Ming welcomed all without reserve. Sometimes he didn't even glance at them. Finally, he waited in place and all the slaves in the slave market walked towards him, whereupon he received them all. Such a bold approach even alarmed the city lord of Black Sand City. He was a peak Empyrean of the Demon Association. This Demon Association city lord commanded Black Sand City. Now, he came to personally greet Lin Ming. Lin Ming tossed out more and more demon crystals. Soon he started to lack funds. Fortunately for him, by this time almost all the slaves had been bought up by him. He placed them all into Primordius Heavenly Palace. At this time, Primordius Heavenly Palace had its appearance changed by the ancient Elysium seal, and it now looked like one of the dark fortresses that abyssals like to ride. It was covered all over in cruel and demonic bone spikes. After a purchasing session of nearly 8 hours, the last of the ancient race slaves were sent to Primordius Heavenly Palace by Lin Ming. Primordius Heavenly Palace then flew away. Lin Ming watched as it broke through the void and vanished into space. Slowly, his face turned cold. He had already paid the abyssal crystals. These crystals were held in the hand of the Empyrean-level abyssal before him, who was also the city lord of Black Sand City. The Black Sand City lord also had a royal bloodline, and he was much taller than Lin Ming. At this time, he was smiling as he looked at Lin Ming. "Sir is truly bold and refreshing. For all the slaves that Sir bought, we have already accounted a 5% discount for you. Next time you can place an order, and we can personally prepare your request to create suitable slaves." As the abyssal spoke, he clapped his hands and ordered a banquet to see off Lin Ming. Then, he looked at Lin Ming and said, "I wonder if you have any other requests you would like to make?" Lin Ming looked at the Black Sand City lord with indifference. He slowly said, "I have one more request, and that is that I don't want to pay anything." Lin Ming's tone was casual, as if he were speaking of minor matters. The Black Sand City lord's face stiffened, as if he hadn't clearly heard what Lin Ming just said. "I said that I want you to give me all your demon crystals." Lin Ming spoke, clearly and unhurriedly, his eyes blazing as he stared at the Black Sand City lord. The Black Sand City lord's complexion darkened. but he still retained a friendly tone. "Are you making a joke here? This joke isn't funny. The slaves have already been taken away by you. My apologies, but this is not a joke." As Lin Ming spoke, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Lin Ming's killing intent was not concealed. This thick killing intent condensed in the room, as if the entire room was filling with solid metal, freezing all. Feeling Lin Ming's killing intent, the Black Sand City Lord was not angry or scared. Rather, what he felt was disbelief. Black Sand City was the territory of their demon association. And their demon association was a super influence that had existed in the dark abyss for billions of years. It had an unimaginable background and numerous masters. No one dared to play tricks with them. Moreover, in Black Sand City, there was currently a true divinity abyssal standing guard. Yet an abyssal actually dared to stir up a mess in Black Sand City. Did he have a death wish? The demon association didn't fear anyone. Although it seemed that Lin Ming's background wasn't simple, the Black Sand City Lord didn't even place him in his eyes. "I don't mind if you say that. In my opinion, these ancient race slaves aren't some commodity to be bought and sold by others to begin with. Are they just because you think they are? So, I want you to give me back those spatial rings I just gave you a moment ago." Lin Ming ignored the Black Sand City Lord's anger and continued to speak in a casual tone, just like a calm lake. But as these words fell into the Black Sand City Lord's ears, his killing intent only became that much thicker. "You have no idea of death or danger," the Black Sand City Lord gnashed out. The Abyssal Demon's cultivation system was completely different from that of the 33 Heavens. The Black Sand City Lord couldn't completely distinguish Lin Ming's cultivation, but he could approximately feel that Lin Ming's cultivation was lower than his own. A person with a weaker cultivation actually dared to repeatedly push his limits. Was there something wrong with his brain? Although there were many species of low intelligence amongst the Abyssals, such as the Cyclops or Black Armor Demons, it was clear that Royal Abyssals were different. "I will give you one final chance to take back the words you just said and immediately get out of Black Sand City. If so, I will pretend nothing occurred just now. And if you don't, then I will have you die here without a grave." The Black Sand City Lord had reached the limit of his patience. If it weren't for Lin Ming's extravagant spending, the astronomical amount of demon crystals he paid to buy up all the ancient race slaves, then he would have already turned Lin Ming into a corpse by now. However, his warning seemed to have no effect at all. Lin Ming silently took out a black spear. This was the Black Dragon Spear. In Lin Ming's abyssal form, the Black Dragon Spear had changed its shape, becoming even fiercer and more deadly. Seeing Lin Ming extract his weapon, the Black Sand City Lord's face turned icy cold. "You are seeking death." After saying these 3 words, the Black Sand City Lord attacked. His weapons were his claws. For many Abyssals, their bodies were their best weapons. The sharp and vicious claws grasped towards Lin Ming's throat. During this attack, the Black Sand City Lord used his own laws. Black flames lit up over his claws. These were abyssal flames that could burn down all of existence. Compared to fire attribute cultivation methods of the 33 Heavens, this possessed an even more terrifying might. But the moment the Black Sand City Lord attacked, so did Lin Ming. He revolved the strength within his body to the limit, emulating the abyssal method of fighting. Grasping the Black Dragon Spear, he brought it smashing downwards. A thick spear light directly pressed down upon the Black Sand City Lord, capable of shattering mountains and rivers. Kacha! The moment Lin Ming fought with the Black Sand City Lord, a horrifying energy vortex tore everything around them into pieces. The immortal palaces of the slave trading market, the platforms, the various buildings, all of them were instantly reduced to ashes. Even many of the Abyssals responsible for overseeing the slaves were sucked up into this energy storm and mercilessly killed. Just how terrifying was a battle between a peak Empyrean and a true divinity-level master. In just a single collision, everything within a scope of 100 miles had been annihilated, and this was even with the protection of array formations. And if it weren't for these protective array formations placed everywhere around the slave market, then this entire dimensional realm would have turned to dust. In the turbulent flow of energy, the Black Sand City Lord was sent flying away. He crashed into a celestial mountain so hard that it brought the mountain tumbling down. His body was broken in countless places and he was buried in a bloody heap of rocks. It was already impossible to find him. What happened? What is going on? Many abyssals were unsure as to what had occurred. They flew about and saw Lin Ming grasp a black spear, standing atop ruins. It seemed as if mountains and rivers had collapsed in front of him. At this moment, Lin Ming took the black dragon spear and pounded the ground. Bow! With a loud explosive sound, the earth violently trembled. Giant shockwaves swelled outwards like tsunamis. With the black dragon spear as the center, the shockwaves spread in all directions, catching all the abyssals that were flying in the air. And in front of Lin Ming, the ruins formed from shattered mountains and rivers also split open. The Black Sand City Lord that was buried deep beneath the debris was blown out of the ruins. His body was a bloody mess and his figure was unrecognizable. At this time, Lin Ming stepped forwards. The black dragon spear shot out like an arrow, instantly piercing through the Black Sand City Lord's throat. Puff! Blood shot out. Lin Ming poured energy through the spear into the Black Sand City Lord's meridians, breaking apart his organs. The Black Sand City Lord's eyes bulged out, and he stared at Lin Ming with confusion and disbelief. He couldn't believe that Lin Ming was actually this strong. Without a doubt, this was a premeditated attack. All of Lin Ming's actions had only been to kill him. Or, it could be said that Lin Ming already possessed the strength to kill him and was merely toying around with him. You! Abyssal demons possessed an incomparably powerful life force. Even though the Black Sand City Lord was wounded so heavily, he still hung onto one final breath. Bubbly blood frothed out from his mouth and his lips shook. With cold indifference, Lin Ming reached out a hand and took back all the wealth he had handed the Black Sand City Lord earlier, including even the Black Sand City Lord's own spatial ring. I already said that these things are to be returned to me. As Lin Ming spoke these words, the Black Sand City Lord was so enraged he nearly vomited more blood. The Demon Association will not let you go, you. The Black Sand City Lord's head was lopped off. The world turned upside down, and then he stared helplessly on as Lin Ming took away his corpse before leaving the dimensional realm where the slave market was located. This was also the last image he saw. At this time, a loud rumbling sound like thunder echoed throughout the entirety of Black Sand City. This sound contained endless anger. It was like the punishment of the highest heavens, destroying all. Who are you? You killed my Demon Association's City Lord. Lin Ming paused his step. He knew who the master of this voice was. It was the black-robed elder sent out by the Demon Association to guard Black Sand City, as well as his true target. That brief fight just now had only lasted a mere spark of time before the Black Sand City Lord was cut down, making it impossible for those Demon Association elder who was in seclusion to help rescue him. Hum. Black clouds began covering all of Black Sand City. The 9 suns high in the sky were already hidden away. Clouds as dark as ink poured out, rolling through the world. Suddenly, light disappeared, and one couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. Lin Ming knew that this Demon Association True Divinity Elder had released a force field to completely cover Black Sand City. But how could Lin Ming allow himself to be surrounded like this? His figure flashed and he rapidly flew away. Whoosh! Lin Ming was like a meteor cutting through the dark skies. He grasped the black dragon spear, pouring the power of the 9 stars into it. A horrifying strength instantly erupted as he thrust out at the edge of the force field. Chila! The force field tore apart. Lin Ming's body shook as he forcefully broke through this true divinity force field. With Lin Ming's strength, he was already able to defeat ordinary true divinities. Naturally, breaking apart a force field wasn't easy. But in order to accomplish his goal, the moment Lin Ming broke through the force field, he burnt the power of his blood essence. After opening the gate of life, Lin Ming burning a little bit of the gate of life's blood essence wasn't a problem at all. But as this scene fell into the eyes of others, it seemed as if he were desperately giving it his everything. After breaking out of the force field, Lin Ming launched his full speed and crossed through the horizon like a rainbow, rapidly flying into the depths of the black sand desert. And behind Lin Ming, what followed him was roiling black sand. This black sand formed a giant wave 100 miles high and 1,000 miles wide. At the crown of this sand wave was a massive abyssal claw formed of black sand that came grasping down at Lin Ming. The black-robed elder guarding Black Sand City was using his transcendent methods to attack Lin Ming from afar. These methods seemed grandiose, however, its true might was far inferior to the black-robed true divinity personally being present. As long as Lin Ming wanted to, he could easily destroy this abyssal claw. However, he didn't do so. Rather, he constantly dodged the abyssal claw with swift movements, soaring faster and faster into the black sand desert. "Just where do you think you are going?" An angry voice suddenly sounded out from Black Sand City. Dark clouds surged forth. This true divinity elder had started to personally chase after Lin Ming. This was the exact effect that Lin Ming wanted. As he was being chased, he had continuously suppressed his strength in order to lower the vigilance of the black-robed true divinity. If Lin Ming revealed a strength that was too great, then the other party would absolutely become cautious. If so, then the black-robed elder might not chase after him. And in Black Sand City, Lin Ming didn't have full faith he could strike down the black-robed elder. Not to mention the numerous defensive array formations in Black Sand City and the countless minions of the Demon Association that would harass him. Just the several transmissions arrays in Black Sand City would mean that other high-level abyssals would arrive as soon as they obtained the news that the black-robed elder was in danger. Thus, what Lin Ming first needed to do was draw the black-robed elder out of Black Sand City. Bang! Bang! Black sand formed demon claws that came crashing down again and again. As Lin Ming dodged left and right, he was like a nimble fish swimming through a stormy sea. The sandstorm simply wasn't able to do anything to him. Although Lin Ming was hiding his strength, no one would think he was faking it because his cultivation realm was clearly placed before them. For instance, in the eyes of the Abyssal Elder, Lin Ming's cultivation was somewhere around the middle to late Empyrean realm. With that level of cultivation, being able to kill a peak Empyrean Abyssal in 2 moves and withstand so many strikes from a true divinity was already a miracle in itself. If someone were to say that Lin Ming's strength was even higher than that, the Abyssal Elder simply wouldn't believe it. "I have a deep and bitter grudge with Black Cage, and the reason I came to Black Sand City was to kill him and take revenge. Everything I did was perfectly justified. You had best not involve yourself in my matters. Otherwise I will remember you chasing after me today, and 100,000 years from now I will surely come to you and seek recompense." Lin Ming's voice was clear and loud, rolling out like a thunderclap. It even passed over Black Sand City, and all the abyssals dwelling within heard him. The black cage that Lin Ming spoke of was the Black Sand City Lord he had just killed. He was explaining his reasoning for why he struck him down. And in truth, such an explanation seemed extremely reasonable. This was because a sane abyssal wouldn't suddenly develop some strange fantasy of coming to Black Sand City and striking down the Demon Association's Black Sand City Lord. This action was equal to drawing a death sentence from the Demon Association. There was no abyssal influence that would do something so idiotic without full preparation, because this was the same as declaring war against the Demon Association. But if there was a powerful loner who had a personal grudge against the Black Sand City Lord and wished to recklessly strike him down without caring for the consequences, then this could be easily explained. This sort of misunderstanding was also what Lin Ming wanted. Now, he didn't want others to know that he possessed the ability to disguise himself as an abyssal, nor did he want anyone to link his actions to the ancient race rebel army. If this was only a simple revenge kill, then all would make sense. But when Lin Ming explained his reasoning for killing the Black Sand City Lord, the true divinity elder became even more enraged. Not only did this unknown abyssal kill the Black Sand City Lord while he was present, but he also dared to make threats while trying to escape. He had received the highest orders from the Council of Elders to guard Black Sand City and crush the ancient god uprising. Now, before he had suppressed the uprising, the Black Sand City Lord had actually died. Moreover, he had been personally attending Black Sand City at the time. This was simply a stain upon his name. Thus, when Lin Ming spoke those words just then, it only strengthened the true divinity Abyssal Elder's desire to kill him. He wanted to finish this as soon as possible, because taking so much time was also shameful. He unfurled his movement techniques. Roiling black cloud dragged behind him as he struck a claw at Lin Ming. The claw phantom wildly tore open the black sand desert. Millions of genes of black sand instantly melted away, but at this time, Lin Ming actually accelerated one more time, avoiding every new danger. What? The Abyssal Elder was shocked. He thought that his attack would surely be successful. However, his attack actually failed. He could faintly see a faint red glow around Lin Ming. He had clearly burnt his blood essence. Each time, Lin Ming would only burn the tiniest bit of blood essence. With him having opened the gate of life, burning this amount of blood essence wouldn't affect him at all. However, others wouldn't know of this. They would only think that Lin Ming had reached his limits. Let's see how long you can last. The Abyssal Elder rapidly flew forwards. But he discovered that Lin Ming was like a cockroach. Although the Elder was faster than Lin Ming and his attacks blotted out the skies and overwhelmed the world, every time he attacked, Lin Ming would escape danger again and again. This feeling was like a cockroach escaping from being crushed by mortals by running through the smallest cracks. Lin Ming's performance left the Abyssal Elder at a loss. The Elder guessed that Lin Ming possessed some sort of special arcane skill that granted him speed and flexibility far surpassing other martial artists of his level. However, the disparity in strength eventually couldn't be overcome. At the very least, this was what it looked like in the Abyssal Elder's eyes. After 5 close escapes, the Abyssal Elder could feel that Lin Ming had weakened a little due to the amount of blood essence he repeatedly burnt. Then, on the 6th attack, his claw phantom finally scratched Lin Ming. Pong! With a loud explosive sound, Lin Ming's protective demon power instantly burst apart. He tumbled away, injured. The Abyssal Elder was overjoyed. This chase had dragged on for such a long time that even he was ashamed. Now, he impatiently wished to capture Lin Ming and re-establish his might. I will remember the shame of today. My strength will surpass you in the future, and once I do, I will kill you. Lin Ming shouted out while he suppressed the chaotic blood vitality in his body. This shout caused thick killing intent to flash in the Abyssal Elder's eyes. In truth, he didn't know how old Lin Ming was. But from the skills he displayed, his potential was not small at all. Perhaps with time Lin Ming really could surpass him. And as someone from the Demon Association, everyone knew who he was. If Lin Ming really wished to take revenge in the future, then there would always be a way to stir up trouble against him. Thinking of this, the Abyssal Elder was merciless in his decision. You no longer have a road to flee through, nor will I give you an opportunity to. The Abyssal Elder attacked a 7th time, wanting to bring this game of cat and mouse to an end. But this time, Lin Ming suddenly drew out a piece of an ancient mirror. Then he coughed blood onto this ancient mirror. After it absorbed the blood, it began to shoot out divine light. In the next moment, the ancient mirror completely exploded, turning into a swirl of shadows that ripped open the void. Lin Ming followed the ancient mirror and broke into the void, seeming as if he would activate a great void shift. Seeing this, the Abyssal Elder was stunned. Generally speaking, when martial artists were being chased down, it was impossible for them to carry out a great void shift. This was because if one wished to travel long distances through the void, one needed to carefully calm their heart and summon the power of the space laws to search for the approximate space coordinates. The only exception was if the person being chased had plenty of strength left over, so that it didn't matter if they were distracted while being hunted down. The Abyssal Elder certainly didn't believe Lin Ming possessed such an ability. He recognized that the problem was the ancient mirror Lin Ming had just pulled out. This should be some sort of transmission array disk. After starting the array disk, it would directly transmit the user to an assigned position. Such a transmission array disk wasn't too strange. It was just that super long-distance transmission array disks were few in number while short-distance transmission rates were extremely weak. When Lin Ming was in the South Sea Demon region searching for the Nirvana Dragon Root, Mu Yu Huang had given him an escape symbol excavated from an ancient ruin. That escape symbol was a short-distance transmission array. When Lin Ming was in a critical situation, he had used the escape symbol to send Mu Qianyu away, To a low-level martial artist, such a transmission array was a life-saving escape tool. But to a high-level martial artist, the effects were simply subpar at best. This was because high-level martial artists already possessed the ability to use their sense to lock down a target they were chasing. This was especially true for true divinities. When Lin Ming was locked onto by Soaring Feather, there had simply been no way road to heaven and no gate to hell. The Abyssal Elder slowed down and locked his sense onto Lin Ming's position. Lin Ming's transmission sent him 100 million miles away, past the Black Sand Desert and into the vast and limitless Void Sea. At this moment, the Abyssal Elder hesitated for a moment. His repeated failures in catching Lin Ming left him with a strange feeling percolating in his heart. This could be called a foreboding premonition. However, this feeling only lasted for a brief moment before fading away. It was impossible for him to let go of Lin Ming. After a brief hesitation, he found Lin Ming's coordinates with his sense and then reached out to tear open the void. Looking at the space tunnel before him, a cold light flashed in the Abyssal Elder's eyes. He stepped into the void and rapidly shuttled through, soon appearing 100 million miles away. For a true divinity-level powerhouse, a single great void shift could transport them 100 million miles away. 100 million miles wasn't anything at all for them. The sea tide surged around him. At this time, the Abyssal Elder had already appeared in the vast and endless Void Sea. This was the target area that Lin Ming had chosen. In his eyes, he could see Lin Ming's form turn into a beam of light and shoot deeper into the Void Sea. The Void Sea was the boundary of the Abyss's 12th layer. In its depth, there were complex spatial terrains and massive tracts of shattered space leading to mysterious and unknown chaotic worlds. It was difficult to determine just which direction one was going in here. Many times, even Empyreans didn't dare to enter this place. If one flew through the Void Sea, it was easy to lose direction. And once someone was lost, it would be incredibly difficult for anyone to locate them. Thus, many people deliberately avoided this danger zone, because going missing or dying were likely possibilities. "You want to lose me in the Void Sea?" The Abyssal Elder coldly snorted. He would not allow Lin Ming's hope to come true. Even though this was the Void Sea, he was still a true divinity-level Abyssal, and his ability to discern direction far outstripped Lin Ming. He sensed his surroundings and then reached out a hand to tear open the void once more, undergoing a short-distance space shift. This time, he appeared in front of Lin Ming. But Lin Ming had already been expecting this. The moment the Abyssal Elder appeared, he suddenly changed directions and rapidly ran away. "Die!" The Abyssal Elder suddenly reached out a fist. In an instant, sea water surged up and solidified as it squeezed towards Lin Ming. Looking at the wildly tumbling waves, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. His strength suddenly erupted and the black dragon spear came slashing outwards, the spear light seeming to connect the heavens and earth. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mountain-like waves were neatly split in half before blowing apart. Sea water rose up, forming a 100-mile-long column that impacted into the heavens and flushed away all the clouds. The strength Lin Ming erupted with just now left the Abyssal Elder startled. He looked at Lin Ming, his eyes beginning to narrow. The moment the waves broke, Lin Ming's strength suddenly rose to a new level. Without a doubt, he had been hiding his strength all this time. "You? Just who are you?" The Abyssal Elder's face lit up with murderous intent, his appearance becoming more ferocious. He faintly felt that Lin Ming had intentionally lured him here. Above the Void Sea, one of the greatest characteristics of this place was that time and space were mixed up in a chaotic jumble, and it was hard for the outside world to discover just what was occurring within. This also meant that if there was a fight here, it would be difficult for anyone outside to come to the rescue. Shwa! A gray force field came shrouding down, completely covering the surrounding space. It was Lin Ming's Grand Mist Space. This force field could easily prevent the Abyssal Elder from activating a great void shift. In fact, beneath Lin Ming's all-out onslaught, even if there was not a force field here, it would basically be impossible for the Abyssal Elder to find a moment of peace to lock onto new space coordinates and traverse the Void Sea with a great void shift. The Abyssal Elder's complexion darkened as he felt Lin Ming's force field. "What influence are you from?" Since when have totem-level influences become such sneaky cowards? Are there more abyssals here? Call them all out. The abyssal elder radiated his sense outwards, watching for any possible sneak attack. Although Lin Ming had suddenly erupted with a great strength, he still didn't think that Lin Ming would be the only one here in this trap that was set up for him. The truth was that for the high-level elders of the Demon Association, being encircled and killed was nearly impossible. This was because even in the dark abyss there were only several influences capable of cutting down a true divinity-level elder. As for the Demon Association, their relationships with these other influences weren't antagonistic to the degree that these influences would decide to kill a true divinity-level elder. But if it wasn't a trap set by a great influence, it coming from a personal grudge was even more impossible. This abyssal elder had long since killed off almost all his personal enemies. Even if there were a few fish that managed to escape his net, these simply weren't characters that the abyssal elder would bother to remember, much less be capable of encircling and killing him. Thus, true divinity-level abyssals that attached themselves to large influences were nearly without any enemies in the dark abyss. This was also the reason why this abyssal elder chased Lin Ming while throwing caution to the wind. However, exceptions always existed in reality. The abyssal elder began to understand that all the events that occurred in Black Sand City had been targeting him from the start, and the Black Sand City lord that died was merely a cover for luring him out. However, the abyssal elder didn't think that there wouldn't be anyone rushing out from hiding spots. Instead, it was only Lin Ming who would attack. At this instant, the skies suddenly darkened. 9 sparkling stars appeared high in the air. They rose up from behind Lin Ming, 6 of them radiating infinite divine light as they shined upon his 6 Tao palaces. Bang! The sea exploded, issuing a savage war song. Lin Ming's spear swept up mountain-like waves as he thrust towards the abyssal elder's throat. The abyssal elder's heart shook. He had an extraordinary level of experience, and he could see that the moves Lin Ming used didn't utilize the laws of abyssals. Rather, this seemed to be the 33 heavenly Daos. An abyssal demon could use the 33 heavenly Daos? Was this even possible? The abyssal elder didn't have any time to further think about this. By now, the black dragon spear had already pierced right in front of him. The shining spear light was like a blazing divine light, blinding to the eyes. The abyssal elder emitted a guttural roar. His joints emitted explosive crackling sounds as he clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. Bang! This fist was like a collapsing world, pressing down upon the black dragon spear. Zzz. The black dragon spear bent like a full moon. A massive wave of energy gushed out, forming a monstrous tsunami that swept over the world. The force of this blow left the abyssal elder flustered. A corner of the scales on his fist had shattered and blood flowed out. Whoosh! The abyssal elder was sent flying backwards like a meteor, his face one of stunned astonishment. Who are you? He thought that Lin Ming was someone who came from another one of the 6 totem-level influences and wanted to harm the Demon Association, but Lin Ming revealing the laws of the 33 heavens left him feeling shocked and fearful. It was nearly impossible for an abyssal to study the 33 heavenly Daos. Compared to a saint cultivating the 9 divine shifts or a human cultivating the saint race's body transformation technique, the difficulty was over 10 times greater. But Lin Ming simply didn't give this abyssal elder any time to think. He rushed out once more, the black dragon spear bravely blazing forwards, thrusting straight towards all the abyssal elder's vital points. Damn it! The abyssal elder was incensed. He slashed out his claws and 10,000 claw lights wove into a giant net of light that split open the skies. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The abyssal elder brutally collided with Lin Ming. As a true divinity-level abyssal, his mortal bodily strength approached that of Astral Vault God King, and his scales granted him a defensive ability no worse. However, Lin Ming's strength was no longer what it was in the past. If he were to fight Astral Vault God King as he was now, he could easily defeat him in direct combat. Bang! In that moment, an Azura War God Phantom appeared behind Lin Ming. The giant myriad demon karmic will came smashing down, grinding away the abyssal elder's claw lights. Lin Ming took this chance to move forwards. Space lost all meaning beneath his laws. The black dragon's spear snuck out like a viper, diagonally sweeping towards the abyssal elder's ribs at a tricky angle. The lower rib was not a vital point on the abyssal elder's body, but it was an extremely deadly attack point. This was because the abyssal elder's defenses were mostly focused on his head, neck, and areas above his lungs and heart. It wasn't easy to attack him under his ribs, but this was also the area where he was most vulnerable to injury. Lin Ming's angle of attack could be called extremely cunning, completely surpassing the abyssal elder's expectations. This spear was fast and ruthless. There was no time to dodge. Ka! Protective demon power exploded. Scales were torn open and blood shot out. A foot-long gash opened up on the abyssal elder's chest and his body was sent tumbling away. Although the wound wasn't deep, the moment that the black dragon spear tore open the abyssal elder, a dark and sinister energy broke into his body, hurtling straight towards the heart and lungs. Just who? The abyssal elder was shocked beyond compare. He summoned demon power to forcefully diffuse Lin Ming's energy strike, but as he looked at Lin Ming, his face was still covered in disbelief. This enemy's strength was clearly above his own, and yet his cultivation was clearly only at the Empyrean realm. Lin Ming didn't give his opponent any chance to catch a breath. As his spear thrust out, another Lin Ming flew out from within his body. This Lin Ming wore black clothes. He was Lin Ming's essence energy avatar, the essence spirit embryo stone. The black-clothed Lin Ming also grasped a spear. The beautiful spear drew a killing circle through the air, the spear point coming down in a deadly arc, the end point being the abyssal elder's neck. What? The abyssal elder's pupils shrank. Lin Ming's essence spirit embryo stone avatar had no ability to turn into the form of an abyssal, thus it retained Lin Ming's original appearance, that of a human from the 33 heavens. Before this, the abyssal elder simply didn't understand why Lin Ming understood the laws of the 33 heavens, and Lin Ming's onslaught of attacks was so fierce and wild that he didn't have the time to think about this. But now that he saw a human of the 33 heavens emerge from Lin Ming's body, he suddenly realized what was occurring. You aren't an abyssal demon at all. The abyssal elder's eyes turned blood red. Still, he couldn't figure out why he sensed the purest abyssal bloodline pulsing from Lin Ming's body. But in a mere instant he no longer had the luxury to ponder this. The essence spirit embryo stone spear already came cutting toward his neck. Gotcha! In this crucial moment, the abyssal elder opened his alligator-wide jaws and bit down on the spear. The grinding of metal against metal pained the ears. However, Lin Ming's attacks were like a storm, a barrage that came without end. At this time, a purple-clothed Lin Ming and a blue-clothed Lin Ming also rushed out from his body. These were Lin Ming's soul-forging avatar and essence-gathering avatar. A sharp spiritual sword shot out from between the purple-clothed Lin Ming's eyebrows, shooting straight into the abyssal elder's spiritual sea. And at this time, the blue-clothed Lin Ming grasped a short lance and swept towards the area beneath the abyssal elder's ribs. This attack point was exactly where the abyssal elder had been wounded just a moment ago. This was an attack to add injury upon injuries. The abyssal elder's pupils shrank. These mighty and swift attacks rained down on him like hail, and it was no longer possible for him to dodge. Against two attacks that came crashing down on him at the same time, he could only block one. Without any consideration, the abyssal elder instinctively formed a protective demon barrier in his spiritual sea to guard against the purple-clothed Lin Ming's soul attack. When it came to abyssals, their mental and spiritual defenses were their weakest, and their mortal bodily defenses were their strongest. In such a situation, he certainly had to defend his spiritual sea first. Otherwise, if his soul was shaken, it would be difficult to deal with anything that followed. Gotcha! The spiritual sword crashed into the protective demon barrier and broke apart. But at this time, the short lance struck the abyssal elder's body, causing him to vomit out a mouthful of black blood and sending his body flying away like a broken kite. But while he tumbled away, the abyssal elder's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He borrowed the momentum of the strike to plunge away, rushing far away from Lin Ming. He wanted to flee. He knew that this was a trap purposefully aimed at him, and he also knew that he couldn't win in a fight. Thus, he had no intention of tangling himself up here with Lin Ming. Rather, he first thought of fleeing into the Void Sea. Then he could go to the high-level figures of the Demon Association and report this shocking news to them, that there was a being of the 33 heavens capable of disguising himself as an abyssal demon, and even simulate the accompanying abyssal aura. This was a disguise that not even a true divinity was able to see through. This was information that was absolutely capable of placing the abyssals on guard against the 33 heavens. Moreover, what was most notable was that Lin Ming's aura didn't seem to be that of the ancient race descendants born in the Dark Abyss, but from one of the current races of the 33 heavens. This information was even more important. Of all the abyssals capable of stepping into the true divinity realm, none were weak. Even though this abyssal elder had been seriously wounded, he could still erupt with an incomparably terrifying strength for a short period of time. And at this time, what lay in front of the abyssal elder was the grand mist force field that blocked off the surrounding space. As Lin Ming galvanized his strength to the limit, the grand mist space was like a thick black curtain that isolated out the world. Seeing this abyssal elder try to run out of the grand mist space, how could Lin Ming allow him to do as he pleased? At this time, Lin Ming was already being reckless in his actions. He lured the abyssal elder to the Void Sea and had even displayed all his combat methods. Otherwise, while he would have had the ability to defeat a true divinity, trying to kill one would have been far harder. However, if Lin Ming put forth his full strength, then that might not be true. "You're not leaving." Lin Ming's eyes overflowed with killing intent. He absolutely could not allow this abyssal elder to escape. Otherwise the abyssals would be on guard against him, and it would be impossible for him to enter the demon god's tomb. The three avatars of Lin Ming rushed forwards together. At the same time, Lin Ming raised his right hand. Countless black motes of light gathered in his palm and created a mysterious nebula. From within this nebula, a black cube formed. This cube was the magic cube. The magic cube was the divine tool that Lin Ming obtained at the beginning of his road of martial arts. At the start, he was only barely able to utilize the tiniest soul fragments within the magic cube. Slowly he learned to control the magic cube, using it to passively defend or even search for information. And now Lin Ming could finally take out the magic cube and use it as his own weapon, even in front of his enemies. The magic cube was the reason why Lin Ming dared to lure out a true divinity-level abyssal, the source of his confidence that he could strike down his opponent. The moment the magic cube flashed into existence, Ruby also appeared. Her small hands were stretched out in front of her. From her palms, pure soul energy gushed out, all of it flowing into the magic cube. For the 5,000 years that Lin Ming cultivated in Tragic Death Valley, Ruby stayed in the magic cube space. She was a soul life form condensed from the magic cube, and only with the magic cube could she grow. If she were in the outside world, then her growth would be just like fishies, falling into a period of stagnation. Now, after experiencing 5,000 years of time, although Ruby hadn't grown up, her soul force had made considerable progress forwards. With her as support, it would be easier for Lin Ming to utilize the magic cube. In an instant, a giant black vortex rose up between the heavens and earth. This vortex seemed as if it could swallow the world itself. Endless sea water soared into the skies, forming a reversed waterfall. A massive traction force locked onto the abyssal elder's body. Moreover, this suction was aimed right at his soul. Compared to when Mo Eversnow burned her source soul force to activate the magic cube tens of thousands years ago, the magic cube in Lin Ming's hands now displayed a might that was hundreds and thousands of times greater. This was a world seed condensed by a super-universe that stood even with the 33 heavens. Its strength was infinite, but the amount of strength that could be drawn out depended on the user. Lin Ming's strength was above this abyssal elder's. Now that he galvanized the power of the magic cube, the strength that erupted could no longer be resisted. But this wasn't the end. As the magic cube erupted with that horrifying suction force, the three avatars also shot forwards. The black dragon spear had been handed to the three avatars. The three of them fused together, combining essence, energy, and divine. as they wielded the black dragon spear as one and thrust it right at the abyssal elder. The black dragon spear howled outwards. The spear light tore open the heavens and crashed down with overwhelming potential. In that instant, the abyssal elder's complexion changed. He wasn't afraid of the whistling black dragon spear, but was afraid of the black cube that Lin Ming was holding. He felt that his soul would be immediately sucked out by the terrifying gravitational force of the magic cube and then forcefully twisted apart. This boundless and ancient strength stirred up a deep horror in his body. He recalled some legends recorded in the most ancient abyssal records, and these records left him scared. Facing this terrifying strength, he bit down on his tongue without hesitation and spat out a fog of black blood. At this moment he burnt his blood essence. "Get out of my way!" The abyssal elder suddenly raised his right arm. Blood vessels exploded beneath the tremendous pressure. He used his bloody hand to form a claw and grasp outwards. As he did, black smoke billowed with it, corroding space like the most concentrated acid. Lin Ming's 3 avatars thrust out the black dragon spear, forming a brilliant beam of light that smashed into the black fog. But after touching the black fog, the black dragon spear suddenly slowed and slightly trembled, as if it lost a great deal of its spirituality. Lin Ming was startled. This black fog was a type of poison. This poison was secreted from the abyssal elder himself. It was one of the most toxic poison laws of the dark abyss. This poison could kill swathes of Empyreans. Even if a true divinity had a great deal of this poison enter their body, they would still lose half their life. The abyssal elder's eyes flashed with a grim light. Every drop of poison in his body was incredibly precious, and each was mixed with his blood essence. This was the condensed essence of his life. It was his final life-saving card, and now he had no choice but to use it. Lin Ming's 3 avatars were all contaminated with this poison gas. It entered their bodies and they had no choice but to use their energy to eliminate it. However, the magic cube's suction force ignored the poison gas. It continued to sweep towards the abyssal elder's spiritual sea. Facing this pressure that seemed to blot out the skies, the abyssal elder's eyes flashed with a decisive light. Blood escape technique. Pong! The abyssal elder's blood vessels exploded as he spouted out a thick black fog of blood. This blood fog condensed into a phantom of the abyssal elder, and then this substitute phantom was sucked into the magic cube's vortex instead. And the abyssal elder took this chance while the substitute phantom was being sucked into the magic cube to erupt with sudden strength as he shot towards the edges of the Grand Mist space. To give up a soldier to save the general, he sacrificed 20% of his life essence to temporarily escape the magic cube. "Open for me!" The abyssal elder roared, his eyes blood red. He poured every ounce of his strength into his fists and pounded at the black curtain of the Grand Mist space. Bang! The Grand Mist space wildly shook and a massive impulse force coursed through it, reaching all the way from the skies to the seas. For a time, the surrounding sea for tens of thousands of miles began to surge like boiling water, wildly tumbling around. The Grand Mist space was torn apart. The exhausted abyssal elder desperately rushed out of the Grand Mist space. And at this time, whether it was Lin Ming or his avatars, all of them were behind him. He consumed far too much energy and was no longer capable of continuing to fight. As his heart filled with devastating hatred towards Lin Ming, he blew out more blood essence. He wanted to use the blood escape technique that would severely injure him again. But only the blood escape technique could instantly get rid himself of the magic cube suction force and also rid himself of Lin Ming's chase. As long as he could flee 10,000 miles away, he could calm himself and use a great void shift to leave the void sea and return to Black Sand City. Like this, he would be much safer. At the very least, he would be able to pass on news of what happened. However, the moment he broke open the Grand Mist space and was halfway through using his blood escape technique, his face suddenly froze. He could see that standing in space 100 feet away was a blue-clothed young woman. She was like a celestial maiden that stood above the world. As her dress floated about her, she grasped an ancient snakeskin sword that revealed no shine at all and cut downwards. This blue-clothed woman was Mo Eversnow. This sword strike contained her complete strength. In fact, Mo Eversnow had already gathered her potential earlier on. She stood outside the isolating Grand Mist space, waiting for this chance to bring her sword slicing down. Her strength was between that of a peak Empyrean and true divinity. Compared to the strength Lin Ming revealed when he killed the Black Sand City Lord with 2 moves, she was slightly weaker. But, with the help of this ancient sword in her hands, her strength could rise to a new level, allowing her to resist the all-out attacks of a lower true divinity for 3 moves. This ancient sword was the ancient God King's inheritance that Mo Eversnow had obtained. It possessed a marking of the ancient God King's remnant soul, and its might was unfathomable. Mo Eversnow had been waiting for a weakened enemy and had a divine weapon helping her. As for the Abyssal Elder, he was already spent and his blood essence exhausted. The result of this collision was already set in stone. Chila, the Abyssal Elder's blood fog was sliced in half by Mo Eversnow's sword. Before his blood escape technique could be activated, it was already ended. And after this sword cut apart the Abyssal Elder's blood escape technique, it continued without slowing, slashing directly onto the Abyssal Elder's chest. His protective demon power was chopped apart and his scales burst open. Although the wound wasn't deep, the impact was massive. It sent the Abyssal Elder hurtling backwards. And behind him was the magic cube and its deadly vortex. At this time, Lin Ming would no longer give him any chances. Lin Ming poured out all of his strength. The power of divinity and demons connected in front of him, forming a yin-yang wheel. As for Ruby, her face was flushed red as she sent all her energy into the magic cube. The massive black vortex nearly shredded the Abyssal Elder's spiritual sea to pieces. Ah! The Abyssal Elder cried out. But at this time, Lin Ming's 3 avatars had already scattered the poison gas within them and were pouring their powers of essence, energy, and divine into the Black Dragon Spear. Whoosh! The Black Dragon Spear tore through the void, piercing through the Abyssal Elder's protections with unbelievable speed. Pong! The long spear passed through the Abyssal Elder's body, cutting through his heart and shooting out from his body without end. A rain of blood followed as a massive bowl-sized hole was left in the Abyssal Elder's body. And at this moment, the Abyssal Elder's heart was torn apart. Kacha! The Abyssal Elder had lost all strength to resist and was no longer able to defend against the soul vortex stirred up by the magic cube. The Abyssal Elder's spiritual sea completely disintegrated and his soul was sucked into the black vortex. At this time, a true divinity-level Abyssal Elder had died. His corpse fell down and crashed into the sea. His eyes filled with lingering hate, panic, and unwillingness. The Black Dragon Spear flew back as if it had a mind of its own. It carried the Abyssal Elder's body up with it towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming waved his hand and the Abyssal Elder's spatial ring flew into his palm. When Lin Ming received the Abyssal Elder's spatial ring, he began to revolve the swallowing laws. A blood-red vortex formed and the Abyssal Elder's strength was constantly pulled out. A true divinity-level Abyssal simply had far too much strength. As Lin Ming pulled it out, most of the energy dissipated away. But what remained was actually the essence. Lin Ming used a quarter hour to pull out all of the Abyssal Elder's strength. The energy slowly gathered, finally forming a dark gray energy crystal. This energy crystal glittered with translucent light. Within the crystal, countless lines marred its surface, seeming as if they were mysterious and ancient great Tao laws. Lin Ming could feel the strength inherent within it. It was cold in his hands, just like an icy jade. In truth, it was somewhat similar to the demon relic that Lin Ming obtained in the Azura Road's final trial. This crystal was formed from the most source essence energy within the Abyssal Elder. Grasping the energy crystal in his hand, Lin Ming took a deep breath. This was the first time he had struck down a true divinity. Once, a true divinity had been an unimaginably distant goal to Lin Ming. In the past, Lin Ming had been hunted down by a true divinity, but today, with Mo Eversnow's help and with the magic cube supporting him, he had finally accomplished a miracle and slain a true divinity. Lin Ming put away the Abyssal Elder's energy crystal. Then, He turned his hand and the Abyssal Elder's spatial ring appeared in his palm. A true divinity powerhouse absolutely had to have a great deal of wealth. Moreover, this Abyssal Elder originated from the Demon Association. For innumerable years, the Demon Association had engaged in all sorts of slave trade and their accumulated wealth had reached mind-boggling levels. Lin Ming swept through the spatial ring with his sense and sucked in a breath of cold air. A dimensional realm was sealed within this ring, and just the demon crystals accumulated within were gathered in dozens upon dozens of mountains. Compared to the demon crystals he used to buy up the slaves, that amount simply wasn't anything at all. Demon crystals were the cultivation resource used in the Dark Abyss and also the established currency. Whether it was Lin Ming using them or Mo Eversnow funding the ancient god uprising, these demon crystals could play a significant role. "What's inside?" Mo Eversnow happily asked as she flew over. Today, she had been able to assist Lin Ming in killing a true divinity-level abyssal. She was in an excellent mood. Lin Ming faintly smiled and threw the ring towards Mo Eversnow. "It's mostly demon crystals. There's not much else. Compared to the 33 heavens, the Dark Abyss has fewer mystic realms. This caused the Abyssal Elder's collection of items to be a bit sparser in variety. Of course, this so-called sparse in variety was relative to a true divinity-level standard. The truth was that the items contained within this ring were already astonishing. Besides a massive amount of demon crystals, there were also dozens of cultivation method jade slips. However, most of them were laws suited to abyssals, so their value wasn't too great. Outside the cultivation methods, there was also an internal pavilion of the Demon Association with dozens upon dozens of weapon racks placed within. These weapons were mostly Empyrean spirit treasures, with only 5 true divinity spirit treasures. Lin Ming chose a true divinity-level war halberd and then left the rest to Mo Eversnow as rewards for the ancient god rebel army. Within the Abyssal Elder's spatial ring, there was also a medicine storage room. The pills inside were mostly blood pills specialized for abyssals. These pills had extremely potent and brutal properties, but to the abyssals that possessed formidable blood vitality, they were just right. However, to human martial artists and primal god race martial artists, there was actually a chance that their bodies wouldn't be able to withstand the medicinal efficacy and they would suffer a backlash. Lin Ming took less than half of these pills and gave the rest to Mo Eversnow. After Lin Ming emptied the medicine storage room, he discovered that there was actually a box sealed with an array formation. This box was over 3 feet high and was made from neither metal nor jade. It seemed to be some kind of stone. The surface of the stone was covered in blood marks. Even with Lin Ming's sense, it was hard to penetrate through it. Lin Ming took the box and carefully opened it. Within it were rows of black crystals stacked up together. These black crystals seemed to swallow all light, and even space and time distorted around them. Lin Ming picked up a crystal. The crystals were only the arm of a baby's fist, but each one weighed 1,000,000 genes. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. These black crystals were top-grade demon crystals that possessed an extremely high-quality energy essence. These sorts of top-quality demon crystals could help a high-level abyssal make a breakthrough in their boundary, and were even beneficial to true divinity-level abyssals. However, they were extremely rare in number. Oftentimes it was difficult to find one even in an entire mine of demon crystals. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this box of top-grade demon crystals was far more valuable than those dozens of demon crystal mountains. The energy contained in the demon crystals was used by abyssals. If Lin Ming's main body were to use them, the cultivation effects wouldn't be too great. But if Lin Ming could separate out a demon avatar, then these would be highly advantageous treasures. Lin Ming took all the top-grade demon crystals. He had a great use for these things. As for the remaining treasures as well as the Abyssal Elder's spatial ring, he gave it all to Mo Eversnow. Mo Eversnow didn't put on false pretenses. She simply received everything he gave. "Lin Ming, what do you plan on doing next?" Lin Ming said, "I will go deep into the Void Sea and enter the magic cube space. I want to look through this Abyssal Elder's memories to see if I can obtain any information on the demon god's tomb. Then, I will focus on breaking through the twofold Dao Palace and attack the late Empyrean realm at the same time. What about you, senior apprentice sister?" Mo Evers now hesitated for a moment. An icy light flashed in her eyes. I plan to return and organize the rebel army to capture Black Sand City, Mo Evers now firmly said. Currently, the Black Sand City Lord and the elders sitting guard there were all dead. Black Sand City was nearly emptied out. There was a massive wealth in this city. It was a good chance to capture it. Good. However, Senior Apprentice Sister shouldn't stay in Black Sand City for too long. Even if the current Black Sand City has become empty, it won't take long for the Demon Association to respond and send over another true divinity level abyssal if they wish. I suggest that Senior Apprentice Sister lead an elite squad of 100, all of them top masters, and then withdraw after making a targeted strike. Like this, the danger will be reduced to a minimum. In the battle to capture Black Sand City, Mo Evers now was more than enough. There was no need for Lin Ming to go, nor did he have the time to participate. His greatest goal in coming to the Dark Abyss was the Demon God's tomb. That's also what I intend. Mo Evers now didn't pause as she spoke. She ripped open space and then vanished into the void. Since she decided she would capture Black Sand City, she naturally wouldn't delay the battle. The two parted ways in the skies above the void sea. After Mo Evers now left, Lin Ming sank directly into the void sea. The void sea was incomparably broad and unimaginably deep. Even if a large planet were to fall in, it would still be fully submerged. Lin Ming sank down tens of thousands miles deep. He searched for a mountain range on the seafloor and then flew into a deep canyon within the mountain range. Lin Ming chose a relatively hidden place and opened up a cave that was hundreds of miles deep. Then, he blocked the entrance and sealed it up with concealing array formations. Next, Lin Ming took out the magic cube. He focused his thoughts and rapidly entered the magic cube space. Oh, Big Brother Lin. After Lin Ming entered the magic cube space, Ruby immediately welcomed him. Because she had consumed a great deal of soul force, just now her face was still flushed red. Lin Ming lovingly patted Ruby's head. For him to be able to smoothly and successfully kill a true divinity-level abyssal, Ruby had played a vital role. Presently, Ruby was growing stronger and stronger. Lin Ming suspected that 10 billion years ago, when the immortal sovereign held the magic cube, Ruby must have possessed an incredibly formidable strength. In addition to controlling the magic cube, it was hard to imagine just how great her combat strength was. However, because of that great war, she had been heavily wounded and thus lost her memories, becoming as she was now. Afterwards, she left the magic cube and her growth also stagnated. As for her memories, it was naturally impossible for them to return. As for Fishy, the energy life form born from the purple card, she was likely in a similar situation. In fact, Fishy was in a much worse situation than Ruby. When Ruby was in the Akashic Dream universe, she was able to retain a good portion of her abilities as an artifact spirit. However, Fishy's strength completely fell to that of a mortal standard. This was probably because she hadn't eaten violet sun crystals for a long time, causing her to lose all her strength. Thinking of Fishy, Lin Ming began to worry. Just where had Fishy gone? Lin Ming sat within the magic cube space. He wasn't in a hurry to open the twofold Dao Palace. Rather, he summoned the soul of the Abyssal Elder that was locked within the magic cube. Ruby knew what Lin Ming was trying to do. She immediately connected her soul force with Lin Ming, and the two of them joined together to slowly wipe away the Abyssal Elder's spirit mark. Reading the memories of a true divinity wasn't an easy task. Luckily, Lin Ming only wanted to inquire into memories concerning the demon god's tomb. After a short while, Lin Ming obtained the information he desired. The demon god's tomb would indeed open soon. This was an extremely rare occurrence within the Dark Abyss. Every large influence would send out high-level abyssals to participate in this competition. To win, one would have a chance of becoming a totem-level abyssal. This was a lucky chance as high as the heavens. To lose, one would likely suffer a cruel death and be beyond all hope. In the legends of the Dark Abyss, only those who obtained the ceremonial rites books through lucky chances had the highest probability of passing the abyssal rituals test. However, there were simply far too few of these books. In the Abyssal Elder's memories, during this opening of the demon god's tomb, There were only 2 ceremonial rites books in the entire Dark Abyss. But there was no such requirement to enter the demon god's tomb. As long as those unfathomably strong old monsters of the Dark Abyss's several greatest influences joined together, they could open up the demon god's tomb. At this time, as long as an influence had a certain degree of strength in the Dark Abyss, they would send out their higher abyssals to enter the demon god's tomb. The demon god's tomb possessed not only the abyssal ritual. It was also a top cultivation land, and those who entered could stumble upon the greatest advantages. Not only were there advantages to be found, but all sorts of hidden secrets locked in independent spaces. Moreover, those that entered were abyssal demons, beings known for their bloodthirstiness and cruelty. If there was one matter that was impossible to avoid, it would be murdering others to steal their possessions. Therefore, there was doomed to be a storm of blood and fury rising up in the demon god's tomb. But the abyssals, who were suited to the law of the jungle, had no intention of stopping this. In fact, they even tacitly consented to this sort of slaughter. The superior would survive and the weaklings would be washed out. This was survival of the fittest. In the Dark Abyss there was one absolute truth, that this was a world where strength reigned supreme. Amongst the many advantages to be found in the demon god's tomb, the greatest temptation was to become a totem-level abyssal. Other lucky chances simply weren't worth mentioning at all in comparison. Thus, in front of such great temptations and interests, the lack of the so-called ceremonial rites book that allowed one the greatest chances of passing the abyssal ritual simply wasn't a deterrent at all. Within the demon god's tomb, there would certainly be a situation where everyone competed for these ceremonial rites books. And these books could not be hidden. Within the demon god's tomb they would always be found. A person who obtained a ceremonial rites book would become the target of all. It might seem that no one would be willing to become the person who first found a ceremonial rites book. But this wasn't the truth at all. This was because the person who obtained a ceremonial rite book would not just suffer the dangers of possessing one, but also be able to experience a great lucky chance. In the demon god's tomb, the level of risk corresponded to the size of the lucky chance. This was a rule of the demon god's tomb. After looking through these rules, Lin Ming was left silently dumbfounded. The demon god's tomb was far too brutal and merciless. Compared to the mystic realms that Lin Ming went through in the past, they simply couldn't be compared, and the difference was extremely high. This was a brutal mystic realm where weaklings were turned into fertilizer to make the powerhouses stronger. And the so-called weaklings here were all higher abyssals gathered from the various great super-influences of the entire Dark Abyss. Each one of these weaklings was at the Empyrean realm or above. This was a grand slaughterfest that those at least at the Empyrean level participated in. After reading through the Abyssal Elder's memories, Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. Excitement started to shine in his eyes. He could feel his blood begin to boil with fighting intent. To engage in slaughter with higher abyssals, this was something he earnestly wished for. But before that, what Lin Ming first had to do was open the twofold Dao Palace and attempt his breakthrough to the late Empyrean realm. Lin Ming lifted his abyssal disguise and restored his human body. Then, he silently sat in meditation, displaying all the materials he needed to use in front of him. His figure was hazy and he merged into the surrounding void. With it, the magic cube space seemed to become infinitely vast, and the laws of the 33 heavens penetrated in without any barriers. For a time, the void where Lin Ming was turned into boundless starry skies. The stars resonated and the laws bowed in submission all around. From beneath him, rivers of laws appeared, formed from the great Tao. Lin Ming's pores emitted infinite light. Every wisp of light seemed to have a lifelike immortal sitting within, chanting ancient scriptures. True dragons soared in the air. True phoenixes wildly danced. Suddenly, the Davic Eye Dao Palace between Lin Ming's eyebrows split open and shot out a blinding light. This light contained millions upon billions of Dao patterns filled with vicissitudes. Every wisp seemed inlaid with golden stones, emitting a terrifying universal will. It was like an invisible hand reaching into the deepest reaches of the galaxy and suddenly tearing it open. From the deepest parts of the endless void, rivers of stars flowed and 9 massive stars manifested. One of these stars emitted an extremely mysterious starlight, as if a world seed was being bred within. It constantly tumbled about and shined with splendor, emitting a misty and strange starlight. This star was the star that corresponded to the twofold Tao Palace. "Come down!" Lin Ming bellowed. Divine power formed a bridge that crossed the void and with a light rustling sound, sprang towards the twofold Tao Palace. The divine bridge hadn't yet touched the twofold Tao Palace when a dragon Tao diagram appeared from nowhere and blocked the Tao Palace, forming indestructible shackles of the heavenly Tao. This Tao diagram exuded a hazy glow. It shrouded the twofold Tao Palace and constantly emitted keening vibrations. Lin Ming frowned. This was the heaven and earth Tao diagram that had blocked the 9 stars of the Tao Palace before. After subduing Famine's avatar, Lin Ming had cut off the divine chains of order within Famine's body, but a part of these divine chains still existed in Famine's main body. The chains that bound the karmic connection between the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and humanity had yet to be fully unraveled. But now, to Lin Ming, these sorts of chains weren't anything at all. Lin Ming waved his hands. Yin and Yang energies rose, becoming a massive heaven-covering palm that blotted out the skies, maliciously smashing into the Tao diagram. This Tao diagram exploded like glass beneath the impact. Lin Ming grasped that shining star and absorbed it into his hand. Wang! With a light sound, Lin Ming was wrapped in endless radiant power. He could feel a strange life forming in his body as waves of divine power pulsated. As if there was something trying to break out of a cocoon. Condense! Lin Ming roared. Beams of starlight drilled out from his body and started to flow around him and weave together. Not just that, but from the deepest parts of his soul, a part of his life's essence energy blended together with this starlight. Beside Lin Ming, endless strength gathered, twinkling, gradually taking human form similar to Lin Ming. And from this strange phantom, he could feel a sort of inexplicable intimacy, as if it blended with his flesh and blood. This was the body formed from the twofold Tao Palace using one's life essence energy as a foundation. It used the strength of the twofold Tao Palace and world laws to manifest. It was currently only a phantom, but like a seed that was just planted, what followed was the most important. Lin Ming took a deep breath and fell silent. He looked at this phantom formed of starlight and gripped his fists. Then, he revolved the power of demons within his body to the limit. At that time on his handsome face, things like black centipedes crept beneath his cheeks, sticking outwards. His appearance suddenly became fierce and hideous. Not just that, but his hands and feet, every inch of his body gushed out black gas. This black gas was the power of demons that was rooted in his body. As every wisp of the demon power leapt out from his body, it was like Lin Ming's flesh and blood was forcefully tearing itself off, causing a web of pain to course through his body. When the power of demons fused into Lin Ming's body, it was because he controlled Famine's soul that he was able to subdue it. But now that he was attempting to forcibly pull it out, the demon power was set off in a rage. Even though his body was more tenacious than a true divinity spirit treasure, it still started to erode and collapse beneath the power of demons. Still, faint traces of the power of demons was drawn out and poured into the phantom formed of starlight. This was originally a virtual phantom created by Lin Ming's life essence and starlight, and in the process of forming. With this massive power of demons integrated into it, the phantom became increasingly perfect. Faint traces of flesh and blood started to appear, plumping up the phantom, just like a demon being born. Who dash? With a flicker, blazing black flames appeared in the void of the phantom's eyes. The moment that black flames ignited in the eye sockets of the twofold avatar, a beam of soul light shot out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows. This beam of soul light was Lin Ming's source soul force. The twofold avatar was formed from dividing one's mortal body. However, the soul wasn't divided in two. Whether it was the main body's spiritual sea or the one in the avatar, they were both a part of Lin Ming's soul. In other words, Lin Ming had only one personality but simply had another body. If Lin Ming were to lose this avatar, then he would lose not just his source blood vitality but also a part of his soul that he kept in the avatar. At that time, Lin Ming's strength would rapidly drop down and even his spiritual sea would suffer catastrophic damage. This was something that Lin Ming absolutely would not be able to withstand. At this time, the giant soul of famine resided within Lin Ming's massive spiritual sea, locked down by countless soul chains. After being refined for over 5,000 years in tragic Death Valley, Famine's soul had long since been forged into an independent consciousness by Lin Ming. Lin Ming's source soul force had already condensed into countless soul seals that marked Famine's soul. Now, even without the shackles of these soul chains, Lin Ming could still make use of Famine's soul. Divide! Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. In the skies above Famine's soul, a divine soul sword appeared. As this divine soul sword came cutting down, it was like a bolt of divine lightning thundering down from the heavens. Chila! Famine's soul was split in half by this sword. In that moment Lin Ming also paled. As for the separated part of Famine's soul, it was poured into the demon avatar. The moment Famine's soul entered the demon avatar, his body suddenly shook and his complexion became increasingly ugly. And then, the newly born demon avatar's figure became increasingly illusory. Blood vessels rose up over its body like worms, making it seem hideously fierce. Pong! Blood vessels exploded. The demon avatar's expression twisted as the power of demons surged within it, nearly exploding from its body. Since the moment Lin Ming opened the twofold Dao Palace, he had finally encountered a crisis. While separating Famine's soul and also separating his own source soul, his avatar's blood vitality became unstable and nearly burst apart. To condense the demon avatar was actually an incredibly difficult process. This was because the avatar needed a huge amount of energy, and just the starlight of the 9 stars and the power of demons within Lin Ming's body wasn't enough. Lin Ming grit his teeth and stretched out his right hand. Whoosh! A glittering and translucent crystal with countless profound traces on its surface suddenly appeared in Lin Ming's palm. This was the energy crystal of a true divinity abyssal elder. As this crystal appeared, it pulsated as if it had a life of its own. Without hesitation, Lin Ming thrust this demon crystal in between the demon avatar's eyebrows. The demon crystal sunk in like a stone thrown in a lake, slowly submerging into the avatar's head. When the energy of this true divinity-level abyssal was being condensed, the majority of it was tossed away. What was left behind was the most distilled essence. This energy was directly absorbed by the demon avatar. In that moment, Lin Ming felt surging killing intent emitting from the demon avatar. This killing intent didn't originate from Lin Ming's soul, but from his body. This was the instinct of the demon avatar's body. The true divinity abyssal's energy crystal slowly dissolved. Black flames spat out from within the demon avatar's body, swallowing all light in the world. Its bloodline began to gradually solidify into reality. A true divinity-level abyssal's energy essence had all been poured into the avatar. This energy essence flooded the avatar's skeleton, meridians, utterly penetrating into every inch of the body. Lin Ming suddenly felt the strength of his avatar rapidly rising. Lin Ming stared at his avatar, feeling every bloodline in it. This energy that seemed on the verge of explosion left him overjoyed. One of the greatest reasons why the twofold Dao Palace was able to increase a martial artist's strength was because it only took a minor amount of blood vitality from a martial artist to condense the elementary form of the avatar. After that, by using the power of the 9 stars, the energy of the outside world could cast the avatar a true body, having the strength of the avatar reach the peak. More and more of the true divinity abyssal's demon power fused into the avatar. It was like burning flames were being bred within the demon avatar. Lin Ming didn't stop here. Rather, he continued to move. With a wave of his hand, a pile of black crystals was crushed apart. These black crystals were all top-quality demon crystals that he obtained from the true divinity abyssal spatial ring. Now, he had broken all of these demon crystals apart, and infinite essence energy turned into a raging current that flooded towards the demon avatar. A giant vortex seemed to appear in the skies. As for Lin Ming's demon avatar, it stood in the center of this vortex, greedily absorbing all the strength. Ka-ka-ka. With faint cracking sounds, Another top-grade black crystal disintegrated into white powder. As for Lin Ming's demon avatar, its muscles started to bulge. It rose up, becoming taller, turning into a 30-foot tall giant. Blood vessels ruptured across the demon avatar's body. Because of the massive energy impact, the demon avatar emitted loud crackling sounds from every joint, as if it were finding it hard to withstand so much energy. Seeing this demon avatar that was nearly bathed fully in blood, Lin Ming focused his concentration. At this time, he could feel many abyssal laws slowly carving themselves into the demon avatar's marrow, flesh, and blood. These abyssal laws originated from the demon crystal left behind by the true divinity level abyssal elder, the Azura Road's demon relic, and the infinite laws that famine swallowed. More and more laws gathered and gradually reappeared on the surface of the demon avatar, forming beautiful demon seals. And at this time, the demon avatar's strength had been compressed to the extreme. Lin Ming waved his hand a third time and dozens of blood pills flew out. These blood pills were all broken apart by Lin Ming using the power of divinity. The pure blood vitality contained in these pills transformed into blood dragons that clawed at the air and then shot into the demon avatar's mouth. These blood pills came from the true divinity abyssal elder that Lin Ming killed. They were treasures that were greatly beneficial to an abyssal and could even enhance an abyssal's boundary. Now, they were all used to benefit Lin Ming. After killing that true divinity abyssal, Lin Ming could be said to have utilized the abyssal's treasures to the limit. As the blood pills entered the avatar's mouth, they turned into billowing demon blood vitality that nourished and baptized the demon avatar. The demon avatar's pores started to emit black gas. Its bones were tempered by blood vitality, becoming as bright and pure as black jade. This process continued for an unknown period of time until finally all the top-grade demon crystals had exploded into powder and the many blood pills were also completely swallowed up. At this time, 9 dazzling stars appeared in the skies once more. Of these 9 stars, the brightest 7th star shot down a dark brilliance that covered the demon avatar. This was the final baptism of starlight. Now Lin Ming's twofold Tao Palace had completely opened and the demon avatar had taken form. This demon avatar, from appearances alone, was somewhat similar to Empyrean Primordius. It was 30 feet tall with massive black bone scythes jutting out from its elbows. From its back, a thick tail extended downwards. Its entire body was covered in bone armor as hard as a true divinity spirit treasure. Compared to Empyrean Primordius, this demon avatar's bone armor had even more demon seals condensed on its surface. These demon seals were ancient and delicate, possessing a natural beauty that faintly exuded mysterious laws. Seeing this avatar, Lin Ming let out a long sigh of relief. During that period of continuous condensation, Lin Ming had consumed a vast amount of energy. Because he had to maintain perfect control over everything, he had to overdrawn his soul force. There were already beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. The power of divinity gently revolved and all the sweat evaporated. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred, and he turned into a beam of light that submerged into the avatar's body. Within the demon avatar's body, there was also an inner world, one that was similar to that of Lin Ming's main body. Currently, Lin Ming was within this inner world, combining with it. This was a perfect state of unity between the heavens and man. Once the avatar began a battle, the strength of Lin Ming's main body could pass through this inner world, passing into the avatar so that it could display its strongest combat strength. And on the opposite hand, the avatar could enter his body and also accomplish a similar effect. Who dash? The demon avatar's eyes blazed with a deep blood-red light. His body began to shrink, reducing to a mere 10 feet in height. Looking at his own hands, Lin Ming slowly clenched his fists. Ka-ka-ka-ka. His joints crackled. At this moment Lin Ming could feel that his strength had reached unprecedented heights. Now, if that true divinity-level abyssal elder from the Demon Association were to stand in front of him, he wouldn't need to use the magic cube or borrow help from Mo Eversnow to kill him. This was the last Tao Palace of the 7 bright stars of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and the strength that it gave Lin Ming. Although the Dark Abyss was said to have 18 layers, the truth was that very few people had ever set foot in the 18th layer. This was a forbidden land of the dark abyss. In normal situations, only a few ancient sects would decide to go into the 18th layer to undergo some dark rituals or establish large-scale array formations. But sometimes there would be true divinity-level abyssals that would enter the 18th layer to go into seclusion and complete a breakthrough. As for other situations, the Dark Abyss's 18th layer was nearly sealed off. The demon god's tomb was located in the 18th layer of the abyss. The day of the demon god's tomb opening approached. And at this moment, in the layer above the 18th layer, the 17th layer where all the various large influences of the Dark Abyss were headquartered, they had already started aggressively making preparations for the demon god's tomb. Now, in the entire Dark Abyss, there were only 2 ceremonial rites books. It was far too small a number. Only when a totem-level abyssal died would a new ceremonial rites book be born. Moreover, some of them had been long since lost to time. When the demon god's tomb opened, a massive number of higher abyssals would enter. Most of them ventured in for other lucky chances, but if a ceremonial rites book were to be placed in front of them, any single one of them would be tempted. Like this, the struggle for a ceremonial rites book would stir up a storm of blood and fire. Thus those sects that possessed a book began to form unions. As for whether or not there would be unrest in the unions due to the existence of benefits, this was something that was temporarily put aside for later consideration. This was because in a situation where there was a common enemy, the influences in a union would first annihilate this common enemy before going back to competing for internal interests. Deep King Road was one of the influences capable of organizing such a union. The reason they were able to do this was because in the Dark Abyss, Deep King Road was one of the 2 strongest totem-level influences. Its leader was a totem-level abyssal, Deep. Moreover, Deep King Road controlled a ceremonial rites book. Any abyssal that held a ceremonial rites book would surely become the target of everyone else. If one lacked ability, no one would dare to hold something that was both a sweet and tempting treat and also a bomb at the same time. Thus, when the demon god's tomb opened, the ceremonial rites books would be in the hands of the great influences with the deepest background, and the books themselves would be given to the strongest abyssal demons and also the ones with the greatest potential. There were many influences that wished to attach themselves to Deep King Road, of which 2 were even totem-level influences. Although they were totem-level influences, the disparity between them was enormous. This was because some totem-level abyssals had perished or gone missing while others were alive. In fact, strictly speaking, only influences that had a totem-level abyssal could be called true totem-level influences. And a totem-level influence that didn't have a totem-level abyssal could only be called a false totem-level influence. The ancient Ian sect was one such false totem-level influence. The leader of the ancient Ian sect was Ian, but Ian had already died. Even the ceremonial rite book that belonged to Ian had gone missing. Because of this, the ancient Ian sect inevitably began to decline. 1 billion years ago, several amazingly outstanding abyssals had appeared in the ancient Ian sect, and this rejuvenated it. At its height, the ancient Ian sect stood in the middle of the 6 great totem-level influences. However, 200 million years ago, these outstanding abyssals began to perish one after another, and the ancient Ian sect declined once more. It was as if their destiny had come to an end. Moreover, this decline was even more dramatic than the last. Now the ancient Ian sect had internally split into several factions, and each faction was controlled by 1 to 2 true divinity elders. These factions did not have peaceful relations with each other, and they even struggled against one another. If the ancient Ian sect were to disintegrate, no one knew whether these factions would be annexed by other influences or if they would remain independent. The current ancient Ian sect could be called an alliance that was in great disarray and lacked any semblance of unity. After another long period of time, dissolution or destruction was a high possibility. On this day, the ancient Ian sect was discussing matters of opening the demon god's tomb. The ancient Ian sect's true divinity-level abyssal elders were discussing the situation in the main hall. The reason the ancient Ian sect was able to persist until now and still maintain their reputation as one of the 6 totem-level influences, no matter how precarious a situation they were in, was all because this group of true divinity-level abyssal elders supported the sect. However, if this group of elders were to die of old age, it was unknown whether or not a new generation of true divinity elders could be formed. This was the most dangerous time for the ancient Ian sect. Now, the ancient Ian sect was discussing whether they should attach themselves to Deep King Road, to what degree they should attach themselves, and how the benefits should be assigned. Only in the face of something as important as the opening of the demon god's tomb would the various great elders put down their prejudices and maintain a sense of unity. And at this time, an abyssal disciple arrived in the meeting hall. He hurriedly said, reporting to the elders, "There is a royal abyssal that wishes to join the council of elders and become an elder. Moreover, they wish to obtain one of the spots to enter the demon god's tomb from our ancient Ian sect." As the many elders in the meeting hall heard this news, all of them were shocked. Strange and wonderful expressions crossed their faces. They never thought that something so absurd would still be reported to them. In particular, this conference of elders was convened to discuss important business. An outside disturbance wasn't allowed. Without waiting for these elders to yell at him, the abyssal disciple hesitantly said, "The sect branch also reported something else. It seems that this royal abyssal possesses the long-missing Book of Ian." In the minds of the abyssals, the 6 ceremonial rites books corresponded to the totem-level abyssal they were associated with. For instance, the Book of Ian, the Book of Famine, the Book of Evil, and so forth. "What did you say?" Hearing the name of the Book of Ian, the elders in the meeting hall were suddenly excited. Some of them stood up where they were. "Where is he? Is this information true?" The Book of Ian had been missing for far too long and no one knew where it was. And today, it had suddenly appeared in the hands of a royal abyssal. How could the ancient Ian sect not be shocked? It was the holy treasure of their ancient Ian sect. The Book of Ian was no different from Ian itself being present. There were even some people that believed the reason the ancient Ian sect went into decline was because the Book of Ian had gone missing. With the holy treasure of their sect gone, it was natural for them to lose their destiny. He is currently waiting in the main hall of the branch sect. It also seems he has the strength of an upper Empyrean, so the branch sect cannot do anything to him. He hasn't taken out the Book of Ian, so we do not know whether or not this information is true. Several abyssal elders glanced at each other as they heard this and then set out to leave. Which branch division is it? Let's go take a look now. To the ancient Ian sect, an upper Empyrean level abyssal wasn't anything at all. But if they possessed the Book of Ian, that was a completely different matter. Within the entire ancient Ian sect, there was not a single abyssal demon that dared to disrespect the Book of Ian in the least. The person that possessed the Book of Ian was also the voice of Ian. Now, the question was, once they confirmed the existence of the Book of Ian, what should they do then? At this time, tens of thousands of miles away from the ancient Ian sect's headquarters at a branch division, Lin Ming stood in the main hall. He had become the incarnation of an abyssal demon. From the moment that he had opened the 7th Dao Palace, 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, Lin Ming had successfully consolidated his boundary of the twofold Dao Palace. However, the late Empyrean realm continued to elude him. During this time, Mo Evers now also successfully launched a surprise attack against Black Sand City. After her rapid strike, she quickly withdrew without any hesitation at all. She managed to kill some higher abyssals and also take away a massive amount of wealth that the Demon Association had accumulated in Black Sand City. For some time afterwards, the ancient god rebel army ceased all activities. Mo Evers now knew when to stop. This was because she knew that the surprise attack on Black Sand City had nearly touched the Demon Association's bottom line. If the Demon Association was truly serious, then they would send out 7 or 8 true divinity elders to complete a full search of the entire 12th layer. Like this, they would certainly be able to find the ancient god rebel army. The day that happened would be the apocalypse of the ancient god rebel army. Thus, the choice they could make was to rest up and build their strength. When the demon god's tomb opened up, the Demon Association would be too preoccupied to deal with the ancient god rebel army. At that time, the resistance could go all out once more. Lin Ming paced around in the main hall, silently looking upon a sculpture situated in it. This was a statue of an incredibly fierce demon. The abyssal demons took demon as their god and religion. They all considered themselves faithful subjects of demon. In the high abyssal language, the character demon was written with the most mysterious and most source law runes. It represented the meaning of unsurpassed reverence. Lin Ming gazed at this statue and quietly waited for the elders of the ancient Ian sect to arrive. In the main hall, several branch division elders cautiously stood behind Lin Ming in fear that he might run away. But they also didn't dare to do anything to Lin Ming because he possessed the Book of Ian, and the one who held the Book of Ian could be considered the voice of Ian. Not just that, but Lin Ming's cultivation wasn't low at all. At the very least, it was above theirs. Lin Ming didn't speak, and these branch division elders remained silent. They had already reported the news, and soon true divinity elders from the main faction would arrive here. At that time, Lin Ming would naturally take out the Book of Ian. In the dark abyss, a ceremonial rites book was a peerless treasure. But its true value could only be displayed upon entering the demon god's tomb and passing through layers upon layers of tests. To the vast majority of high-level abyssals, this was nothing more than a wild hope. Thus, Lin Ming didn't fear taking out the Book of Ian in front of everyone. At this time, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He suddenly looked outside the hall. He could feel several powerful auras rapidly approaching. The elders have arrived. The several branch division Empyrean abyssals were overjoyed to discover this. As long as these true divinity elders arrived, they could turn this matter over to them so that they could deal with it. If Lin Ming in truth didn't have the Book of Ian and was just playing around with them, then he would have just been seeking death. But why would a royal abyssal with such an excellent future awaiting him do something so stupid? Whoosh! The sound of space breaking resounded, and 8 true divinities descended upon the main hall. Waves of true divinity pressure arrived with them. These 8 elders all wore uniform black robes. Embroidered on these robes were intricate stars and red suns. The combined pressure of 8 true divinities was extremely terrifying. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes as he quietly assessed these true divinity abyssals. Most of them were lower true divinities, but the old man at the front gave off an unfathomable feeling. He was likely a middle true divinity. You are the one? The leading old man strode into the main hall, his eerie red eyes locking onto Lin Ming and his voice filled with power. As he spoke, waves of pressure and might fell upon Lin Ming like a waterfall. Before he confirmed whether or not Lin Ming possessed the Book of Ian, he was only testing Lin Ming without using much strength at all. Facing this pressure, Lin Ming naturally wouldn't feel anything. This caused the abyssal elder's eyes to widen. It meant that Lin Ming's true strength was above the cultivation he revealed. However, this wasn't strange at all. After all, Lin Ming possessed a royal bloodline, and it was something that could not be faked. The old man's voice deepened. Take it out! Lin Ming looked at this old man, quietly judging his strength. Then, he waved his hand and an ancient black book appeared in the main hall. As this ancient book appeared, the surrounding abyssal laws were energized, emitting faint calls as if countless demons were calling out to it. Upon seeing this, the eyes of all the true divinity elders shined. The Book of Ian. It really is. Although this book had been missing for billions of years already, the moment the Book of Ian appeared, just from the laws it contained and the special aura it exuded, all of the true divinity elders could affirm that this was the Book of Ian. It truly was. Even though these elders had traversed countless storms in their lives, all of them found it hard to remain calm. As they looked at the Book of Ian, their eyes glittered. What are your conditions? The true divinity old man looked at Lin Ming and spoke straight to the point. Lin Ming was only an upper Empyrean and they were 8 true divinities. Moreover, some amongst them weren't ordinary true divinities at all. If they wanted to kill Lin Ming, it wouldn't be any different than stepping on an ant. But this old man didn't dare to do anything to Lin Ming. The one who held the Book of Ian was the voice of Ian. This was a tradition of the 6 totem-level influences and also the last words of Ian. By all accounts, they even had to bow to the Book of Ian, because this Book of Ian could be called what Ian had become after its death. Yet now, because the Book of Ian was held in the hands of a junior like Lin Ming, it was impossible for them to drag their faces on the ground and do something so disgraceful like bowing to him. But stealing the Book of Ian from Lin Ming's hands was absolutely not possible. Even if they could keep it a secret so that no one else knew, they still wouldn't do something like this. In regards to this, the credibility of their sect was secondary. What truly mattered were the words, with the Book of Ian. That is Ian in person. These words were not just some rule or tradition, but also the totem-level abyssal's last words, and these words were likely connected to the destiny of their sect. You said that you wanted to join our ancient Ian sect's Council of Elders? And you also wanted to obtain one of the ancient Ian sect's spots to enter the demon god's tomb. Another old man asked, looking at Lin Ming. Amongst the ancient Ian sect's Council of Elders, this old man's strength was second only to the middle true divinity elder. He should have possessed a peak lower true divinity cultivation. In truth, the ancient Ian sect's elders had discussed before now that if Lin Ming truly insisted on joining the Council of Elders, this wasn't impossible. Generally speaking, a member of the Council of Elders required a true divinity level cultivation. Lin Ming was likely at the upper Empyrean realm, far from reaching that level. And the key point here was that he clearly didn't originate from the ancient Ian sect. If Lin Ming became a part of the Council of Elders, they certainly wouldn't be happy about that. But to exchange a mere position on the Council of Elders for the Book of Ian, this trade was far too worth it. Moreover, even amongst the Council of Elders, the various members had different levels of authority. To just come up with a position for Lin Ming and have him occupy a useless seat wouldn't be difficult at all. As for Lin Ming wishing to obtain one of the ancient Ian sect spots to enter the demon god's tomb, they could also satisfy this requirement. Although these spots were precious, their ancient Ian sect could still afford one. At that time, whether Lin Ming lived or died inside, none of that would be their business. In fact, if Lin Ming died, it would be better for them. With his death, all their troubles would end and they would be freed from future worries. Lin Ming lightly said, I don't have much interest in becoming an elder of the ancient Ian sect. It's only that I heard that after becoming an elder, I will be able to meditate upon the abyssal laws and demon crystal left behind when Ian died. In addition, if I were to enter the demon god's tomb through your ancient Ian sect, I would need further details, for instance, any maps of the demon god's tomb. I believe you should have these things. The two further specified conditions that Lin Ming listed were from the information that he obtained from the Demon Association's True Divinity Abyssal Elder that he killed. The terrain of the demon god's tomb and the array formations within were highly complex. Moreover, it would change upon each entry. In order to obtain the greatest lucky chances, one would need maps. As the 6 totem level sects, after a long period of slowly feeling their way through, they had slowly grasped the rules by which the terrain and array formations within the demon god's tomb changed. Every time the demon god's tomb opened, they could use these rules and create a jade slip map. After reading, it would be immediately destroyed. 2 of the reasons Lin Ming came to the ancient Ian sect were because he wanted one of their spots to enter the demon god's tomb and because of their maps. But neither of these were the main reason. The most important reason was that after the Book of Ian entered the demon god's tomb, it would be impossible to conceal. If he were to disguise himself as a disciple of a large sect and secretly mix into the troop that entered the demon god's tomb, then once the demon god's tomb opened and the Book of Ian suddenly responded out of nowhere, the reaction that would occur afterwards would be far too exciting, even for him. An ordinary disciple with a questionable status had obtained the Book of Ian and tried to infiltrate into the demon god's tomb. This sort of matter would inevitably set off a great disturbance. It was likely that before he could enter the demon god's tomb, he would already be surrounded by others. Thus, Lin Ming might as well go through the ancient Ian sect and openly and honestly enter the demon god's tomb. Hearing so many requests from Lin Ming, the lead great elder's face darkened. In particular, he didn't feel happy at all when Lin Ming said he didn't have much interest in becoming an elder of their sect. It had to be known that even though the ancient Ian sect had declined, they were still officially one of the 6 great totem-level influences. It was simply impossible for common influences to stand side by side with them. And when did their ancient Ian sect receive Empyrean-level elders? Even a true divinity would have to have their background verified, ensuring that they didn't harbor dark intentions before they could join the Council of Elders. Now, an upper Empyrean like Lin Ming actually said he had no interest in becoming an elder and was only interested in the ancient Ian sect's inheritance laws. This naturally caused the elders of the ancient Ian sect to be unhappy. The laws can be perceived by you for 3 days, and the amount you can perceive will be your own situation. As for entering the demon god's tomb, a spot can also be given to you. Now, hand over the Book of Ian, the great elder said, his voice icy. However, when Lin Ming heard these words, not only did he not hand over the Book of Ian, he instead directly placed it back into his inner world. What is the meaning of this? Seeing Lin Ming put away the Book of Ian, the complexions of the ancient Ian sect's elders turned icy dark. I seem to have never said I would give the Book of Ian to the ancient Ian sect, right? Lin Ming confidently stated. The ceremonial rites books are obtained by those who find their lucky chances. In the dark abyss, there also seems to be a legend that is spread out that abyssals who obtain such a book will have an even greater chance to pass the test of the abyssal ritual. As Lin Ming spoke these words, the great elder's eyes narrowed. He stared at Lin Ming for a long time and then quietly said, "Could it be that you want to take the Book of Ian and enter the demon god's tomb?" Yes. As this word fell upon the ears of the Council of Elders, their complexions turned as dark as night. The Book of Ian had finally returned to the ancient Ian sect after so many hurdles, so how could they possibly allow a junior to take it away? As for bringing it into the demon god's tomb, if he entered the demon god's tomb with just an upper Empyrean cultivation, wasn't that the same as tossing a meat dumpling into a pack of dogs and giving away the Book of Ian to others? They originally thought that Lin Ming had brought the Book of Ian back to the ancient Ian sect to exchange it for certain conditions, and that because of the traditions of totem-level influences, as long as his requests weren't too outrageous, then they would have agreed. But they never thought that Lin Ming would have these sorts of thoughts instead. The truth was that out of the 8 ancient Ian sect elders present, most of their thoughts were that after obtaining the Book of Ian they would then quietly hide it away, and even after the demon god's tomb had been open for a long time they still wouldn't publicly announce that the Book of Ian had been returned to their sect. They believed that even if one of their people brought the Book of Ian into the demon god's tomb, the chances of them obtaining the inheritance upon their bodies was slim to none. The likely result was that the Book of Ian would be stolen away by others and their people would lose their lives. But if they were to hide away the Book of Ian, conserving their strength until the demon god's tomb next opened, then perhaps the Book of Ian could find a better use. However, there were 3 young elders who didn't have such thoughts. Although they had just entered the true divinity realm, they were still young and their potential was relatively great. They each faintly believed that they had hopes of passing the abyssal rituals test. As for the next time the demon god's tomb opened, that was far too distant an event. They would be old by then and their potential would have diminished. The chances of them passing the abyssal ritual would be 0. In other words, this opening of the demon god's tomb was their only chance. The temptation of becoming a totem-level abyssal was simply far too great, so great that they couldn't resist it. At this time, as the 3 young elders looked at Lin Ming, their eyes shined with a strange and avaricious light. "Just what nonsense are you speaking?" the great elder suddenly shouted, finally becoming angry. Lin Ming came to their ancient Ian sect and wanted not just a spot in the demon god's tomb but also a map as well as the laws and demon crystal left behind by Ian after it died. He wanted all of that but also wanted to bring the Book of Ian into the demon god's tomb. He didn't offer anything return but wanted everyone to hand all the benefits to him. Just where in the world would there be such a good deed? However, facing the great elder's icy words, Lin Ming remained calm. He said, "You can't actually believe that a mere map and entry spot to the demon god's tomb is enough to trade for the Book of Ian. As for the 3 days of meditation for perceiving the laws and demon crystal left behind by Ian, I can't believe you would actually feel no shame in saying that. According to what I know, when these laws and demon crystal are given to a member of the Council of Elders to perceive, this time period is usually given in decades or centuries. Everyone should understand more than me as to how valuable the Book of Ian actually is. It seems there are rumors that say the ancient Ian sect is in disarray and the sect's destiny has come to an end, and that all of this is related to the lost Book of Ian. Concerning matters about the ancient Ian sect's destiny, this was all information obtained from the Demon Association's true divinity elder. This sounded a bit superstitious, But when one truly thought about it, it was actually quite true. This was because the existence of the 6 great totem-level influences wasn't formed by a pack of abyssal demons gathering together and clapping their thighs. Rather, these totem-level influences were born. Each one corresponded to one of the 6 totem-level abyssals. One totem-level abyssal to one totem-level influence, no more and no less. Although some totem-level influences had lost their totem-level abyssal who led them, and could even be said to be in decline because of this, they at least still possessed their ceremonial rites books. With the ceremonial rites books present, there were few influences willing to provoke them. This was because no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be a day when some higher abyssal with a horrifying degree of talent would use this ceremonial rites book to pass the abyssal ritual and become a new totem-level abyssal demon. Like this, that declining totem-level influence would bow to this new totem-level abyssal and take them as their ruler. Once this occurred, beneath the command of the new ruler, this totem-level influence would surely come and seek out payment for all old debts. The influences that once coveted their power in the past would be punished and their entire sects might be exterminated. Because of this, the majority of influences weren't willing to take such a risk to offend a massive colossus that had an extremely deep background and wasn't too weak to begin with. However, the ancient Ian sect was different. They didn't have their ceremonial rites book. After Ian died, the Book of Ian appeared in the Dark Abyss for a period of time before going missing. Since then, it had gone missing for billions of years. As time passed, more and more influences began to slowly believe that the Book of Ian would never be found again. If so, then the ancient Ian sect would never have a new totem-level abyssal leading them. And if there were only 5 totem-level abyssals left, why should there be 6 totem-level influences? During these years, the ancient Ian sect had accumulated an incalculable amount of wealth, rare cultivation methods, skills, blood pills, top-grade demon crystals. There was even the crystal left behind by Ian in the past. This would surely be something coveted by all others. This was also the reason why internal arguments broke out in the ancient Ian sect and numerous factions formed. The heart was always filled with worries. Some true divinity-level elders thought that if the ancient Ian sect really was annexed by some other influence someday, then the moment their sect was destroyed they could still take out their people and go somewhere far away, and not involve themselves in the ensuing chaos. So, regardless of what was done, the reappearance of the Book of Ian was a great occurrence for the ancient Ian sect. This was even true if it were taken away by someone else. This was because news would always spread out. Of course, if they could keep the book in the ancient Ian sect, then that would be even better. After listening to Lin Ming poke at the ancient Ian sect's sore spot, several of the elders felt their hearts skip a beat. But they couldn't help but acknowledge that what Lin Ming said was fact. In terms of value, the Book of Ian might even be enough to trade for the laws and demon crystal left behind by Ian. The great elder didn't speak, only staring at Lin Ming. His gaze was as sharp as swords, as if he could pierce the void with his eyes. If an abyssal with insufficient strength were to be glared at by these eyes, then their soul would be pierced. Lin Ming confidently returned the great elder's stare. He continued to say, "Let's draw back 10,000 steps. Even if I brought the Book of Ian into the demon god's tomb and it was taken away by someone, news of this would still spread out, and that would be an advantage for your ancient Ian sect. This is worth far more than those little things I want. Moreover, the one who holds the Book of Ian is the same as Ian itself, being present and even possesses the authority to command the ancient Ian sect. You should not forget the traditions of a totem-level influence." Lin Ming had already placed the Book of Ian back into his inner world. If these elders didn't kill him, then they couldn't obtain the Book of Ian. But killing Lin Ming was something that these elders didn't dare to do. The great elder's lips twitched. Then he smiled and said, "If that's the case, then we shall discuss matters concerning the Book of Ian later. We shall first return to the main faction for the time being." "Oh!" The great elder's change in tone left Lin Ming slightly surprised. But in truth, he didn't think that this change in tone was strange, only that it was too sudden. As the other ancient Ian sect elders heard the great elder's words, they were stunned. Someone said with a sound transmission, "You are going to agree to his conditions? And what if we don't?" The great elder rhetorically asked the other elders as he looked them in the eyes. The other elders were left at a loss for words. "We shall return first and discuss this later." As the great elder spoke, he flew away. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes and watched the great elder's figure vanish into the horizon, secretly on guard. Even with the Book of Ian serving as his protective talisman, he still had to be vigilant against any plans these old fellows might have. Lin Ming didn't want to go to the main faction, but he wanted to look at the laws and demon crystal left behind by Ian. These were things that would be highly useful to Lin Ming. Since he grasped the Book of Ian, he would naturally have to go through Ian's abyssal ritual. If he could have his demon avatar perceive Ian's laws ahead of time, then even if he didn't fully understand them, it would still be beneficial. Once he thoroughly perceived Ian's laws, he could then leave the ancient Ian sect headquarters to avoid any disputes that might come his way. He could search for some safe place outside and wait for the demon god's tomb to open up. This would be the more secure choice to make. However, Lin Ming didn't expect that at unexpected times, destiny would come around with unexpected changes. As Lin Ming followed the many elders to the ancient Ian sect headquarters, news that another elder was joining the Council of Elders rapidly spread through the entire sect. These people were all incredibly curious. Just who was this new elder and where had he come from? However, they soon discovered that this new elder was not a true divinity-level abyssal but an upper Empyrean. For a time, the entire ancient Ian sect was thrown into an uproar. It had to be known that within the ancient Ian sect, an elder had extraordinary status. They possessed the authority to directly control the wealth of the sect. They could freely read through any rare cultivation methods, and they could even perceive the abyssal laws and demon crystal left behind by Ian. Such privileges left one simmering with envy. In particular, when it came to perceiving the laws left behind by Ian, there were simply far too many disciples in the ancient Ian sect that wished to do so. Because of this, it was nearly impossible to obtain the chance to perceive the laws of Ian. According to the rules of the ancient Ian sect, only those who obtained accomplished great deeds and obtained enough sect points would be able to exchange them for a chance to meditate on Ian's laws. But the elders weren't bound by such limits. Even if they had 0 contribution points, they could perceive these laws whenever they wished. Many high-level characters within the ancient Ian sect dreamed of becoming an elder. But there was one condition to become an elder. That was, one had to be a true divinity-level abyssal. The disparity between an Empyrean abyssal and a true divinity abyssal was far too great. To many Empyrean-level abyssals, this was a moat that could not be crossed. Thus, their dreams of becoming an elder could only remain dreams. But now an upper Empyrean-level abyssal had somehow magically become an elder, and this newcomer would be apportioned some of the time allowed to perceive Ian's laws. How could anyone be convinced by this? Suddenly, from all through the ancient Ian sect, both high and low, many disciples were unhappy. Because the Council of Elders had yet to announce that the Book of Ian had been found, the disciples didn't know why Lin Ming was able to become an elder. On almost the second day since Lin Ming entered the ancient Ian sect, many of the sect's Empyrean-level abyssals desired to challenge him. Compared to the humans of the 33 heavens, the abyssals preferred to be direct and find solutions to problems through violence. This was a world where strength was revered above all, and if they didn't like what they saw, they would change it with their own strength. Within the ancient Ian sect, where would there be Empyrean-level abyssals that dared to challenge an elder? But the situation was different if that elder was only an upper Empyrean-level abyssal. If their strength was greater and their cultivation was higher, how come Lin Ming could become an elder but they couldn't? This was the thought process of the overwhelming majority of Empyrean-level abyssals. Several Empyrean abyssals had already cultivated to the peak Empyrean realm. Moreover, they were even outstanding existences amongst peak Empyreans. In the ancient Ian sect, their status was only inferior to the Council of Elders. They had been in the sect for so many years and had always coveted the position of elder. Yet now, some outsider had risen above their heads to become one. So these people certainly weren't happy about these events. These people all had loud voices and a great deal of power. Driven by them, the sounds of discontent grew louder and louder in the ancient Ian sect. Now some peak Empyrean-level abyssals and upper Empyrean-level abyssals, and even middle Empyrean-level abyssals requested to challenge Lin Ming. Their momentum was far too great and their requests made it to the Council of Elders. But the Council of Elders didn't do anything about this at all. They had no obligation to help Lin Ming in this matter. And as they saw this situation, some of them even gloated over it. If one wished to become an elder with an upper Empyrean cultivation, then they would naturally have to face the troubles that followed it. If Lin Ming were to walk through the ancient Ian sect in the future, one could expect that there would be higher abyssals challenging him from all corners. In truth, besides being able to examine some of the internal texts in the ancient Ian sect, Lin Ming's title as elder gave him no true power or prestige. However, Lin Ming had no plan to walk through the ancient Ian sect to begin with, and he simply turned a blind eye to all his challengers. As soon as he entered the ancient Ian sect, he went into seclusion and started to perceive the law crystal left behind by Ian. This left many Empyrean-level abyssals even more dissatisfied. They felt that Lin Ming was timid, scared of them. However, since Lin Ming was in seclusion, they naturally couldn't do anything against him. They became even louder. Seeing this situation, several elders of the ancient Ian sect gathered in the assembly hall. Elder Ian God, about this matter concerning the Book of Ian, what do you plan on doing? Are you really planning to allow this boy to take the book into the demon god's tomb? Within the hall at the highest heights of the ancient Ian sect, an elder suddenly asked. Every elder of the ancient Ian sect had their own title, a title that started with Ian. But there was only one who could be called Elder Ian God. This was the ancient Ian sect's great elder. The ancient Ian sect had no sect master. According to traditions of totem-level influences, the sect master of a totem-level influence was the totem-level abyssal itself. Now that Ian had died, the seat of sect master had been empty for all these years. This ninth elder isn't even at the true divinity realm. Even if he doesn't bring the Book of Ian with him, the chances of him surviving the demon god's tomb are low to begin with. And if he were to bring the Book of Ian with him, he would absolutely be seeking death. Another elder said. The ninth elder he referred to was Lin Ming. When Lin Ming entered the Council of Elders, he was ranked ninth. This was also the last rank. He didn't have a title, and the Council of Elders didn't even know his name, nor could they be bothered to find out. Thus, they simply called Lin Ming the ninth elder. An upper Empyrean level abyssal wanted to take a ceremonial rites book into the demon god's tomb. In this situation, any logically thinking abyssal would believe he would die without a doubt. Another elder said, "We've obtained the Book of Ian after so much difficulty. We cannot lose it again." To the ancient Ian sect, the Book of Ian was an object required to stabilize their sect's destiny. If the Book of Ian were to be wrested away by someone after being taken into the demon god's tomb, then no one would feel comfortable about this. Facing the questions of so many elders, the great elder remained silent. The great elder thought for a moment, then said, "Have you all thought about why the ninth elder wishes to bring the Book of Ian into the demon god's tomb? What his goal is?" The great elder's words caused the rapid discussions to slow down. In truth, they had also thought of this question, but they just couldn't figure out why. The great elder continued to say, "The ninth elder should know that with his strength alone, it should be impossible for him to protect the Book of Ian from others. In this world there are always arrogant and conceited individuals in all generations, but there shouldn't be anyone arrogant to such a degree. Rather, this would be stupid, and the ninth elder isn't stupid at all. Thus, he should have another goal in mind." As the great elder finished speaking, another elder said, "No matter what his goal is, it isn't anything good for us." That is true. The ninth elder doesn't come from our ancient Ian sect, so it is impossible for him to do anything for our ancient Ian sect. He should only be using us for our asylum and being able to provide him with a spot to enter the demon god's tomb safely, also that he can obtain his own benefits. So, I don't plan on letting him succeed," the great elder slowly said. A cold light shimmered in his faint red eyes. This old abyssal was like a snake lying in the grass, flicking out its tongue and staring at its prey. "Or how about we just kill him now? Since the disciples who know about this have been sealed away by us, matters concerning the Book of Ian will also be absolutely confidential. If we kill him now and take away the Book of Ian, this would be the best and most simple plan," a younger elder said. His elder title was Light, and he was eighth amongst the elders. He was the youngest of them but also possessed the greatest potential. He had his own ambitions. He even wanted to take the Book of Ian and bring it into the demon god's tomb himself. There were no rules in the cycle by which the demon god's tomb opened. Sometimes the demon god's tomb would open after several tens of millions of years, and sometimes it wouldn't even open once in a billion years. If he missed this chance, there was no guarantee that he would be able to take the Book of Ian into the demon god's tomb in the future. The great elder faintly looked at Ian Light, a meaningful look in his eyes. Ian Light stiffened and no longer spoke. The great elder said, "The Book of Ian is connected with the influence of our totem-level influence. This is not a rumor, but the truth. We cannot move against the ninth elder. Whether it is killing him ourselves or hiring someone to kill him, neither choice is one we can make. But, while we cannot move against him in that manner, we can still use some external conditions so that he cannot enter the demon god's tomb." The great elder gently pressed down on the stone chair he sat on. He didn't use any force, just gently brushed it. But that chair made of timeless god stone seemed to experience the weathering of countless years as it turned to black dust and completely vanished. In a chamber within the deepest depths of the ancient Ian sect, Lin Ming was sitting down. This space was an independent minor dimension, and left within it were the remnants of countless strong abyssal auras. These auras were all left behind by powerful supreme powerhouses of the ancient Ian sect who had gone into seclusion here before. At this time, wonderful law stones were spinning in front of Lin Ming, each one like an ancient supreme abyssal slowly spinning around, hovering about him. When Ian died, he didn't leave behind just one demon crystal, but many of them. After feeling Ian's relic crystals, Lin Ming's demon avatar began to stir, as every inch of its flesh and blood bloomed with the aura of life and its skin began to wriggle. The strength of laws emitted by the relic crystals was slowly drawn in like invisible threads, quietly swallowed by Lin Ming's demon avatar. The process of comprehending Ian's relic crystals was long, but also very smooth. In his life, Lin Ming had perceived far too many laws. At the start, he began with the simple concepts of the 5 elements. Then, he progressed to the space and time laws, the yin and yang laws, the power of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, and even expanded that to the 33 heavens laws. Lin Ming slowly discovered that all the laws he comprehended before were in actuality branches of the 33 heavens laws. And the 33 heavens laws could be further divided into 2 parts. One was the laws of the universe of the world, and the other was the laws of the universe of the body. For instance, the 9 divine shifts could be summed up as one kind of the world-universe laws. As for the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, that could be considered a kind of the body-universe laws. Lin Ming cultivated both the 9 divine shifts and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace to large success, and it was then that he saw that outline of the laws of the world-universe and the laws of the body-universe. These were the Heavenly Sutra and Holy Scripture, laws that were closest to the source of the Great Tao. However, it was only afterwards Lin Ming learned that although the 33 heavens Great Tao was comprehensive and wide, it wasn't the only one in this world. In the Dark Abyss, the laws were not the same. These were laws that came from the Dark Abyss and totem-level abyssals. If the Azura Roadmaster's conjectures about the Dark Abyss were true, then the abyssal laws were in fact the laws left behind from the previous universe. The higher Lin Ming stood, the more he was able to see. And the more he experienced, the more he was able to further solidify his foundation so that he could climb higher up towards the peak of martial arts. He faintly felt that if there was ever a person that was capable of thoroughly comprehending the entirety of the heavenly Tao, then that person would be the heavens, that person would be the word, that person would be all. That was likely the so-called peak of martial arts. Time slowly passed. The demon avatar's induction with the relic crystals continued, and its understandings of Ian's laws became increasingly profound. At the same time, this avatar had a mysterious telepathic connection to Lin Ming. During the process of comprehension, Lin Ming also obtained many inspirations. After an unknown period of time, mystical runes began to appear on the skin, flesh, and blood of the demon avatar. These runes were like stars shining within the universe, with waves of strength from profound abyssal laws rippling all around them, As the strength of laws appeared around the demon avatar, the other abyssal auras in the chamber began to quiver, consciously avoiding the demon avatar as if they feared its existence. And at this time, a crystal in front of Lin Ming suddenly flashed and a voice spread into his mind. This caused Lin Ming to faintly frown. During this period of seclusion, he had been silently counting the passing of time. He knew that there was still half a year until the demon god's tomb opened, and according to his original calculations, he would still need to go into seclusion for a period of time. But now the Council of Elders actually wished to summon him. As the shine of the sound transmission crystal dimmed down, Lin Ming stood up and pushed open the chamber door. His figure flickered and he appeared at the meeting hall of the elders. At this time within the hall, the other 8 elders of the ancient Ian sect had already gathered in full. They sat in a circle around a simple wooden table. The atmosphere was somber. "What is it?" Lin Ming asked. Great Elder Ian God narrowed his eyes, sizing up Lin Ming without concealing it. He could faintly feel that Lin Ming's body surged with strength. It seemed that after a short period of seclusion, Lin Ming had undergone some drastic change. "We must set out for Deep King Road," the Great Elder said. So soon?" Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. According to the information he obtained from the Demon Association's elder, there had been half a year until the demon god's tomb opened. It was still too early to go. The Great Elder continued, "This time, our ancient Ian sect will be cooperating with Deep King Road, as well as another influence, Nine Nether Palace. The 3 influences will form an alliance with Deep King Road as the head. We and Nine Nether Palace will obey the orders of Deep King Road to a certain degree." Nine Nether Palace. Lin Ming had heard of Nine Nether Palace before. It was one of the 6 great totem-level influences, and its totem-level abyssal, Nether, had already died. Nether seemed to have been severely wounded in the Great War 10 billion years ago. Afterwards, its life force slowly passed away until it perished. This was equal to dying from old age. Because Nether had died, Nine Nether Palace wasn't too powerful, just a bit stronger than the ancient Ian sect. During this venture into the demon god's tomb, they would both have to take the stronger Deep King Road as their leader. Like this, it would be easier to preserve their strength and survive, and of course obtain more benefits. The Great Elder continued, "Deep King Road is the strongest of us 3, so they are sure to receive the greatest benefits. But the specific division percentage will be dependent upon the contrast of strength between us 3. In other words, this is a comparison of martial strength." "Oh? Martial strength." Lin Ming raised his head. It seemed that heading out to Deep King Road early was so that there would be more time to compare martial strength. "The specific rules are that we, Nine Nether Palace, and Deep King Road will each choose disciples from the name list of those who wish to enter the demon god's tomb, and these disciples will be the strongest. Us and Nine Nether Palace will choose 3 people each and Deep King Road will choose 6 people. There will be a total of 12 people. The 6 people between us and Nine Nether Palace will contend with the 6 people from Deep King Road. The challenges will be initiated by our side, and you can freely choose whoever you wish to challenge among the 6 people of Deep King Road. You can even repeat challenges. Then, at the end, how we decide on the specific division of benefits will depend on the number of defeats that both sides rack up." As the Great Elder spoke, Lin Ming was surprised. The Dark Abyss was truly a world where strength reigned supreme. Even in negotiations within an alliance, division of benefits was based upon who possessed greater martial strength and who possessed lower martial strength. And looking at these rules alone, Nine Nether Palace and the ancient Ian sect were far too weak compared to Deep King Road. The 2 of them together couldn't even defeat one. Deep King Road allowed the ancient Ian sect and Nine Nether Palace to initiate challenges, to freely challenge who they wish, and also to repeat challenges. In other words, Deep King Road was highly confident in every single one of the 6 people they would send out. Amongst the 6, none were weak. As Lin Ming thought of this, he developed a sense of vigilance against Deep King Road's totem-level abyssal. If he were to ever meet Deep, he surely wouldn't be able to escape its grasp. During this competition of strength, will Deep appear? Lin Ming asked. The Great Elder chuckled. Deep hasn't appeared in billions of years. It seems you still don't have much understanding into the 6 totem-level influences. Lin Ming quietly nodded at the Great Elder's words. When he obtained the memories of the Demon Association's elder, it was impossible for him to learn everything. To read through a memory that spanned over hundreds of millions of years would take far too much time, so he only focused on information related to the demon god's tomb. The Great Elder then said, "You do not need to participate. Our ancient Ian sect can only choose 3 people to fight, so it isn't your turn yet." As the Great Elder spoke, Lin Ming could see traces of disdain on the 3 younger elders, as well as some envy. It was clear that these 3 elders would be the 3 people who represented the ancient Ian sect during the competition. They were the youngest of the 8 elders of the ancient Ian sect, and their potential was the greatest, thus they were the most likely candidates. The contemptuous expressions on their faces clearly originated from Lin Ming's relatively low cultivation. As for envy, it was naturally because Lin Ming had stumbled onto the Book of Ian and had managed to become an elder of the ancient Ian sect because of this. To be placed on the same level as Lin Ming was something they refused to accept. Lin Ming didn't respond, nor did he feel anything about the expressions these 3 elders were making towards him. After all, it didn't matter much to him just how high the division of benefits the ancient Ian sect obtained was. He already knew that these 3 young elders had unfriendly intentions towards him. They all wanted to enter the demon god's tomb with the Book of Ian. However, at this time, the Great Elder suddenly changed the conversation. Although you do not need to fight, there is still something you need to do. Currently, our ancient Ian sect is still blocking all information concerning the Book of Ian, thus no one knows about it. Do you know what will happen once we announce news that the Book of Ian has been found? The Great Elder's voice was cold and frosty. Without waiting for Lin Ming to reply, he said, "In the dark abyss, strength is everything. And if you enter the demon god's tomb, it will be impossible for you to hide the Book of Ian. In other words, everyone will know that the book is in your hands, so sooner or later we will have to announce the return of the Book of Ian. And at this time Deep King Road will surely try to bargain with us. And the method they will adopt will surely be to cede some of their benefits to us in exchange for the Book of Ian." The Great Elder coldly sneered as he said this. Although exchanging for some benefits sounds nice, the truth is that it will be an exchange by force. And it will be difficult for us to reject them. Even if the Book of Ian was ours to begin with, we still cannot refuse them. This is because without strength, we naturally do not have the rights to do so. Even most of the spots to enter the demon god's tomb are in their hands. If we are stubborn and refuse to back down, then they will threaten to leave the alliance and start pushing us aside, so that only a few of us can enter the demon god's tomb. At that time, while we may still have the Book of Ian when we enter, we shall be surrounded by enemies on all sides. We will have become fish on the chopping block. So how could we possibly keep the Book of Ian? The Great Elder slowly said, his words justified and natural, without any falsities. And then, Lin Ming's eyebrows rose up. He looked at the Great Elder. He could faintly feel that what the Great Elder was about to say was his true goal in summoning him here. The Great Elder looked at Lin Ming and slowly said, "If you wish to enter the arena with the Book of Ian, then you must obtain approval from Deep King Road. First we will hide the news about the reappearance of the Book of Ian and wait until you obtain enough status in Deep King Road so your words have sufficient power. Only then will there be a situation where we can pay a certain price in exchange for you being able to enter the demon god's tomb with the Book of Ian, and like this you will be able to live just that much longer." The Great Elder's words carried with them a mocking tone, but Lin Ming didn't care. Lin Ming gently smiled and asked, "How do I obtain sufficient status and authority?" "By strength. It's not just strength, but also your background. Just your background as an elder of the ancient Ian sect will be meaningless to Deep King Road. If you can't obtain more background and gain the approval of Deep King Road, then things will be different. And amongst the 6 totem-level influences there has always been a custom, which is rules of marriage. The targets of these marriages are the young elders of the various sects, the chief disciples, or even the holy demonesses. Marriage? Lin Ming felt the hairs all over his body stand on end. Marriage was a matter that didn't bring any laughter to Lin Ming. Moreover, he already had wives. And even if he didn't, he simply couldn't imagine taking in a towering abyssal as his wife. That sort of image wasn't one he wanted to imagine. Amongst the abyssal demons, there were species of abyssals such as succubus demons that conformed to Lin Ming's aesthetic taste and were similar to humans in appearance. But in most cases, a succubus demon had ordinary talent, so it was difficult for any masters to be cultivated from their ranks. To expect someone like a succubus demon to become the holy demoness of Deep King Road wasn't realistic at all. And besides succubus demons, the vast majority of female abyssals were simply too horrifying to look at. What you mean is that you want me to go to Deep King Road to marry? Lin Ming suppressed the weird feeling surging in his heart. His complexion ugly. That's right, is there a problem with it? The 6 great totem-level influences are divided into 2 camps, and on one side stands our ancient Ian sect, Deep King Road, and 9 Nether Palace. Those that are hostile to us are on the other side. And since we are all in the same camp, it's natural for us to have methods for maintaining our relations, and one of the most commonly used methods is marriage. Of course, whether it is holy demonesses, chief disciples, or young elders, they all have high statuses, thus marriage requires both sides to agree. In the past, many young elders of 9 Nether Palace wished to marry Deep King Road's holy demoness, but they were all rejected. Afterwards, because Deep King Road's holy demoness thought the matter was too tiresome, she came up with a rule, and that was that anyone who wished to marry her must surpass her, otherwise it would be impossible. Unfortunately, her talent was far too great. Many abyssals that challenged here were all heaven-gifted geniuses of their generation, but none of them were able to surpass her. For instance, even the one with the greatest potential in 9 Nether Palace, the 9 Nether Sun, was defeated in a single move. But since you have the confidence to hold the Book of Ian and enter the demon god's tomb with an Empyrean cultivation, then I believe you should also be confident in your strength. Moreover, I discovered that there are some aspects of you that aren't simple at all. Whether it was when I used my true divinity level aura to probe you or the changes you underwent after perceiving Ian's laws, everything allowed me to see how extraordinary you are. The great elder's words left Lin Ming speechless. It seemed that this holy demoness was in high demand, but no matter how others struggled for her, he simply couldn't accept marrying an abyssal woman. The great elder's voice remained calm and unhurried. Deep King Road's current holy demoness also has an Empyrean cultivation, one similar to your own. If you can defeat her and marry her, then that will be a great deed for my ancient Ian sect. This is because in the future the current holy demoness will have great accomplishments. To outsiders, the great elder's words really did sound as if he truly hoped for Lin Ming to win and for him to bring a great lucky chance to the ancient Ian sect. However, Lin Ming clearly lacked any interest at all. The great elder smiled. You seem opposed to this holy demoness, but that is only because you haven't seen her yet. Once you see her, you will change your mind. She is truly a perfect demoness. The great elder giving such an evaluation startled Lin Ming. If this great elder was able to become a middle true divinity, he naturally had his own strengths, and for someone to obtain the evaluation of perfect from him likely wasn't ordinary at all. The truth is that even if you cannot accept this marriage, all you need is the relationship of a marriage with her. Even if you manage to defeat the holy demoness and marry her, you likely won't be able to truly touch her or dual cultivate with her. She is a strange demoness, one that is cold and icy to all. So, even if you don't wish to marry her, you can rest assured that this is only a title, a marriage in name only. Moreover, if you don't do this, then it will be impossible for you to enter the demon god's tomb with the Book of Ian. The great elder thoughtfully said. Lin Ming faintly felt that this great elder seemed to always be trying to persuade him to agree to this. There were likely other ideas at play here. Lin Ming looked at the great elder and still didn't reply. But he believed that some of the great elder's words weren't false. That was, if he didn't use some special methods, then it truly wouldn't be likely for him to enter the demon god's tomb with the Book of Ian. Seeing Lin Ming deep in thought, the great elder suddenly waved his hand and a red light appeared in his palm. He reached out towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming took this red light in his hands. This was a scroll. Just take a look. This is her. A portrait of her. As the great elder's voice fell, The portrait clattered and scrolled open. A woman appeared from the portrait and stood in the void. This was no longer simply a portrait, but a complete projection of a woman, one that was no different from their true self. Seeing this woman, Lin Ming was utterly shocked. This projection of a woman was completely different from the image of an abyssal that he had in his mind. It wasn't even a succubus demon, because this woman had no tail and no horns. She actually appeared like the intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens. She wore a black dress that flowed like water, and her upper body was covered in exquisite black armor. Her profile was tall and proud, and at the ribs of her armor, there were many hollows that revealed her sparkling jade-smooth skin. Her face was as beautiful as a bright moon, and atop her forehead, covered by her long hair, there was clearly a mark formed by flower petals. There just happened to be 9 of these flower petals. This woman, whether it was in body, appearance, or the flower petal mark on her forehead, she was completely similar to Xiang Mei. How was this possible? Lin Ming was bewildered. When he first entered the dark abyss, he had seen a crystalline skeleton. A skeleton that seemed as if it might have been left behind by Xiang Mei's previous life from 10 billion years ago. This had become a puzzle that Lin Ming couldn't work out. He had no idea just how Xiang Mei from the Spiritas of the 33 heavens was related to this woman's skeleton. But no matter what, if he had to brute force some far-fetched explanation, then things might make sense. But now Lin Ming saw Xiang Mei in the dark abyss's 17th layer once more. Moreover, she was actually the holy demoness of Deep King Road. This simply completely subverted all ideas that Lin Ming had of abyssals. Just what was going on here? Looking at this Xiang Mei with the 9 flower petals between her eyebrows, she looked completely similar to the Xiang Mei of the past. But the Xiang Mei he saw among the Spiritas didn't have such flower petals. However, this point didn't prove anything. Could these be flower petals that only appeared after Xiang Mei completed the 9th revolution of the Grand Reincarnation Art? Lin Ming couldn't confirm that Deep King Road's Xiang Mei was the same person as the Spiritas' Xiang Mei. If this were true, Lin Ming couldn't figure out just how the Spiritas' Soul Empress could simultaneously be Deep King Road's holy demoness. This was completely unreasonable. But if this weren't true, then there could be one explanation, and that was if the Spiritas Xiang Mei cultivated the laws of the 33 heavens and the abyssal Xiang Mei cultivation the abyssal laws. Could it be that the mysterious woman from 10 billion years ago had reincarnated into the present age in 2 different Xiang Meis? Lin Ming pondered this just for an explanation. However, his instinct told him that this wasn't right because this explanation was far too forced in too many places. For instance, how could the ancient race Xiang Mei have reincarnated into an abyssal? As Lin Ming looked upon Xiang Mei's projection, he was left in a daze. And this daze was naturally seen by the several elders of the ancient Ian sect. A young abyssal elder's eyes flashed with obvious disdain. He was one of the 3 young elders who would enter the demon god's tomb. I originally thought that although he was a fool that wanted to commit suicide by entering the demon god's tomb, he still had some ability in terms of strength. But I never thought that he would be so mesmerized by Deep King Road's holy demoness. Just by that portrait being taken out, he's already turned into an idiot. Has he never seen a beautiful demoness before? This elder contemptuously said with a sound transmission. In truth, abyssal demons had an extremely strange aesthetic sense. Not only did they accept the majestic and fierce abyssal women, but they even accepted the gentle and beautiful women like those of the ancient races or succubus demons. Xiang Mei certainly belonged to the latter. It's useless no matter how much he stares. He's nothing but a toad wanting to eat swan meat. The great elder is indeed wise. This fellow didn't even know that Deep hasn't appeared for billions of years. It seems he has no understanding of totem-level influences, so he naturally wouldn't know that Deep King Road's holy demoness is colder than a 100-million-year-old glacier and even higher and loftier than the stars in the skies. When she suggested that she would only marry someone who could exceed her in strength at the same cultivation level, she was simply digging a pit so everyone could jump in. She just wanted all those higher abyssals who wished to win her over to lose all heart at doing so. There simply isn't anyone capable of defeating her at the same boundary. Moreover, everyone knows the rules. Those that wish to defeat her, touch her, dual cultivate with her. All those higher abyssals that tried have been severely wounded by her, and some of them were nearly crippled. However, because Deep King Road is so strong, no one dares to say anything. After all, those upper abyssals originally all thought that the holy demoness was just a woman, so she would be easy to deal with. Ha ha ha. That's right. The reason that holy demoness was so ruthless in her actions was because she wanted to inform all the other higher abyssals not to bother with her unless they wanted to suffer the same fate. Now, it's already been 300 to 500 years since anyone has dared to have designs on Deep King Road's holy demoness. The Great Elder is truly killing someone without wetting his blade with a single drop of blood. As long as this boy is mercilessly beaten up, it will be impossible for him to enter the demon god's tomb. So, what do you think of Deep King Road's holy demoness? All of Lin Ming's facial expressions fell in the eyes of the Great Elder. The Great Elder didn't know why Lin Ming was so startled, but without a doubt, the projected phantom of Deep King Road's holy demoness had caused great waves to stir in Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't immediately reply. He fell into thought for a moment before finally saying, "How come Deep King Road's holy demoness resembles someone from the 33 heavens?" Lin Ming had only briefly searched through the memories of the Demon Association's elder, and there were still many things he didn't know. He was afraid that the question he asked was something that even the most ordinary of higher abyssals would know of, and this would then cause the Council of Elders to suspect his identity. However, Lin Ming's worries were unfounded. The ancient Ian Sect's elder wasn't surprised by this question, but instead seemed to expect it. "She is truly an abyssal demon?" As the Great Elder spoke, he waved his hand, and with a light sound, the projection phantom of Xianxia flickered. The clothes on her back tore open and a pair of black wings unfurled. These wings were over 10 feet wide, easily able to wrap around her. Illuminated from behind by these wings, Xianxia seemed to become even more mystical and sacred. The Great Elder slowly said, "She isn't a succubus demon, but she still possesses an exterior appearance similar to the life forms of the 33 heavens. This is because she belongs to an extremely rare race of abyssals, one that is nearly a legend and rarely appears. These abyssals are called the Dark Angels. Deep King Road's holy demoness is one of these extremely rare Dark Angels." Dark Angel? Lin Ming felt more and more confused. Soul Empress Xianxia, could she be an abyssal Dark Angel? However, no matter how he thought of this, it was far too strange. If this were true, then it would have been impossible for her status to not have been uncovered in all these years. After all, there was more than one true divinity amongst the Spiritas. Moreover, the Spiritas was a race of the 33 heavens, and they inevitably shared a blood hatred for the abyssals. Lin Ming asked, "What is the age of Deep King Road's holy demoness? How often does she appear in public?" The Great Elder looked at Lin Ming, surprised he would ask such questions. Martial artists that had such long lifespans would rarely ask for someone's age during matters of marriage. A true divinity-level abyssal would often use hundreds of millions of years as units to describe their age. Thus a difference of tens of thousands of years wasn't anything at all. But the elder still replied, "I am not too sure what the holy demoness age is. She should be around several tens of thousands of years old. As for the last time she appeared in public, that was around 20,000 years ago. But afterwards she went into seclusion once more, and this period of seclusion continued for over 10,000 years. It was only in the last few thousand years that she appeared, and when she appeared she would shock the entire world. The higher abyssals of other sects simply aren't able to compare side by side to her." Lin Ming thought over the Great Elder's words. The reason he asked this was because he wanted to determine whether or not the Dark Abyss's Xianxia was the same as the 33 Heavens Spiritas Xianxia. However, just this amount of information wasn't enough for him to speculate anything. 20,000 years ago, Xianxia appeared in the abyss and then went into seclusion for over 10,000 years afterwards. Could this so-called seclusion have actually been her leaving the dark abyss to go to the 33 heavens? And her so-called emergence was her returning to the dark abyss? All of this complicated and confusing information made it difficult for Lin Ming to determine what the truth was. However, no matter what, Xianxia was someone that Lin Ming was extremely concerned with. Xianxia was an extremely important woman in his life. could be said that she had changed the path of Lin Ming's life. She was like a mysterious black rose, neither good nor evil, shrouded in fog so that no one could see her. However, regardless of what her goal was or what her relationship with the Soul Emperor was, the truth was that Lin Ming had to thank her for all that occurred at the Sky Spill planet 12,000 years ago. If it wasn't for her, then he would have died without a doubt. And there was another matter that Lin Ming was always troubled by. In the past, when he and Xiang Mei joined together in that ridiculous time, could there have been a child of his own flesh and blood born with her? After all, because of that strange fruit and its medicinal efficacy, he basically hadn't controlled the flow of his life essence. So all of it had poured into Xiang Mei without reserve. As for Xiang Mei, for some unknown reason she had also eaten up that strange fruit. In her enraptured state, it was hard to imagine what occurred when they had both gone crazy. Enough! After all this talk, do you agree or not? One of the elders impatiently said. He was one of the younger elders who would enter the demon god's tomb. Lin Ming looked at these elders and a flash of color bloomed in his eyes. He didn't know what they were plotting, nor did he care. He wanted to personally go and see just who this dark abyss Xiang Mei was. Thus he nodded. I agree. Good. The elders were overjoyed. One elder even smiled at Lin Ming, his eyes seeming as if he were staring at an idiot. He really agreed to it, to fight against the holy demoness whom no one can defeat on the same level. That's right, not even that Nine-Nether Sun is an exception. In fact, although it was called the same level, he actually had a peak Empyrean abyssal cultivation while the holy demoness only had an upper Empyrean abyssal cultivation. Yet he was defeated by the holy demoness and severely wounded, and it took him 2 or 3 years to recover. And now the situation is reversed. The ninth elder has an upper Empyrean cultivation while the holy demoness is a peak Empyrean. With this small boundary in cultivation on her side, there isn't even any need to imagine what the result will be. The holy demoness is colder than ice and mercilessly beats up anyone who dares to propose marriage to her. The ninth elder will likely suffer brutal defeat, and if we don't interfere, he might even be killed by her. The holy demoness is aggressive and does what she wants. She simply doesn't care how heavy-handed she is, and before the fight begins, both sides have to sign a life-death contract. This is to avoid further troubles developing and to frighten away all those toads who wish to form connections with Deep King Road. Even if the ninth elder is a bit luckier, he will still have to recuperate in bed for 10 years. By that time, the venture into the demon god's tomb should have ended, and there won't be anything he can do about it. Several elders discussed with sound transmissions, their eyes filled with thick mockery as they glanced at Lin Ming. At this time, the great elder waved his hand. Very good. All of you return and rest. We shall set off tomorrow morning. Oh! On the next day, all disciples of the ancient Ian sect who would enter the demon god's tomb had gathered. Among this group, there were 3 true divinity-level abyssals and others were all Empyreans. Everyone boarded a 10-mile-long demon bone boat. This bone boat flickered with ghostly black light. As it soared in the air, it resembled a horrifying, vicious beast that cut a channel through space. After about an incense stick of time, the bone boat broke through the void and began a great void shift. Every continent in the dark abyss was incredibly vast. Moreover, the deeper down one went, the broader it became. The demon bone boat shuttled through space for several months before finally arriving at its destination. This was where Deep King Road headquarters was located. Deep King Road headquarters was constructed above vast and wild plains. From afar, it seemed like an incomparably high pagoda piercing into the clouds, like a pillar that extended through the dark abyss and supported the heavens. Compared to this towering pagoda, the bone boat Lin Ming rode on seemed no different from a bird in front of a giant, utterly insignificant. The bone boat stopped in a square high atop the pagoda. Standing on this square were dozens of colossal bone pillars that reached into the skies. Waves of black light emitted from these pillars, and one could hear roars of demons echoing from them. Before approaching, one would already be suppressed by the vast aura emitted by these bone pillars. It was like pagoda beneath them was alive, the evolved form of a supreme demon god that made their hearts shake. At the peak of the pagoda there was also a giant spirit ship in no way inferior to the ancient Xianxia's bone boat. Totem flags were placed all over the spirit ship, fluttering in the wind. Besides that, there were also some smaller abyssal spirit ships scattered all around. But compared to the giant bone boat that had just arrived, they were like little goldfish swimming around a shark. The great elder's eyes swept over some of the spirit ships in front of him. These spirit ships were all from other small influences that were joining in with Deep King Road's alliance. These sorts of influences were often only able to send out Empyrean-level abyssals to enter the demon god's tomb. However, their goals were to find some treasures on the periphery of the demon god's tomb. As for the totem-level abyssal inheritance in the deepest depths of the demon god's tomb, that was something none of them ever thought they could obtain. The group from the ancient Xian sect stepped down from the bone boat, and at this time in the square atop the pagoda, many abyssals had already gathered. These abyssals were all at the World King level and above. In the entire Dark Abyss, the present Deep King Road could be called a top influence. Abyssals that could enter and leave this pagoda, even if they were only followers, would still be overlords of their own lands if placed outside. So it was Elder Xian God. It's been such a long time. As those from the ancient Xian sect came down, an abyssal elder from Deep King Road were already waiting to greet them. The abyssal elder who greeted them was called Deep Epoch. In Deep King Road, elders at the true divinity level also obtained their own titles. It was more or less similar to the ancient Xian sect, so in each of their titles they would have the Deep character. Elder Deep Epoch had an extremely strange appearance. He was only 3 feet tall and he was dark gray and black all over and covered with wrinkles. He looked just like a little abyssal boy. His voice was a bit high-pitched and thin, like that of an infant. Even so, there was an old and weighty feel to it. He was an elder of Deep King Road. Although he was only an ordinary elder, Lin Ming could feel that this Deep King Road elder had a cultivation and aura that was in no way inferior to the ancient Xian sect's great elder. From this, one could see just how deep the background of Deep King Road was. Deep King Road's true ruler was Deep. As a totem-level abyssal, Deep's strength was unfathomable. But underneath Deep there were also upper true divinity abyssal elders, and more than one of them. If the ancient Xian sect's great elder were to be placed in Deep King Road, he would only be considered an ordinary elder. Thus, this young abyssal boy that was sent to receive the ancient Xian sect was only an ordinary elder. This sort of courtesy was indisputably correct. The ancient Xian sect's great elder spoke with Deep King Road's abyssal boy for several moments. During this time, the abyssal boy looked at Lin Ming, a strange light in his eyes. This must be your ancient Xian sect's rumored 9th elder. The ancient Xian sect had sent a total of 5 elders this time. There was Lin Ming, Elder Xian God, and the 3 younger elders. Their names were Xian Light, Xian Moon, and Xian Fire. These 3 abyssal elders could be called young and with great potential, but the truth was that they were already over 10 million years old. The abyssal boy had already seen them since they became elders. However, the abyssal boy had never seen Lin Ming before. Thus Lin Ming must have been the rumored 9 elder that wished to challenge Deep King Road's holy demoness. I am, Lin Ming said. Hee, the young truly know no fear. Your courage is praiseworthy. The abyssal boy chuckled. Although his words seemed as if he were commending Lin Ming, they actually contained a faint mocking tone to them. As the abyssal boy looked at Lin Ming, there was also a playful color in his eyes. Though the abyssal boy was clearly taunting Lin Ming with malicious intent, elders Xian Light, Xian Moon, and Xian Fire naturally didn't say anything. In truth, they never considered Lin Ming a part of their ancient Xian sect from the start. Thus, no matter what taunts Lin Ming received or what obstacles people placed in front of him, that had nothing to do with them at all. I must say, Elder Xian God, your ancient Xian sect is truly promoting the talented young without restraint. Even someone that is only at the upper Empyrean level can actually be an elder. Ah, but I think this 9th elder must have his own unique strengths. The abyssal boy laughed. But as the martial artists of the ancient Xian sect heard this, they didn't feel good at all. Amongst totem-level influences, it was basically an unstated rule that only true divinity-level abyssals could become elders. Some powerful totem-level influences had over 20 true divinity elders, and some of the weaker totem-level influences only had 6 or 7 true divinity elders. And even these small and weak totem-level influences would still insist that any elders be at the true divinity level. If a totem-level influence were to somehow promote an Empyrean to an elder, others would feel that this totem-level influence was already declining and on the verge of dissolution. This was because in the Dark Abyss, only influences of a lower rank would take Empyrean-level abyssals as elders. The Abyssal Boy didn't know of the Book of Ian. Thus he naturally only believed that Lin Ming was someone with exceptional talent and thus was made an elder because of it. But, to be made an elder in the already declining ancient Ian sect, the young Abyssal Boy really didn't think Lin Ming would be particularly great. Thus, the way he looked and felt about Lin Ming was like how a royal family member in the mortal world would look at a wealthy countryside village. For most abyssal demons, if they despise someone then they despise someone. They generally wouldn't say anything about it. But this Abyssal Boy clearly wanted to make his feelings known. The truth was that he was doing all of this to intentionally embarrass the ancient Ian sect. This wasn't because he was bored and searching for trouble, and also not because he had some grudge with the ancient Ian sect. The reason he did this was to suppress the ancient Ian sect's momentum a little. This was because in several days the 3 totem-level influences of the Alliance, as well as the many smaller sects, would begin negotiations to discuss how benefits from the demon god's tomb would be divided. To suppress the opponent's momentum would form an invisible psychological superiority. Later in negotiations this would allow them to take the upper hand. The ancient Ian sect's great elder frowned, his complexion darkening. He said, "Elder Deep Epic has no need to exhaust himself in worry about the internal affairs of my ancient Ian sect. Since 9th Elder was able to become an elder, he naturally has his reasons. As for the exact reasons, that isn't something that I can disclose right now." When it came to the honor and momentum of the ancient Ian sect, Elder Ian God couldn't remain silent any longer. But the explanation he gave was also ambiguous. He didn't dare to boast about Lin Ming because soon Lin Ming would need to fight Deep King Road's holy demoness. And at that time it would be clear just how strong he was. If he were to randomly boast and then have his words disproven later, this would only end up embarrassing him. Ha ha ha! The Abyssal Boy laughed. No matter what the reason is, everything will be known in several days. There's no need to be in a hurry about things. The Abyssal Boy turned to Lin Ming. Speaking of which, I admire you. It's been almost 500 years since any higher abyssal dared to challenge my Deep King Road's holy demoness. Since you have the courage to challenge our holy demoness now, I'm really looking forwards to it. Lin Ming was disinclined to play around with the Abyssal Boy. He simply asked, "Is your holy demoness currently in the sect?" "She is." "What are you asking for?" The Abyssal Boy looked at Lin Ming with interest, surprised at how calm he still was. He wanted to find some traces of panic in Lin Ming's face, but after some searching he was eventually left disappointed. Lin Ming remained calm and composed throughout, without the least bit of change in his mood. It was as if his suppression of the ancient Ian sect just now was no different from the acts of a clown, making him slightly frown. "I would like to see her," Lin Ming directly said. If he wanted to determine whether or not the Dark Abyss's Xianxia was the same as the 33 Heaven Spiritus Xianxia, then seeing her was the best method to do so. Moreover, this might allow him to figure out what Xianxia's goal was. But in the face of this request, the Abyssal Boy burst out in laughter. "Do you think anyone can see my Deep King Road's holy demoness just because they wish to? She is an Empyrean-level abyssal, and I am an Empyrean-level abyssal. She is Deep King Road's holy demoness, and I am an ancient Ian sect elder. So how come I can't see her?" The Abyssal Boy looked at Lin Ming like an idiot. "Do you think your Empyrean level can compare with our holy demoness Empyrean level? It's as if you don't know where you stand right now." The Abyssal Boy coldly humphed. Then he swept his eyes over the other elders from the ancient Ian sect. He hadn't said one particular thing out loud, and that was that there was no comparing the status of an elder from the ancient Ian sect with their Deep King Road's holy demoness. This was because the disparity in strength between the two sects was far too great. He hadn't said anything in consideration for Elder Ian God's face. Otherwise, if he did, that would be tearing away any and all pretenses. As for Elder Ian God, he remained silent. Strength was everything in the dark abyss. Let's go. You will meet her in several days. And I believe that the day you do meet her, it will be an unforgettable experience for you. Ha ha ha. The abyssal boy recklessly laughed. Then, without further speaking, he reached out and tore open a spatial crack in the void. He turned and leapt in. This was a space channel leading to the inside of the pagoda. Those from the ancient Ian sect had glum complexions. Although the abyssal boy had aimed his taunts at Lin Ming, they also knew what was happening. They knew that this abyssal boy was using Lin Ming as an excuse to suppress their ancient Ian sect's momentum, that he wanted to press down on their heads. They didn't feel comfortable about this at all. Ian Light glanced at Lin Ming. Then, he said to the other elders with a somewhat sad sound transmission, "This idiot, not only does he want to kill himself by entering the demon god's tomb, but if it weren't for him we wouldn't need to discuss marriage with Deep King Road and bring trouble upon our own heads. Deep King Road's holy demoness will surely beat this fellow into pieces, and she might even kill him. And although I hope he loses miserably, the fact remains that he is still representing our ancient Ian sect. The worse he loses, the more disgraced we will be. Enough. For the Book of Ian and for the future of our sect, a little bit of disgrace isn't anything at all." Ian Light, Ian Moon, and Ian Fire all discussed Lin Ming over sound transmissions. Elder Ian God frowned and coldly said, "Enough nonsense. If you have the energy to criticize the ninth elder, then you might as well save it to prepare for the following fights. Don't forget, although we are here to negotiate how the benefits will be assigned, the ultimate result will still depend on our martial strength. You three are all part of the 6 elders who will represent my ancient Ian sect and 9 Nether Palace. If the 9th elder loses, then he loses. His life or death doesn't matter. But if you 3 lose, our losses will be great. Do you understand me?" Elder Ian God's majestic sound transmission exploded near the ears of the 3 elders like a thunderclap. Their bodies trembled and they quickly said, "Elder Ian God should rest assured that we will surely not disappoint you." These 3 elders were all juniors of Ian God. Before they grew, it was Ian God that guided them. Thus, to them, Ian God was a figure just like an honorable master, so it was natural for them to respect him. As these elders discussed amongst themselves, Lin Ming stood on the side, unable to hear them. But even if he was able to hear what they said, he would have been disinclined to bother with them. He only quietly stepped into the space channel torn open by the abyssal boy. The world changed around him as he arrived inside the towering pagoda. This place was like a completely different world. Within the pagoda there were celestial mountains floating in the air, rivers of blood running through the earth, and springs of blood spraying out. There were dense wild forests with all sorts of horrifying vicious beasts and birds dwelling within. In the dark abyss, there were many species of abyssals that possessed low intelligence but incredibly high strength. These abyssals were often raised by great influences. These vicious birds and beasts were such an example. This world was where the ancient Ian sect would rest, and also where the great battle would take place in several days. Within the towering pagoda there was an independent world, and at the center of this world were vast plains that overflowed with killing intent. This was the battlefield of the upcoming competition. And around these vast plains were the living quarters of the various large influences. These living quarters included crumbling stone buildings and even cities. The ancient Ian sect alone occupied an entire city. This was also a manifestation of the ancient Ian sect's status. In this city, the ancient Ian sect, including the true divinity elders and their followers, were only several hundred people. They only occupied a small portion of this city, and the others in it were all slaves. The dark abyss was a world flooded with slaves. The slaves in this city were not just those of the ancient races but also abyssal demons. A city slave, besides maintaining the operations of the city, also provided a variety of services for the ancient Ian sect. The ancient Ian sect's core disciples and elders could simply do whatever they wished to do. That is the group from 9 Nether Palace. It seems they arrived earlier than we did. The disciples of the ancient Ian sect flew into the air and looked upon the neighboring city. The skies above this city were covered in the faint pressure of a true divinity-level abyssal. This pressure wasn't intentionally released, but unwittingly revealed because the true divinity-level abyssals in the city were far too strong. This strength gathered in the skies above the city, and the thick demon power eventually formed dark clouds. With 9 Nether Palace and the ancient Ian sect, this was nearly a 2-digit number of true divinity abyssals. The aura they released already formed a force field in the skies, and even if an Empyrean-level abyssal were to be placed in that force field of dark clouds, they would still find it hard to withstand. Enough! Everyone calm down. Elder Ian God waved his hand, calling everyone down. Lin Ming found a stone building for himself and started to meditate inside. After being in the dark abyss for all these years, he hadn't stopped cultivating once. With so many abyssal influences stationed here, there would inevitably be communication between them as well as individuals trying to display their own strength and prowess. But no matter what happened outside, Lin Ming remained indifferent to it. Although Lin Ming didn't go out, his reputation still slowly spread. The ancient Ian Sect's Council of Elders was unwilling to acknowledge Lin Ming's status as an elder in their hearts. Thus, they didn't give him a special elder title. So, in the outside world, people only knew Lin Ming by the name of the ancient Ian Sect's 9th elder. They also knew that this 9th elder wished to marry Deep King Road's holy demoness. In the last 500 years, no abyssal demon had dared to covet her in such a manner. Yet, just before the opening of the demon god's tomb, there was actually a higher abyssal who had such ideas. This would surely be a good show. However, although this news caused vibrant discussion all over, true divinity-level abyssals like the elders of 9 Nether Palace didn't care much about it at all. To them, whether it was Lin Ming or Deep King Road's holy demoness, they were still Empyrean-level abyssals that had yet to reach the true divinity realm. Lin Ming and Deep King Road's holy demoness simply didn't stand on the same level in their eyes. They didn't care too much about this matter. At most, they would go and take a look for fun. Just like a clown that amused the audience before a grand play began, the ancient Ian Sect's 9th elder Lin Ming was such a clown in their hearts. What they truly cared about were the 6 higher abyssals that Deep King Road would send to battle. They wanted to know which 6 higher abyssals were being sent out and how many matches they would be able to win. And in fact, Deep King Road had always possessed the overwhelming momentum. Their goal was to win a single match. If they could win 2, then they would be more than overjoyed. However, although they had gathered materials about all the young elders of Deep King Road, they still weren't able to determine which 6 higher abyssals would be sent to participate in the competition. Deep King Road had kept a tight lid on their information. In this aspect, the ancient Ian Sect and 9 Nether Palace were much worse. They only had a limited number of elders they could send out, so it wasn't a choice for them at all. Although most people didn't pay attention to Lin Ming, there was still a small portion of people who investigated his identity. In Deep King Road's main faction, in a room located within a separate time and space, a maid dressed up as a woman of the primal god race slowly walked up. She respectfully said, "Miss, the ancient Ian Sect's 9th elder has proposed marriage to you before the opening of the demon god's tomb. We have already looked up some of his information. Would Miss like to take a look?" In front of the maid, there was a mysterious woman dressed in black. She stood near a window, faintly gazing off into the distance. Her eyes seemed blank, as if no one could tell where she was looking. But in truth, this was simply because her eyes were far too profound. It was like they were wrapped in a mysterious universe, so deep that no one could find their edges. Her black hair fell down her back like a waterfall of ink. As it poured down her dress, it seemed like a black rose in full bloom. Upon hearing a voice, the black-clothed woman turned around and glanced at the maid. The woman's appearance was simple and otherworldly. Between her eyebrows, 9 flower petals composed a mystical red lotus mark. She was like a goddess exiled from the highest heavens, her body emitting a light holy aura that made all others feel ashamed at their own inferiority. This woman was Xianxia, or she might have been the dark angel that looked completely similar to Xianxia. "Miss, the information is in here." The maid fell to her knees and held out a jade slip in her palms. Xianxia's maid came from the primal god race, and this was a demand that Xianxia had made. Xianxia didn't consider this maid as some sort of mindless slave, and in truth she even felt some affinity to her. But because of Xianxia's aura, the maid couldn't help but fall to her knees and bow her head low, not daring to look at the black-clothed woman before her. Xianxia looked at the jade slip and frowned. The ancient Xianxia's ninth elder? Yes, he is an upper Empyrean level abyssal. No more fluctuations of emotion crossed Xianxia's face, nor did she have any interest in finding out more about this ninth elder. Instead, she simply felt sick and tired of these occurrences. She waved her hand and said, "You may leave." Xianxia couldn't even be bothered with looking through this information that her maids and bodyguards collected. When it came to these higher abyssals that wished to marry her, she only considered them a pack of flies. Driving them away or slapping them to death was all she needed to do. And before slapping these flies to death, there was no need for her to probe into their origins or what kind of fly they were. Yes, the maid quietly put away the jade slip. Towards Xianxia, the maid only felt graciousness. She was a slave, and even though her talent was excellent and she was an extremely expensive slave, she couldn't avoid her tragic fate. However, she had been sent to follow Xianxia. Her master hadn't cruelly destroyed her, but instead gave her some resources so that she could cultivate by herself. To the maid, this was the greatest luck of her life. Thus, she was loyal and devoted to Xianxia. She bowed, lowering her head as she drew back. And before she turned around she cast one quick glance at Xianxia. She only saw Xianxia's profile, an appearance that could be called perfection. However, there was a light trace of sorrow in Xianxia's eyes, one that no one could touch upon. This was not the first time that the maid had seen this dim and pale sorrow. In fact, the maid would even occasionally hear Xianxia sigh. Although Xianxia's voice was low and faint, it was like a pair of invisible hands that easily touched a person's heartstrings. She didn't know why. As the Deep King Road's holy demoness, Xianxia's status had reached the peak of the dark abyss. Just what could she possibly be sad about? The maid naturally didn't dare to ask Xianxia what she was thinking. She could only faithfully serve Xianxia to the best of her abilities and hope that the sorrow would disappear from her face. But, as time passed, that gentle sigh and faint sorrow never once left Xianxia. In the eyes of outsiders there had almost never been a smile that lit up Xianxia's face. Thus, they thought Xianxia was cold and frosty, as arrogant as the stars. But the maid knew that her master wasn't like this. It was just that she had sealed up her heart, so no one could open it. Perhaps there would come a day where someone would manage to open it, but the maid had no idea when that would be or who it could be. Days passed, one at a time. The elders of the various influences continued to negotiate and bargain in Deep King Road's main faction. After they roughly set the rules, what followed next was when the specific proportions would be determined. This was also when the various sects would compete. The appointed battle would soon begin. The battlefield would be the vast wild plains that existed between all the various influences' residences. This was destined to be an incomparably intense battle. In Deep King Road's towering pagoda above the wild plains, there were totem poles stabbed into the earth, encircling a demon force field that extended outwards in a radius of 10,000 miles. This force field was filled with thick demonic aura, as if some ancient demon were slumbering here. The disciples of every influence only had to approach this force field to feel a massive pressure. This pressure was mixed with a mighty killing intent. Unless a martial artist was at the World King level or above, it was simply impossible to enter. This is Deep King Road's Deep King Force Field. It is Deep King Road's Great Guardian Array Formation. It was established 10 billion years ago, and for the last 10 billion years Deep King Road has paid a great price to keep it maintained with blood sacrifices so that it can retain its rank as an extreme true divinity level array formation. If a true divinity level abyssal were to enter this array formation, they would be restricted beneath it. Before entering the Deep King force field, the ancient Xianxia's great elder began explaining what it was. Lin Ming looked at the totem poles that surrounded the great array formation. These totem poles weren't inscribed with runes, but had images of all sorts of ancient abyssals carved into them. The images of these demons inherently contained the highest truths of the abyssal laws, and the aura that overflowed from them left one gasping for breath. Upon truly stepping into the force field, Lin Ming could feel his own strength be suppressed a great deal. Whether it was mobilizing the energy within his body or utilizing the laws of the world, everything was affected by the invisible suppression of the force field. If Lin Ming wished to rid himself of this suppression, then he could only break open the force field. But the current Lin Ming didn't possess even the strength to do this. Everyone's strength is suppressed, so the battle is fair. This is to prevent Deep King Road headquarters from being damaged due to the great destruction that could occur when true divinity-level abyssals fight. Lin Ming watched as more and more abyssal influences entered the force field. This force field was like a giant cage, swallowing all those who entered. The group from the ancient Ian sect arrived at their assigned region. And at a place not too far away from them, another crowd of higher abyssals had already arrived. Those are the abyssals from 9 Nether Palace, Ian Light said from beside Elder Ian God, his voice low as he glanced over the several elders of 9 Nether Palace. The many abyssal disciples of 9 Nether Palace also saw the ancient Ian sect arrive. 9 Nether Palace and the ancient Ian sect needed to join forces to resist Deep King Road. But at the same time, they were also fellow competitors. Haha, Elder Ian God. It seems that your ancient Ian sect has trained many masters in preparation for today. The one leading 9 Nether Palace was an old abyssal. He stood 8 feet high and had an emaciated figure. His body was like a bamboo pole with a wooden head attached to one end. As his 8 eyes looked at Lin Ming, all Lin Ming felt was disgust at this odd and ugly-looking creature. This old abyssal was the great elder of 9 Nether Palace. Behind him were 3 relatively young abyssal elders who had clearly reached the true divinity realm. It was obvious that these 3 abyssal elders were the ones sent out by 9 Nether Palace and would also be the ones participating in the competition. When competitors met, sparks would fly. On the side of the ancient Ian sect, as Ian Light, Ian Moon, and Ian Fire stared at the 3 abyssal elders from 9 Nether Road, a fighting intent sparked in their eyes. The 3 abyssal elders of 9 Nether Palace were different from those of the ancient Ian sect. The 3 elders of the ancient Ian sect were relatively similar in strength, but in 9 Nether Palace, the difference in strength between their 3 elders was extremely great. A young elder named Nether Nihility was the strongest, another was in the middle, and another was the weakest, who was only brought here to make up for numbers. Mortals propose and the heavens dispose. All I can do as I wait is prepare as much as I can. Elder Ian God slowly spoke as he bowed. Haha, Elder Ian God is too humble. I heard that not only does your ancient Ian sect have high hopes for the demon god's tomb, but you even want to propose marriage and have one of your sect elders marry Deep King Road's holy demoness. Such courage is something that leaves my 9 Nether Palace quaking in shame at our own inferiority. The voice of 9 Nether Palace's Grand Elder echoed in the air, so boisterous that one couldn't tell if it was mockery or praise. However, no matter what thoughts he had in his heart, it wasn't important. After 9 Nether Palace's Great Elder mentioned marriage, the 3 young elders from the ancient Ian sect felt uncomfortable. They were already cursing Lin Ming in their hearts. However, Elder Ian God retained his composure. He slowly said, Deep King Road's holy demoness has informed the world thousands of years ago that any abyssal demon, as long as they can defeat her at the same boundary, may marry her. This is common knowledge and everyone is free to participate. Our ancient Ian sect also wishes to try our luck, so this is far from any sort of courage. If we lose, then we lose, so what does it matter? Elder Ian God's reply not only lifted the awkward atmosphere, but also opened an escape route for himself later. The great elder of 9 Nether Palace laughed, but just as he was about to say something, sounds began to rise in the distance, ancient demonic sounds that reverberated in the void. As the demonic sounds rose up, the originally bustling scene suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked over and they could see that in the far-off void, a massive black boat cut into the Deep King force field like waves in water as it drove forwards. Atop the deck of the bone boat stood 10 higher abyssals. These 10 higher abyssals all had cultivations at the true divinity realm. For an influence to suddenly appear with 10 true divinity level abyssals, the only one that had the background to do this was Deep King Road. It's the elders of Deep King Road, someone quietly said, suppressing their voice. Facing Deep King Road, all of the influences here felt a great pressure. What a terrifying aura domain. I heard that Deep King Road has over 20 true divinity-level abyssals. That is much more than 9 Nether Palace and the ancient Ian sect combined. As Lin Ming heard the discussions of some disciples from smaller influences, he felt a bit wistful. In the Dark Abyss, if the true divinity-level abyssals of the 6 totem-level influences were added up, then there would be over 80 of them. And there were also true divinity-level abyssals that were in sects other than the 6 totem-level influences, or perhaps they were hidden somewhere else. But altogether, there was at least 100 true divinity-level abyssals in the Dark Abyss. This was a terrifying number. This was because in the 33 heavens, when it came to martial artists that possessed a combat strength at the true divinity level, even if Lin Ming included himself, there was only 11 to 12 of them. Compared to the Dark Abyss, this was a difference over 10 times greater. If it weren't for the channel that connected the Dark Abyss to the 33 heavens being blocked off, then perhaps the 33 heavens would have already been swept away by the Dark Abyss. Thinking of this, Lin Ming could also feel just how strong the Azura Roadmaster of 10 billion years past was. Of course, in order for the ancient races of that era to defeat the abyssal demons, they had to pay a tragically deep price. As Lin Ming thought of this, his heart suddenly shook and his pupils shrank. At this moment he could see that above the bone boat stood the figure of a woman. This woman wore black clothes. As she stood there, she was like the source of all darkness in the universe. Where she stood, the laws assembled themselves into lines that formed black flower petals which gently fluttered down in space, falling onto her clothes before slowly dissipating away. Standing there, she was like a dark enchantress of the night. This woman was Deep King Road's holy demoness. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath, his thoughts wildly tumbling in his mind. He could feel an inexplicably familiar bloodline connection from Deep King Road's holy demoness. With this connection, he could almost instantly confirm that the Deep King Road holy demoness he saw before him was the same as the sole empress of the 33 heavens, Xianxia. Lin Ming knew that when he was at the Sky Spill planet where he had become one with Xianxia had left him her primordial Yin and part of her source soul. It was also because of this that he could feel the faint connection between them. At this time, it wasn't just Lin Ming who saw Xianxia, but many other abyssals did too. As Deep King Road's holy demoness, Xianxia's talent was without peer and her status was unreachable. Her temperament was as ephemeral as dust and her appearance far surpassed all others in the Dark Abyss. Such a proud daughter of heaven made the countless abyssals present drool with desire. So that's Deep King Road's holy demoness. Just seeing her once is better than hearing about her 100 times. That's her. This time she will likely venture into the demon god's tomb also. In terms of cultivation, I heard she is already beginning to attack the true divinity realm. What horrifying talent. She's probably only several tens of thousands of years old. Everyone started to discuss amongst themselves. With so many gazes on her body, Xianxia's heart suddenly stirred. For a brief moment she felt something inexplicable. A strange feeling that passed over her gently and swiftly, one that she couldn't touch her finger on. Inadvertently, she looked towards the direction of the ancient Ian sect. Her eyes stopped upon a vigorous and robust abyssal, one who was covered with black scales and had 2 bone blades jutting out from his elbows. Amongst the other higher abyssals, this abyssal seemed common. But for some unknown reason, as Xianxia looked at him, she couldn't help but feel something faintly familiar. Strange. I shouldn't have seen him before. Xianxia faintly frowned. At this time, the current Lin Ming had already completely concealed his human aura. Lin Ming's true self was within the inner world of his demon avatar and his aura was completely isolated. Thus Xianxia was unable to recognize him. However, because of some inexplicable intuition that couldn't be explained, she was able to instinctively feel that Lin Ming was special. As Lin Ming felt Xianxia's gaze touch upon him, he suppressed his thoughts, restraining his emotions so that nothing showed. He deeply hid his aura, not planning to reveal his status to Xianxia anytime soon. This was because for him, the Dark Abyss was the lion's den, and if his identity was exposed, then the consequences would be inconceivable. Therefore, even though Lin Ming wanted to believe in Xianxia, who knew why she was in the dark abyss and what her goal was? Was she good or evil? In this completely unsure situation, there was no way that Lin Ming could believe Xianxia. After all, in those events that occurred on the Sky Spill planet 12,000 years ago, although Xianxia had saved him, everything that she had revealed to him caused him to feel complex emotions of attraction and opposition to this riddle-like woman, as even though he wanted to approach her, he also wished to keep his distance from her. Xianxia looked at Lin Ming for a moment and then turned away. She asked one of the abyssals following her, "That royal abyssal from the ancient Ian sect? Who is he?" Reporting to Miss, he is the 9th elder who was just recently promoted by the ancient Ian sect. He is at the upper Empyrean realm, so it's a bit strange that he became an elder. Moreover, the abyssal follower looked at Xianxia as he spoke to hear, hesitating for a moment. Moreover what? Miss should know that during this competition, one of the elders of the ancient Ian sect wishes to challenge Miss for marriage. And that challenger is this 9th elder. Xianxia glanced at Lin Ming with surprise. She had heard about this but simply didn't care. Thus she never asked for information related to this challenger. But today, after seeing Lin Ming and hearing this so-called challenge again, a bizarre feeling rapidly flew through her thoughts. What is Miss thinking about? Nothing. Xianxia shook her head, no longer speaking. This inexplicable flash of intuition left Xianxia confused. She racked her thoughts, carefully looking through her past memories for some abyssal demon whose image overlapped with Lin Ming. However, she simply couldn't find anything. She would never have imagined that this royal abyssal, whose bloodline had no problem no matter how much she investigated, would actually be a human. Everyone, let us not speak much nonsense here and directly start the battle. I will now announce the rules. After all the abyssal demons arrived, a tall and strong abyssal in dark gray metal armor flew up in the skies. Even though he didn't pour any demon energy into his voice, his words still rang loud and clear amongst every present. This tall and strong abyssal was an elder of Deep King Road. Now, all abyssal demons who wish to participate in this competition, step into the center of the field. The tall and strong abyssal roared. On the side of the ancient Ian sect, the 3 young elders flew out. Then, from 9 Nether Palace, Nether Nihility, and the other elders also flew out one after another. Finally, there were the elders of Deep King Road. All the influences were concerned about which 6 elders Deep King Road would send out. Many abyssals looked with wide eyes. They watched as a black beam of light came shooting down from the black bone boat that the group from Deep King Road had come in on. From this beam of light, a horrifying abyssal aura swelled outwards. These were the elders of Deep King Road. Deep Child. The first elder that flew down from Deep King Road caused everyone's hearts to shake, because this elder called Deep Child was at the middle true divinity level. Whether it was the ancient Ian sect or 9 Nether Palace, the young elders or elders in the prime of their youth that they sent out for this venture into the demon god's tomb were all at the lower true divinity level. But Deep King Road had already sent out a true divinity level abyssal whose true potential was yet to be dug out. From this alone, the disparity between the sects could be seen. With the appearance of a single Deep Child, 9 Nether Palace and the ancient Ian sect's momentum was all suppressed. Fortunately, following that, the other candidates from Deep King Road were all at the lower true divinity level. Deep Moon, Deep Glory, Deep Echo, Deep Solitary An abyssal familiar with the high-level elders of Deep King Road began to announce their names as they flew down. But when he came to the 6th person, he froze. Wait a moment. How could it be her? As the abyssal demons saw a woman in black clothes come fluttering down from the skies, all of their eyes popped open. They never imagined that the 6th competition candidate would not be one of their elders but actually the Holy Demoness. Deep King Road's Holy Demoness. Is she going to compete? But her cultivation has yet to reach the true divinity level. Without having reached the true divinity level, can one challenge true divinity abyssals? The eyes of all abyssals focused on Xianxia. The aura that she exuded loudly declared that she had 1 foot in the threshold of true divinity. But, no matter how close one was to true divinity, someone that wasn't at true divinity was someone that wasn't at true divinity. The gap between an Empyrean and a true divinity was vast beyond compare, and for an Empyrean to fight a true divinity was beyond difficult. In the past, many influences already knew that Deep King Road's holy demoness possessed formidable talent and that she was invincible among those at the same boundary. After all, no matter how many outstanding abyssals wished to duel Cultivate with Deep King Road's holy demoness, all of them were in the end mercilessly beaten to the ground. But no matter how exaggerated the legends of Deep King Road's holy demoness were, no one would have expected that on this day, she would be chosen to fight on behalf of Deep King Road. Could she, at the limit of an Empyrean, now possess the ability to fight a true divinity? The abyssals present felt this all unbelievable. But no one felt that Deep King Road's holy demoness would come out and participate in this struggle for benefits of the demon god's tomb if she didn't have full confidence in her abilities. If she wasn't, then she would be far too stupid. It had to be known that the ancient Ian sect and 9 Nether Palace had the ability to choose who their opponent was and could even repeat a challenge against someone. If the holy demoness was too weak, then the ancient Ian sect and 9 Nether Palace's 6 elders could simply all choose her and win 6 matches like this. This was a naturally impossible matter. As the abyssals present realized this, their vision as they looked at Xianxia changed, turned to awe, reverence, jealousy, even obsession. All sorts of complicated emotions filled the hearts of the abyssals present. And at this time, the host of this great competition spoke out and interrupted the thoughts of the crowd. We shall now begin. The elders of the ancient Ian sect and 9 Nether Palace, you may now choose your opponents. As the host spoke, the ancient Ian sect and 9 Nether Palace immediately quieted down. The choice of opponent was naturally extremely important. In particular, due to the rules, Deep King Road's elders could be chosen multiple times. All 6 elders could choose the weakest warrior of Deep King Road. As for the strongest Deep Child, no one had to fight him. But the key question here was which one of these 6 elders of Deep King Road was the weakest? Besides the obvious answer that was the basically invincible Deep Child, the elders of the ancient Ian sect and 9 Nether Palace began to look over their possible opponents. Between every opening of the demon god's tomb there was a vast span of time. Thus, the warriors that every influence sent out would be different each time. In addition, with Deep King Road's tight intelligence security, it was simply impossible to know the depths of Deep King Road's elders. The elders of the ancient Ian sect and 9 Nether Palace could only make speculations based upon the auras and law fluctuations of these higher abyssals, as well as using the intuition of a martial artist. Ian Light, have you chosen? On the ancient Ian sect's side, the great elder asked out loud. Ian Light pondered for a moment more. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He finally looked at Xianxia and said, I have chosen. I choose the holy demoness. Ian Light knew that Xianxia likely wasn't weak, and if she dared to come and compete then, she naturally had hidden cards in her hands. But when compared to the other true divinity-level elders, Xianxia gave off a slightly weaker feeling. After all, most people who jumped ranks to fight were barely able to do so. The great elder frowned but didn't oppose. He turned to another elder and asked, Ian Fire, what about you? Ian Fire thought deeply for a moment. Then he said, although it doesn't seem honorable, I plan on choosing the holy demoness also. She should be the weakest. The choices of the ancient Ian sect were soon announced. Ian Light and Ian Fire both chose Xianxia. As for Ian Moon, after considering his options, he chose another seemingly weaker elder. It wasn't a wise decision to place all their eggs in the same basket. If Xianxia were truly incomparably powerful or if there were some trap laid in place for them, then they might lose all their matches. And in a stroke of coincidence, 9 Nether Palace also made a similar choice. 2 elders chose Xianxia, and as for the strongest Nether Nihility, he chose another opponent. In other words, after all choices were made, Xianxia alone would have to face 4 opponents. According to the rules of the competition, Xianxia would fight 1 person a day with the other 2 matches interspersed within, up until the competition ended. Miss, for abyssals have chosen you. As the ancient Ian sect and 9 Nether Palace made their choices, Xianxia had already returned to the bone boat to sit in meditation. Her maid hurriedly ran inside. Xianxia's eyebrows gently arched up. She took a slow breath and said, "I understand." To be chosen by so many abyssals at the same time was already well within Xianxia's expectations. Her cultivation was the lowest and she was also a woman, thus to others it would make her seem the easiest to deal with. "Miss, then you?" The maid looked at Xianxia with some worry. Xianxia had been good to her. Thus she naturally didn't hope that Xianxia would have to engage in a revolving battle with so many opponents. After all, a high-intensity battle at the true divinity level wasn't something that the average person could withstand. "I'm fine, you can draw back," Xianxia said. The maid silently withdrew. According to the rules of the competition, the first fight on the battlefield would start 2 hours from now. Xianxia continued to sit in meditation for an hour. Then, she stood up, bathed, and changed her clothes. She took off her glorious black dress and exchanged it for a suit of black battle armor. Then she picked up a sword. This sword was wrapped in black silk. It appeared ancient and filled with the endless flow of time. Raising this sword, Xianxia walked outside. At this time, in the Wild Plains battlefield, a massive black disc was floating in the air. This black disc was called the Deep King Wheel and was one of the most precious treasures within Deep King Road. It was a giant array disc passed down in Deep King Road from 10 billion years past. The Deep King Wheel could be made both small and large. Now, it had been expanded and used as the stage on which these true divinity abyssals would compete. When the Deep King Wheel connected with the 12 surrounding totem poles, it formed an indestructible force field that could withstand the impact of a battle between true divinity-level martial artists. At this time, all the influences arrived at their respective positions, looking forwards to this battle. They also knew that the ancient Ian sect and 9 Nether Palace had made their choices. For elders had chosen Xianxia. Such methods earned the contempt and disdain of many abyssals. But in order to win, in order to grasp more advantages, it was also indisputable for 9 Nether Palace and the ancient Ian sect to be unscrupulous in their methods. Xianxia was the proudest daughter of the Dark Abyss. She had countless admirers, fans, and worshippers, and even though these abyssals clearly knew it was impossible to obtain her, they were still willing to support her. At this time, Elder Ian Light already stood on the Deep King Wheel. The hisses of numerous abyssals filled the air. A true divinity fighting an Empyrean. It seems he doesn't care about face at all. An abyssal disciple from Deep King Road shouted. There were also many abyssals from small influences that joined in. Although these small influences weren't large, they still had the backing of Deep King Road. Thus they didn't fear offending the ancient Ian sect. He seems to be called Ian Light or something. His age is already countless times higher than that of Deep King Road's holy demoness. An old fogey actually chose a young junior woman as his opponent. Whether it is in age or cultivation, he is higher than her. I can't believe he still has the gall to stand there. More of Xianxia's admirers called out. Although Ian Light was called a young elder, this was only in comparison to other true divinity-level abyssals. Any true divinity that hadn't yet lived for 50 million years could be called a young true divinity. For instance, this was also true for Divine Dream. In fact, Divine Dream had been limited by the inheritances and resources available in the divine realm. If she were born amongst the Spiritas, then, with her talent, she would have long since broken into true divinity. Facing the raucous boos of the crowd, even though Ian Light had thick skin, his face was still darker than well water. This pile of garbage from Deep King Road. After a while I will ruthlessly stomp upon that perfect demoness in your hearts, so that you will never scream like this again. As Ian Light thought this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. What a pity that my cultivation is at the true divinity level. Even if I defeat this demoness, I still cannot dual cultivate with her. Otherwise, I would be able to recklessly enjoy this top-quality woman as much as I wanted. If I were able to do so, it would also be greatly beneficial to my cultivation. Ian Light subconsciously licked his lips, and at this time his mind stirred and he looked up into the skies. From high in the skies, faint killing intent came slowly dripping down. It's Deep King Road's holy demoness. She finally came out. As an abyssal shouted out loud, more and more abyssals looked towards the bone boat. They saw a woman in black battle armor fly downward. her black hair falling like a waterfall around her as she grasped a sword. She gently fell atop the deep king wheel. Her steps were light, not even touching the ground, only leaving behind faint ripples in the void. She held her sword. She didn't look at her opponent, Ian Light, but swept her eyes over the crowd as if she were searching for someone. There were tens of thousands of abyssals all around the battlefield, but she immediately found who she was looking for, and that was Lin Ming. Xiang Mei's gaze paused upon Lin Ming for a short period of time, as if she were considering him for a moment. Then her eyes left him, and this brief moment of attention caused Lin Ming to suck in a light breath. Xiang Mei's intuition was far too horrifying. Even though he had concealed himself to this degree, she could still feel something out of the ordinary with him. This woman was simply filled with riddles. Xiang Mei, just what are you doing here? And between you and that mysterious woman from 10 billion years ago, just how are you related? Lin Ming's gaze fell upon the point between Xiang Mei's eyebrows. Those 9 bright red flower petals aroused particular attention. Each flower petal was perfect. This was a sign of the grand reincarnation art's 9th revolution. Without a doubt, during these years since Xiang Mei left, she had already completed the 9th reincarnation and had become thoroughly aware of the laws of life and death. She had reached perfection in the grand reincarnation art. The heaven-defying aspect of the grand reincarnation art lay in its ability to constantly consolidate the foundation, purify the body, and enhance talent. And after reaching the perfection of 9 revolutions, there would be a qualitative change. Without a doubt, there was no comparing the Xiang Mei that Lin Ming had first met to the Xiang Mei of today. If the current Xiang Mei were to participate in the final trial now, she could easily obtain a completion rate above 90 or 95. This already far surpassed the results that Lin Ming obtained the first time he participated in the final trial. This was the capital Xiang Mei would use to fight a true divinity while she was at the limit of an Empyrean. At this time, Xiang Mei drew out her sword. This was an oddly shaped sword. It was pitch black but illuminated with a faint brilliance. It wasn't made from metal, and while it resembled jade a little, it wasn't jade at all. In truth, it was a blade sculpted from bone. This was a bone sword. On this bone sword there were still residual runes of the Great Tao. These runes weren't engraved afterwards but already existed on the bone to begin with. In other words, this sword was made from the bone of some peerless master. The sword exuded an aura even above that of Lin Ming's black dragon spear. It nearly surpassed the level of a true divinity spirit treasure. Lin Ming found it hard to imagine just where this sword came from or what bone it was forged from. This bone sword, is it made from the bone of a demon or the bone of a man? This thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind. If a bone was capable of being forged into such a demonic sword, then he feared this person or abyssal must have had strength beyond divinity. Xiang Mei lifted her sword and pointed it straight at Ian Light. This bone sword was slightly curved up and the sword ridge was narrow and thin. It resembled a sword and saber at the same time. Facing this sword, Ian Light felt a vague pressure. This weapon was clearly far superior to his own. Ian Light took out a hammer from his spatial ring. This war hammer was pure black. It was only a lower true divinity spirit treasure. Although abyssal demons were inherently powerful beings, their refining ability was limited. Ian Light's weapon simply wasn't able to compare with Xiang Mei's. However, to use a hammer to fight a bone sword in terms of weapon weight, Ian Light had an overwhelming advantage. Thus, at the start, he planned to rely upon this strength to win. He didn't underestimate Xiang Mei. With his first strike, he already came smashing down like a thunderbolt. Ha! Ian Light roared. His muscles bulged out and his hammer came pounding down. Demon power swept through the world. Even with the suppression of the Deep King force field, this hammer strike was still enough to shake the world. Even the Deep King will gently trembled. In this moment, Xiang Mei moved. Her body was like weightless smoke as she fluttered backwards. No matter who was watching, it appeared impossible for Xiang Mei's strength to compare with Ian Light's. In order to fend off a frontal attack like this, using speed to battle was the best method. However, when Xiang Mei drew backwards, she suddenly felt the surrounding space tighten and lock down around her. A massive strength pushed down upon her, covering her like a cage. Xiangmei's eyebrow arched up. Light laughed. This is my war demon force field. How could I possibly let you escape? Prepare to die. Bang! A hammer came smashing down like the arrival of the apocalypse. The entire abyssal audience, especially Xiangmei's fans, let out cries of alarm. A horrifying explosion rang out like peals of thunder. Black light slashed out, making it hard to determine what occurred. After the light faded away, the entire Deep King will tilted slightly from the strike of Light's hammer. From this alone, it could be seen how terrifying this strike was. But beneath that hammer, Xiangmei hadn't been severely wounded. She hadn't avoided nor had she even used the bone sword. In that moment, from behind Xiangmei, a pair of black wings had burst outwards. These wings wrapped around her body like a shield of black feathers. And above this shield of feathers, mystical runes appeared, some light and some dark. The feather shield and runes had blocked the onslaught of the hammer. As the Abyssals watched this, many of them felt their jaws drop down. They had guessed that Xiangmei was strong, but they never imagined she would have the strength to directly face Light. No matter who was watching, everyone believed that Xiangmei was a martial artist who excelled in speed and use of skills. Even if Lin Ming knew she was strong, he still found it mind-boggling to think that she could use her mortal body to directly face off against the raging strength of an abyssal demon. But the truth was placed in front of him because she had frontally blocked Light's attack. You! Light looked at Xiangmei, his dark brown pupils flashing with disbelief. A woman at the limits of an Empyrean had actually managed to block his incredibly heavy hammer. The bloodline of a dark angel is originally a top bloodline of all abyssal demons, and their bloodline is formed from their condensed bloodline essence. Beneath the battle stage, an old abyssal slowly spoke, his dirty eyes alight with praise. This Deep King rode Holy Demoness likely experienced lucky chances that allowed her to temper her wings, and now with her wings closed around her it is no different from a true divinity-level spirit shield. After unfurling them, they can become true divinity-level blades. This Holy Demoness was originally at the limits of an Empyrean, just half a step away from the true divinity level, so even with her wings she shouldn't have been able to block Light's attack. But with her laws, she was able to make up for this. The laws that the old man spoke of were the runes that glittered on Xiangmei's wings. Beside the old man, many abyssals were flabbergasted as they heard this. This Deep King rode Holy Demoness possessed a powerful body transformation technique, and her laws were also formidable. It seemed that all advantages were taken in by her. This was far too terrifying. Bang! Light and Xiangmei separated. Xiangmei drifted back like a black butterfly, and Lin Ming could see a faint trace of blood on her wings. That strike just now had caused Xiangmei to receive a minor wound. But to her, this wound wasn't anything at all. Light roared out loud and hurled himself towards Xiangmei. With his previous strike failing to achieve victory, Light didn't hesitate to use an even stronger attack. Demon King Extermination. Light's body gushed out with thick demon power, like roiling clouds of smoke. Even though this terrifying strength was suppressed by the Deep King force field, it still easily pierced through the void and came crashing down on Xiangmei like landslides and tsunamis. Every wisp of power transformed into a fierce demon. For a time, 10,000 demons roared out loud, thirsting to destroy the heavens and ruin the earth. The might behind this attack was more than twice as powerful as Light's previous attack. After all, Light was a true divinity-level abyssal. Although he wasn't considered too strong amongst true divinity abyssals, he still had his own hidden cards and all-out techniques. To defeat an abyssal like him wouldn't be easy at all. At this time, Xiangmei also moved. The runes on her body started to radiate light and the mark between her eyebrows began to grow. Surging demon power gathered behind her, condensing into a totem that was like a red lotus in full bloom. Then, Xiangmei struck out her sword. The bone sword in her hand seemed to swallow all light as if it were the only existence in this world. Sword after sword, every sword was simple and true. But as the sword light came slashing down, a deep red lotus bloomed on it, shining with a bewitching light. The total strength behind this sword light seemed far weaker than Ian Light's Demon King extermination, but when it cut into those fierce demons, a strange scene occurred. The black sword light carried with it an aura of death that seemed to swallow all as well as a concept of endlessness, filling it with strength and making it difficult to eliminate. Ian Light's Demon King extermination was like a vast wave that blotted out the skies, but Xianxia's sword light forcefully broke into that wave and tore open a gap. The sword light was like a hissing viper, shooting straight towards Ian Light's heart. What? Ian Light's pupils shrank and he rapidly retreated. However, the angle of the sword was far too cunning. Even though Ian Light activated his force field to suppress it, this sword light still pierced through his protective demon power and ripped through his scales. Puff! Ian Light spat out a mouthful of black blood. He flew backwards and crashed heavily onto the deep king wheel. He used his hammer to prop himself up and avoid the shame of falling down where he was. As he looked at Xianxia, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He never imagined that while Xianxia's sword light was clearly less formidable than his Demon King extermination, it would still rip through his own technique and also wound him. This was also something that the many abyssal elders beneath the stage still weren't able to see clearly. And the one who saw most clearly was Lin Ming. This was because in that move Xianxia just used, Lin Ming also understood the concepts and laws within it. The black sword light contained an aura that could swallow all. Those were the death laws. As for that relatively small and weak sword light that was able to break through the much stronger Demon King extermination, that was because of the laws of endlessness contained within it. When both were joined together, this was the Holy Scripture. It was true that the demon power in Xianxia's body was inferior to that of Ian Light. But her laws were able to make up for the disparity in strength and allow her to reverse all odds. Without a doubt, the Xianxia that had reached perfection in the grand reincarnation art now stood at an unimaginably high height of the laws. This was true even for Lin Ming. If Lin Ming were to be compared to Xianxia, then he would win if they compared how broad the laws they studied were. But if they were only comparing their comprehensions of the Holy Scripture laws, then Lin Ming was far from being able to match Xianxia. Moreover, Lin Ming also felt that because of the bone sword in Xianxia's hands, she was able to display the greatest strength of her laws. As if the runes inherent on that bone sword were the ultimate manifestation of the Holy Scripture. This was a bone sword that nearly surpassed the rank of a true divinity spirit treasure. And with those Holy Scripture runes marked into it, a sudden thought crossed Lin Ming's mind. This bone sword, could it have been made with the bones of a mortal sovereign? Lin Ming was panic-stricken to think this. The immortal sovereign was one of the two great leaders of the 33 heavens 10 billion years ago. He was a peerless existence that was in no way inferior to the Azura Road Master. When Lin Ming listened to Clear and Ink speak, it seems that the Azura Road Master had yet to die, but had simply fallen into a dormant state for various reasons. And as for the place of this dormancy, that was a mystery. The Azura Road Master was alive, but not only was the immortal sovereign dead, even his bones had been turned into swords? With such a possibility swimming in his mind, Lin Ming felt saddened. But at the same time he was also increasingly confused about Xianxia's status. And at this time, atop the Deep King wheel, the battle between Xianxia and Ian Light continued to rage on, becoming increasingly fierce. After Xianxia took the upper hand, she didn't give Ian Light any chance to recover. Her body rushed forwards like surging black smoke, and the sword in her hand danced in the air. Sword light fell down like rain, dense and fleeting. Every sword light contained the life laws of growing endlessly, unable to be destroyed. At the same time, these sword lights contained the death laws, easily melting apart any demon power it contained. Whether it was Ian Light's protective demon essence or the attack he sent out, all of it was pierced through by Xianxia's sword light. The strength Xianxia used was always weaker than Ian Light's, but from what everyone could see, Xianxia was the one winning. Ian Light continued to use method after method, but not only were his abilities all countered by Xianxia, but he instead gained more wounds. Ian Light's energy slowly turned chaotic. He was consuming more energy than Xianxia, and he also had more injuries than her. But as for Xianxia, she was neither slow nor fast, her breath steady. as if she could continue to fight on for forever. With the fight having reached this step, the result was already decided. Now it was only a matter of time until Xianxia's victory. All the abyssals watching were shocked. Although they expected Xianxia was strong, they never imagined that Xianxia would suppress Light in this battle. She was a powerhouse at the limits of an Empyrean. At most, she could be considered as just having a single step in the threshold of true divinity. There was still a massive difference until she was truly at the true divinity level. If she could fight a lower true divinity with her cultivation, then what would happen once she became a true divinity level abyssal? Wouldn't she be able to fight an upper true divinity? At the true divinity level, jumping 2 small boundaries to battle was an unimaginable feat. This meant that in the future Xianxia would have a small chance of stepping beyond divinity. Even if she didn't rely on the totem-level abyssal inheritance of the abyssal ritual, she could still step beyond divinity. And what if the abyssal ritual was added on? Then, just what would her future be like? The abyssals that watched from the side simply couldn't imagine it. At this time, the battle on the stage was reaching its finale. When Light used Demon King Extermination one more time, he was already completely spent. And his technique was once again broken apart by Xianxia's holy scripture laws. Puff! A dark and profound sword light pierced through Light's chest. Blood shot out and he was sent flying backwards before crashing onto the Deep King wheel. Light had been defeated. First match. Victor, Deep King Rhodes Holy Demoness. As the elder responsible for presiding over this competition announced the results, the entire audience of abyssals was filled with disbelief, all of them at a loss for words. Everyone knew that it was impossible for Deep King Rhodes to send out the Holy Demoness in a situation where they didn't have absolute faith in success, and thus allow the ancient Ian sect and 9 Nether Palace to obtain successive victories against her. But when the result of the first battle was truly announced, all of them struggled to accept what occurred. Without the aid of any array formations, puppets, or anything else like that, Deep King Rhodes' Holy Demoness had managed to directly defeat Light with just herself. In the dark abyss, it had been billions of years since someone at the limits of an Empyrean who was capable of defeating a lower true divinity had appeared. What a terrifying woman! During this venture into the demon god's tomb, if she can pass the rest of the abyssal ritual and obtain the strength of the totem abyssal sealed within, then her future strength can only be imagined. The abyssals seemed to realize that in the group Deep King Rhodes sent into the demon god's tomb, Xianxia might be the lead. Deep King Rhodes would surely do everything in their power to forge Xianxia into a beyond divinity level powerhouse. And she indeed possessed the capital to become such. Within the next several tens of thousands of years, this holy demoness will surely become one of those most formidable existences in the abyss. To think that just several hundred years ago there were still higher abyssals that wished to defeat her and dual cultivate with her. Just laughable. Who actually has the qualifications? That's right. Her status and talent are at unreachable heights and there is no higher abyssal capable of comparing with her. Moreover, she is far too cold. I fear she won't lower herself to be with anyone. What a top-grade woman. If I could obtain her, then I would be willing to die. If I could dual cultivate with her, then it would be an unimaginable benefit to my strength. The surrounding abyssals started to discuss. After this fight, Xianxia had undoubtedly become the #1 proud elite below the heavens. At this time, there were also some people that remembered the ancient Ian sect and the ancient Ian sect's 9th elder. They subconsciously glanced at Lin Ming, who would soon fight Xianxia. They wanted to find some sort of panicked expression in this unlucky elder who had chosen to fight Xianxia. Unfortunately, they were left disappointed. To their surprise, Lin Ming sat in meditation, his breath calm, as if the shocking battle on the stage had nothing to do with him. Is this the boy of the same level who wishes to challenge Deep King Rhodes' Holy Demoness? He can still sit there. That's right, he is the ancient Ian sect's 9th elder. He should only be sitting there pretending to be calm right now to maintain some sense of momentum. But if he can still pretend like this, that must mean he has some level of ability, otherwise there would be a problem with his head. Several hundred years ago, there were such blindly arrogant higher abyssals who desired to challenge Xianxia. Although they all knew Xianxia possessed incredible strength, They still insisted on fighting her because of their extreme self-confidence. Before they fought her, they were still confident because they didn't know their own weight. In the end, they were severely wounded by Xianxia, and there were even some that were crippled. But now, even if there was yet another blindly arrogant challenger, they still shouldn't think that their strength could compare with that of a true divinity-level abyssal. Even a true divinity was defeated by Xianxia. One would have to carefully consider just how strong they were in front of a true divinity, and then one could extrapolate the result of the battle from this. Yet not only was this ninth elder not in despair, but he sat calmly where he was. This left those watching him surprised. I hear he isn't even at the limits of an Empyrean, and his cultivation is lower than Deep King Road's Holy Demoness. He is likely at the upper Empyrean level or the peak of the middle Empyrean level. If his cultivation is lower than Xianxia's, just what point is there in fighting? Some abyssals spoke in hushed voices. At this time, Xianxia's gaze fell upon Lin Ming. As Lin Ming sat there in meditation, his breath, his heartbeat, the revolution of energy within his body, everything was sharply captured by Xianxia's eyes. From aura alone, it was clear that Lin Ming wasn't faking being calm. This left Xianxia puzzled. Just where did this ninth elder of the ancient Ian sect originate from? Lin Ming felt Xianxia's gaze on him. He opened his eyes slightly and looked back at her with confidence. He had been adjusting his condition all this time, making sure he was in his peak state, because he had a feeling that this upcoming battle with Xianxia would not be easy at all. Not to mention Xianxia's formidable strength and her higher cultivation, there was also the fact that Lin Ming had taken the form of an abyssal right now. In his current condition, the strength he could display was limited. Lin Ming's true self was actually located in his abyssal form's inner world. Although his true self and avatar could interlink their strength together, it would be difficult for him to display the strength of his true self in a manner where Xianxia couldn't identify him. Lin Ming had a faint premonition that between him and Xianxia, perhaps this battle was already predestined. In all the years that he had known Xianxia, their relationship had not been one of lovers, but of enemies and friends. They fought each other and confronted each other. From the final trial of the Azura Road to grasping the principles atop the Akashic Dream Universe's shrine platforms, to being hunted down to the Sky Spill continent 12,000 years ago, and finally now, Lin Ming took a deep breath and closed his eyes, entering an ethereal state. However, compared to Lin Ming, Ian Fire could no longer remain composed. Because the match he chose was Xianxia. In terms of strength, Ian Fire was around the same as Ian Light. If Xianxia had defeated Ian Light so easily, then if he were to go up on stage, his chances were likely no better. This woman is too terrifying. Ian Fire's complexion turned ugly. Your battle with her will commence 3 days from now. You must do everything you can to succeed. The intensity of her energy is inferior to your own, but she surpasses you in the laws. When you fight her, you must make sure your attacks aren't spread out and blotting out the skies but more precise and focuses instead. Elder Ian God advised. By this time, no one in the ancient Ian sect cared about Lin Ming anymore. They were originally afraid that Lin Ming would shame them, but now even Ian Light had lost. If an Empyrean like Lin Ming were to lose, no matter how miserably he lost, it couldn't be any more disgraceful than what occurred. Oh! These true divinity battles continued at a pace of 1 per day. After Xianxia's battle ended, the second battle was 9 Nether Palace's Nether Nihility against another elder of Deep King Road. Nether Nihility was the most famous and prestigious abyssal amongst the elders of 9 Nether Palace that were in the prime of their youth. He was the strongest abyssal that 9 Nether Palace sent out and also the one with the greatest potential. When he was choosing opponents, he didn't choose Xianxia. Because he didn't know how strong she was, he chose another lower true divinity instead. But now Nether Nihility somewhat regretted his decision. He sorely wished to fight Xianxia, to battle this proud child of heaven. However, when he stood atop the Deep King Wheel and looked towards the direction of Deep King Road, he didn't see Xianxia's figure. Xianxia hadn't appeared at all, clearly not interested in this battle. Nether Nihility frowned. It was clear that in her eyes he wasn't worth paying attention to. Nether Nihility's match ended with his victory. Although his victory hadn't come easily, he wasn't flustered at all. Everything occurred in order. Such a result was within the expectations of many abyssals. Nether nihility was truly strong. But to the people of the ancient Ian sect, the pressure on them was far too great. 9 Nether Palace had already won, but whether their ancient Ian sect could win was still an unknown. If they were to lose all 3 matches, then during this venture into the demon god's tomb they would surely fall into an extremely passive position. And then, in the 3rd match it was Xianxia once again. Xianxia's opponent was from 9 Nether Palace, and her opponent was also the weakest true divinity in 9 Nether Palace. 9 Nether Palace's elders were different from those of the ancient Ian sect. Of the 3 true divinity level abyssals they sent out, Nether Nihility was the absolute strongest, another was in the middle, and as for the 3rd, he was the weakest. His age was slightly higher than it should be, and his strength was also lacking. He had just been brought here to make up numbers. When Xianxia and this weakest true divinity level abyssal of 9 Nether Palace stood on the Deep King will together, no one thought that this elder of 9 Nether Palace had even the most minute possibility of winning. Those from the ancient Ian sect could only hope that this weak elder would be able to consume a bit of Xianxia's strength, so that Ian Fire's chances of defeating Xianxia would be a bit higher. Because what followed next would be the battle between Ian Fire and Xianxia. However, no one thought that as this weakest true divinity level elder stepped on stage, he would simply say, "I admit defeat." This left many watching abyssal speechless. Although everyone could see what the result would be, this was still a true divinity against an Empyrean. A true divinity had actually admitted defeat without regard for their honor. This was simply a joke. And the elder of 9 Nether Palace admitting defeat like this caused Ian Fire's complexion to become increasingly ugly, because the next one up would be him. And Xianxia hadn't even used up any of her strength. Those old 9 Nether Palace bastards. The abyssal elders of the ancient Ian sect grimaced, their complexions darkening. 9 Nether Palace and the ancient Ian sect were allies, but they still competed against each other. After the 9 Nether Palace elder admitted defeat against Xianxia, it was the ancient Ian sect's Ian Fire's turn to step onto the stage. Since 9 Nether Palace knew that they were going to fight Xianxia first, they naturally weren't willing to smooth the road for the ancient Ian sect. If they had to lose, then they would rather everyone lose together. Each battle was separated by a single day. To a true divinity level abyssal, a single day was as fast as a blink of an eye. The abyssals present waited for a day. Then, Xianxia's 3rd match began, and her opponent was Ian Fire. It had already been 2 days since Xianxia's battle with Ian Light. She hadn't consumed much to begin with, and since she had an additional day to recover, she had already returned to her peak condition. "Elder Ian Fire, you can do it. I believe in you." On the side of 9 Nether Palace, someone shouted out loud. The elder who said this could be considered to have some friendship with the ancient Ian sect. But the truth was that this so-called friendship was the type where they cheerily laughed at some times while holding a knife ready to stab them in the back or gloat over the misfortune of others. Ian Fire froze where he was as he heard this. His face flushed red and he glared at the elder who spoke, icily saying, "Humph! Just you wait and see." As Ian Fire came on stage, he was well aware of his own strength and knew that this battle would be difficult. Even so, he didn't feel that his loss was already determined. This was because Xianxia had defeated Ian Light utilizing her own ingenuity. In his eagerness to win, Ian Light had used several incredibly mighty skills, but all of them had been countered by Xianxia using a small price. As such, Ian Light had consumed more and more energy, while Xianxia hadn't used up much strength at all. From that point on, he had been doomed to defeat. Thus, Ian Fire planned to compete with Xianxia in a battle of skills and delay for as much time as possible. He believed that with his true divinity boundary, the foundational base of his energy was far deeper than hers. At the end, he would be the one still standing. This was what Ian Fire had planned and also what he would do. Every true divinity had their own methods, and Ian Fire was no mud that would be freely beaten around by others. After he stepped on stage, black abyssal flames ignited all over the Deep King wheel. These were demonic flames known for being able to annihilate all, as well as Ian Fire's force field. "Do you all really think I will lose? I will win and show you all." Ian Fire's eyes burst out with a brilliant fighting spirit. As the abyssal flame force field lit up all around him, his confidence rapidly rose. Generally speaking, if any abyssal demon below the true divinity level were to enter this abyssal flame force field, then they would be charred to ashes. But let alone Ian Fire, even a true divinity level abyssal would have to consume a massive amount of strength in these flames. What Ian Fire wanted to do was burn up Xianxia's strength. From the start of the battle, Ian Fire had no intention of directly facing Xianxia. He increased the distance between them, delaying for time to consume her strength. Xianxia's several sword lights were all blocked by Ian Fire using his flame shield and then burned away. The more Ian Fire fought, the more confident he was. And maintaining a force field actually didn't use up much strength. This was one of the advantages of force field skills. This Ian Fire is a true divinity abyssal, yet he uses such a pathetic tactic to fight against an Empyrean-level abyssal. Although it is disgraceful, any tactic that wins is a good tactic. Ian Fire doing this is the indisputably correct choice. The result of this battle is a bit confusing. I wonder just who will be able to last until the end. As many abyssals discussed amongst themselves, they all realized this would be a protracted battle. This was because Ian Fire wasn't willing to directly confront Xianxia, and if two true divinity-level opponents were to fight like this, they could go on for several days and nights. However, as everyone was thinking this, Lin Ming actually knew that this battle wouldn't last much longer. This was because what Xianxia was proficient in was not just the life and death laws. Cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. The bone sword in her hand drew a circle in the air before she stabbed it into the deep king wheel. Shua! With the sword blade as the center, howling cold winds rose up from all around. A layer of frost appeared on Xianxia's originally beautiful face, and the blood-red lotus mark between her eyebrows also turned icy blue. She calmly stretched out her right hand. Enchanting six-petal frost flowers appeared, rippling around as they spread over the space of the entire deep king wheel. Hiss! Hiss! Xianxia's entire body exuded a mystical cold air. She raised her hands in the void, drawing images that were beautiful and delicate. Snowflake patterns appeared in the air, staggering outwards and interlocking, filled with infinite charm. Umbral Heaven Ice Array. Lin Ming sucked in a light breath. In the past, when he first met Xianxia in the Azura Road, she had used this skill before. The final trial of the Azura Road's 5th test was to battle against the Undying Inferno and Undying Polar Ice. At the start, when the Undying Inferno appeared, it was Xianxia who had nearly faced it alone, and what she relied upon to do this was her ice laws, the extreme cold battle array and umbral heaven ice array that she possessed. Ice and fire opposed each other. This was the basis of Xianxia's confidence to face the Undying Inferno alone. However, Xianxia had eventually failed. Because she alone shouldered the majority of defending against the Undying Inferno's attacks, she had used up too much strength and had failed to kill it. When the Undying Polar Ice appeared afterwards, Xianxia and Lin Ming joined together to finally pass the final trial's 5th test. Now, with over 12,000 years having passed, the umbral heaven ice array displayed by Xianxia had reached an inconceivable boundary. As the ice array appeared, an incomparably horrifying cold energy covered the entire deep king wheel, coating it in a layer of ice. Recklessly freezing ice energy collided against the burning flames that Ian Fire released. For a time, the cold ice melted, but massive swathes of fire were also swallowed up and extinguished. The entire stage had turned into a world of ice and fire. As the Abyssals watched this intense struggle of domains, their eyes bulged open as they stared. This time Xianxia didn't rely on any clever techniques, but instead used her own strength to frontally resist Ian Fire's strength. In a collision of domains, although it was related to one's laws, it was even more so a competition of absolute strength. Elder Ian Fire's complexion rapidly changed. He never imagined that Xianxia's attainments in the ice laws would be so amazing. By this point, whoever's domain would finally be able to cover the entire battlefield would take the upper hand and likely obtain victory in the end. Ian Fire immediately poured more and more of his strength into his domain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In a clash of the power of laws, countless ice and fire runes were smashed apart. With Xianxia at the center of these runes, they were like giant and gorgeous flower petals that bloomed in layers. However, in the end, Xianxia was at a higher level. In a collision of strength, she was no weaker than Ian Fire, and in terms of laws, she occupied the advantage. The void froze and the abyssal flames were swallowed up. Ian Fire clenched his teeth, beads of sweat already dripping down his forehead. Shwa! With a light sound, a pair of black wings unfurled from behind Xianxia. She flew up into the air, and in this moment as layers of runes covered her, she was like a goddess of the heavens. When Xianxia released her wings, her umbral heaven ice array also changed in color. The 6-petal flowers began to change from deep blue into pitch black. Black snow and ice surged over the deep king wheel, mysterious and powerful, carrying with it the swallowing force of the power of death. At this time, whether it was Xianxia or Ian Fire, neither struck out against the other. This had now become a confrontation of force fields. Time passed by seconds and minutes. After nearly 2 hours, more and more sweat appeared on Ian Fire's face as he used up half his strength. But as for Xianxia, her breathing only quickened a little. From the start until now she had maintained utter calm. With the fight have reached this degree, there was no longer any point in continuing. Xianxia had already proven her strength. In terms of the ice laws, she completely surpassed Ian Fire's abyssal flames. I admit defeat. Ian Fire struggled to say, crestfallen. He thought that he might lose, but he never imagined it would be because he was directly defeated in the domain he excelled in, and particularly in the abyssal flame force field he was so proud of. Whoosh! Immediately, the flames that shrouded the skies completely scattered, and the layers of ice also shattered, turning into countless motes of light that shot into the heavens before turning into a thick cloud of snow that gently fell downwards. Such a scene was as beautiful as a dream. And at this moment, the Xianxia that was within this beautiful scene left many abyssals stunned. Xianxia had won her 3rd battle. If it was just winning, then no one would have been surprised. But during this battle, she had displayed completely new skills and never used the ability she did during her first battle. The feeling this gave off was as if Xianxia's strength was unfathomably deep. This holy demoness is too terrifying. In her first battle with Ian Light, she hadn't even used her full strength. When Xianxia fought with Ian Light, what she relied on to win was the Holy Scripture. And in her battle with Ian Fire, she utilized her deep ice force field to win. Because of this, one couldn't help but think that Xianxia never tried her best to begin with. She could win with skill, and even in frontal combat she was no weaker than a true divinity-level abyssal. Formidable strength, profound laws, her dark angel bloodline, that horrifying pair of black wings, and even that mysterious bone sword that might even be at the beyond divinity level. So many dreadful strengths had been distilled in a single body. Such a woman was simply far too terrifying. If this woman were given time, then in 100,000 years I have no idea just what step she would grow to. The ultimate peak of true divinity-level abyssals. If she also underwent the abyssal ritual, it's hard to imagine where she would be. Many abyssal elders watching in the audience were left bewildered. Xianxia had reached greater heights than they did, and in the future she might even become the ruler of the abyss. The truth was that Lin Ming was also secretly astonished as he watched Xianxia. Compared to 12,000 years ago, Xianxia had grown far too much. During these years she must have experienced many things, and in terms of laws, foundation, and all other aspects, she had undergone a qualitative change. If this continues, then wouldn't Xianxia? A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Currently, the Soul Emperor should still be in seclusion refining the eternal soul. If Xianxia could pass the abyssal ritual, then she would surely become a true divinity-level abyssal. With her strength in addition to all the potential that would be dug out by the abyssal ritual, would there be a chance for her to wrest free from the Soul Emperor's control in the future? This thought only appeared for a brief moment in Lin Ming's mind before it was shot down. He had a faint feeling that the Soul Emperor might be the most terrifying character he had ever seen in his entire life. Even if the Soul Emperor was in seclusion, he still wouldn't allow Xianxia to flee his grasp. It was even possible that Xianxia had come to the Dark Abyss on the orders of the Soul Emperor. For instance, perhaps the Soul Emperor wanted to use Xianxia to obtain one of the totem-level abyssal inheritances. Lin Ming didn't know what the Soul Emperor's plans were, nor did he know what the totem-level abyssal inheritances were, or how they would be useful to the Soul Emperor. If his speculations were true, then just what level had the Soul Emperor's strength reached? Lin Ming found it hard to imagine. It shouldn't be beyond divinity, right? That is impossible. Lin Ming shook his head. To step beyond divinity, there was no way it was that easy. As Lin Ming was lost in thought, Xianxia's eyes fell on him. After defeating Ian Fire, Xianxia didn't leave the stage but stood on the deep king wheel and continued to stare at Lin Ming. Her vision was like a sword of light, thrusting straight into Lin Ming's eyes and heart. Lin Ming returned her gaze, silently looking back at her. The corners of Xianxia's lips faintly moved. She didn't use any sound transmission, but Lin Ming could see what her meaning was from her eyes. It seemed that she was saying, "I am waiting for you." Many people noticed that Xianxia was looking towards Lin Ming. It's actually that fellow. The holy demoness is looking at him. That fellow has really struck the bad luck jackpot this time. Originally, the holy demoness should have no reason to care about such a minor and unimportant character. But it seems that the holy demoness will not let him go. The holy demoness has always been proud and arrogant, and she seems particularly sensitive to people who dare to propose marriage to her. It seems that even though their battle will be utterly lopsided, that fellow will still be brutally beaten up by the holy demoness. He might even die. If he dies, then he dies. When the holy demoness laid down the rules in the past, she said that anyone who proposed marriage would have to sign the life and death contract. With the holy demoness' current strength and status, the ancient Ian sect wouldn't do anything if she killed a mere Empyrean-level elder. The present Lin Ming had already become a clown in the hearts of many abyssals. Because Xianxia had won 3 continuous matches against true divinity-level elders, Lin Ming's match against Xianxia was now nothing more than a farce. The truth was that at this time, the several elders from the ancient Ian sects felt their cheeks burning. In particular, when Xianxia looked their way, they all wished that they could find some hole in the ground that they could worm their way into. 2 of their true divinity elders had been defeated by Xianxia, and there was also Lin Ming. After a few more days, he would fight with Xianxia. She could already annihilate true divinities, so who cared about an Empyrean? Ian Moon, everything is up to you. You must win, the great elder said to a tall and burly abyssal near him. Ian Moon was last remaining hope of the ancient Ian sect. If you also lose, then our ancient Ian sect will have not even a single victory. If so, then not only will we lose all face, but once we enter the demon god's tomb, we will be placed in a completely passive position. Within the dark abyss, the laws of the jungle were applied where the strong ate the weak. The strong became stronger and the weaker became weaker. With 6 totem-level influences, the reason that 2 of them were able to break out of the pack and stand out was all because they were strong enough that they could continuously occupy more resources. Like this, they could become increasingly terrifying. I understand. Ian Moon grit his teeth. As the final hope of the ancient Ian sect, he felt a great pressure on his shoulders. However, the one next wasn't him, but an elder from Nine Nether Palace. This abyssal elder had also chosen to challenge Xianxia. His strength was inferior to Nether Nihilities, and even ordinary when compared to Ian Fire. There was naturally no suspense into the result. Xianxia won. This was also Xianxia's last match. Like this, Xianxia won all 4 of her matches, 3 which had faced her and 1 which had admitted defeat. Such success was too dreadful. Someone at the limit of an Empyrean has won 4 straight matches against true divinity-level abyssals. This is simply unprecedented in the past and unrivaled in the future. An abyssal elder from a small influence sighed deeply. Now, within the entire Dark Abyss, there wouldn't be anyone who doubted how bright Xianxia's future was. In time, she would eventually become the top powerhouse of the entire abyss. And at this time, the final match was ready to commence. Ian Moon stepped on stage. This would also be the last match of the competition. The abyssals from the ancient Ian sect felt their hearts tighten. They paid close attention to Ian Moon. This was a battle they absolutely could not lose. Ian Moon's opponent was an abyssal demon from Deep King Road that seemed relatively weaker. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. Of all the elders who originated from Deep King Road and were able to represent Deep King Road to enter the demon god's tomb, none were weak. Ian Moon put forth his full effort in this battle. He didn't immediately reveal his trump cards when he stepped, nor did he use any moves that underestimated his opponent. The battle proceeded in an orderly manner, which probing strikes gradually growing stronger, move countering moves, feints, and surges. In addition to some plans, Ian Moon tried everything he could to defeat his opponent. However, the Deep King Road elder wasn't some weakling. Facing Ian Moon's steady onslaught, this elder also followed step by step. The two abyssal elders were cautious in their moves. There didn't seem to be much difference in their strengths. And in such a situation, the battle between the two abyssals continued for a long time. They fought for an entire day, consuming a great deal of their energy. Even so, when the fight reached a deadlock, a change suddenly occurred. When the Deep King Road elder clashed with Ian Moon once more, just as he finished attacking, a black fluctuation of energy shot out from between his eyebrows. This black flow of energy seemed to be the soul of some fierce demon. The demon soul flew into Ian Moon's spiritual sea. As this demon soul struck his spiritual sea, Ian Moon let out a cry of grief. As if he were possessed, he began to violently shiver. The Deep King Road elder took advantage of this split second to flash in front of Ian Moon and smash his claw down on Ian Moon's chest. Puff! Ian Moon cried out miserably as he was sent tumbling away. The two abyssals had used up around the same amount of energy. Now, this heavy strike was enough to decide victory and defeat. As a result, the Deep King Road elder won. After this occurred, the abyssals in the audience fell silent for several breaths of time. Then they began to seethe with excitement. That Deep King Road elder had clearly been raising something in his mind, something similar to an ancient evil soul. This ancient evil soul wasn't too powerful, and if Ian Moon was in his peak state, then it wouldn't have been able to harm him at all. But because Ian Moon had consumed most of his strength, this ancient evil soul was able to rush in and become the last straw that crushed Ian Moon's back. And the Deep King Road elder was able to take advantage of this brief paralysis to defeat Ian Moon. This was likely already planned from the beginning. Ian Moon's choice to take the fight in a steady and orderly manner was likely gladly accepted by his opponent. With this, the ancient Ian sect lost all 3 matches. For a time, the abyssals of Deep King Road raucously cheered. Some abyssals from smaller influences had gloating expressions on their faces. As for the several elders of the ancient Ian sect, their complexions were beyond ugly. It had to be known that 9 Nether Palace had won 1 match, whilst their ancient Ian sect had suffered total defeat. They had not only lost all benefits but also their face. This was no different from giving the enemy army all one's soldiers and wives. Ha ha ha! Elder Ian God! Well fought! On the side of Deep King Road, the middle true divinity elder presiding over the competition chuckled. Our skills are inferior to others, so we are sincerely convinced of our losses. Ian God barely managed to maintain some semblance of composure and uttered a few polite words. And behind Ian God, the other disciples of the ancient Ian sect fidgeted around, obviously wishing to leave as soon as possible. These disciples could clearly hear the discussions of the abyssals all around them. When a wall was about to collapse, everyone wanted to give it a push. All these small influences fervently wished to see a spot amongst the 6 totem-level influences open up. After all, Ian had long since died and the Book of Ian had disappeared without a trace. It was time for the ancient Ian sect to let go of their position. Let's go! Ian God waved his hand, turning to depart. There was no meaning to staying any longer. The longer they stayed, the more they would suffer the ridicule of others. The ancient Ian sect disciples all felt relieved. They hurried to stand, wishing they could teleport out of this place as they didn't want to stay a single moment longer. However, as the many disciples of the ancient Ian sect stood up, a cold and enchanting voice rang through the entire audience. Just where are you going? The battle has yet to end. The abyssals present were stunned. They turned to see that the woman speaking was a woman wrapped in fog-like darkness. She was Deep King Road's holy demoness.